Renee was now in a rather embarrassing position. This is because while heading to the classroom to prepare for the next exam, she encountered a familiar person at the entrance of the classroom. Flora Lumos, a cold-looking beauty with sharp eyes on one side, and Cheryl Wagner, who seems to have no worries about the world, and is the opposite of Flora. She was a year older than her and a person who attended Roger's class together. Normally, she would have just let it go without paying attention to her, but Renee couldn't. If there was a reason, it was because of Flora. You are broken bar, did I do something wrong? Flora Lumos, who usually has no contact with her, was staring at her like she was her enemy for some reason. Renee pondered whether she had done anything rude to her. Sensitive to the hostility of others, Renee had never felt any signs of emotion from Flora before, so the present situation was really surprising for Renee. She's not completely hostile, but I think she's uncomfortable with me. It was hard for Linnaeus to guess why. Was it because of the second test? Because she got the same A+ grade as her? It was a speculation, but there was nothing else that came to her mind. What do I do? Renee agonized. Flora Lumos was staring at Renee with half-open eyes. She didn't seem hostile, but Renee felt she didn't like her, and if she opened her mouth hastily things might take a bad turn. When Renee was agonizing over what to do, Irenda, who was next to her, stepped up. Do you have anything to say, Flora Lumos? A broken bar, a broken bar. Flora's gaze turned to Irenda. The sharp eyes on Renee had become a little softer for Irenda. To be precise, it is a complex emotion filled with frustration and pity. Flora sympathized with Irenda, who was with Renee. After living in the shadow of her older sister all her life, the third princess finally became close with someone. But she didn't think to say it out loud because Flora herself wasn't in a position to sympathize with the third princess. Flora? Cheryl, who was looking around, called her carefully. Flora didn't answer and went into the classroom through the open door. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. Flora must be feeling a little down today. Cheryl smiled awkwardly and apologized to Irenda and Renee, and immediately followed Flora's footsteps and headed for the classroom as if fleeing. Irenda glared at the back of the two with disapproving eyes. What the hell? Don't suddenly block the road, I asked her, but she didn't answer and just left. That's right. As for Renee, she had no choice but to smile awkwardly and respond to Irenda's words. Cheryl, who followed Flora in an empty seat in the classroom, asked her questioningly. Flora, what happened? It's not like you. What's not like me? You usually didn't even pay attention to other students. Did you care that much about the kid named Renee? A broken bar, a broken bar. Flora knew her personality better than anyone else because she had known Cheryl since she was young and was aware that she would not give up. In this case, there was only one thing to do. Cheryl, did you prepare well for this exam? What? Cheryl's face was perplexed by the sudden question. She likes to play and usually picks up gossip, and to be honest, she was very far from studying. It was undeniable that the words and actions were lighter than other students. You knows that the person in charge of the test is Marie Ross, right? Why are you talking about it all of a sudden? Marie Ross, Theon's longest-serving teacher, was a popular person thanks to her gentle personality and consideration for students. She was teaching pharmaceutical science, and even various fields related to pharmaceutical science were within her class category. Teacher Marie Ross was so soft on the students that she gave them at least C+ even if they didn't do well on the test. So, Marie's lectures were famous for honey classes, and competition among students was very fierce. It was one of the few lectures where they could get a stable grade. This year, Teacher Marie said that if students don't take the test seriously, they'll be forced into another class instead of getting a low score, right? There were also students who purposely roughly took the test to get credit for Marie Ross' goodness. So Marie Ross took special measures on that part. Students who did not take the test seriously were forced to transfer to other teachers' classes. It would be impossible for the teacher to change the lecture once decided, but it was possible for Marie Ross, Theon's oldest teacher. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Cheryl broke out in a cold sweat at Flora's point. Oh, what should I do? Flora, what do you mean? Why do you ask me that? Flora, please help me. Please, get away from me. What the hell are you doing? But Flora, if I keep going like this, I won't be able to get a proper grade. We're friends. Please give me one more chance." In the end, Cheryl's choice was to stick to Flora. Flora handed her the notebook she had brought, judging that this was enough to distract her childhood friend. "Take it. I've just summarized the points, so if you cram for what you'll remember right away, you'll avoid failing." "Thank you. I love you, Flora." Flora was looking at Cheryl, who immediately started cramming and found Renee sitting on one side of the lecture room. Even though she is a commoner, her hair color is rare, but her face is definitely pretty. If that child was an aristocrat, wouldn't she have been greatly courted by other students? Just in time, Renee also looked back at Flora as if she had felt her eyes. Their eyes met in the air and Flora immediately turned her head. It was because she was ashamed of herself for arguing with the child for no reason. Never mind. I'm not worried about the commoner." Flora, who put her elbow on the desk and put her chin on her arm, suddenly muttered to herself, "What's good food for someone who's not feeling well, huh?" "Flora, are you not feeling well?" Cheryl, who had her nose in the notebook, suddenly raised her head. Cheryl focused on cramming, while Flora replied heartily, looking at the extraordinarity of her friend who picked up her words like a ghost. "I'm just curious. Do you have any medicine to recommend?" Cheryl glanced at Flora. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Flora Lumos, who's not interested in others, is worried about what's good for her body. However, it would be her consideration as a friend to move on without pointing this out. "It's not like there's nothing, right? I heard that there are many medicines that aristocrats in their 40s and 50s take these days." "Was it a powder made by grinding dried mandragora?" Mandragora, which is counted as an A-grade ingredient in pharmaceuticals, was a precious ingredient that was hard to get even with a lot of money. The reason Cheryl purposely brought out these ridiculous ingredients was half a joke. "Is the mandragora the best?" "What?" She thought it was just a thoughtless question, but Cheryl, who didn't expect such a serious answer, could not hide her embarrassment. But it wasn't long before she smiled like a playful cat. "There's someone in the world that cares about Flora, right?" "Who is he?" "What?" "It's not like that." Flora's fair skin turned red and Cheryl's suspicions were assured by her unusual violent reaction. "No way, Tilda. I've known you for a long time. You can't fool my eyes." "Why aren't you quiet?" "You have less than 5 minutes until the test. Will you be okay?" "Oh." Cheryl, who became aware of her situation, hurriedly looked at the notebook. She, who was in tears, asked Flora for help with a pathetic stare. "Flora, what was the scope of this test?" "From the production of the beginner recovery potion to the precautions for transferring magic power." "There are too many." "Why haven't you studied regularly?" "Flora studied similarly to me." "Why me?" A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. You get angry when I say it's because I'm a genius. Do you think I don't know that you always play without studying?" "Hey." As if giving the final sentence to Cheryl, who was screaming in pain, the door to the classroom opened and Miss Marie Ross, who was in charge of the exam, entered. Teacher Marie remained calm as usual, but she had a charismatic smile that could not be resisted. "Did everyone prepare well for the exam?" Cheryl's complexion turned white. Teacher Marie Ross's exam was over and the assistants came forward and collected the test papers, as the students stretched out in joy that the test was finally over. Cheryl, who burned everything, was the only one who was dead with her head stuck on the desk. I managed to solve it somehow." She wasn't dead, but her voice was half dead. "Ho, you all worked hard on the test." As Mary Ross spoke in a gentle voice, the relaxed students focused on her words one by one. No students left after the exam. "Cheryl, get up. It's tip time." "Oh, right." Cheryl, who was becoming one with the desk, raised her head quickly, straightened her back and entered the listening mode. Usually, students run out of the classroom immediately after a test, but today they did not. There is only one reason to stay in the classroom and give Teacher Marie Ross a look of anticipation. It was because of the special subject that they could only take in Teacher Marie Ross's class. There is a famous story among students in Theon. Teacher Marie Ross tells the students who take her class that they had a hard time taking the test and then talks about a topic that's not in her class materials. This is the tip time that Flora told to Cheryl. And this tip time is both fun and very useful, so it's popular among students. It was not just a tip, but information that might become a big topic in the magic world, so students paid attention to it. As everyone knows by taking the test today, I have an additional explanation about the precautions for magic transfer. The students listened closely and some had even prepared to take notes. Magic transfer is done between wizards. It can also become very dangerous if the messenger has poor control of the magic power. These days, mana recovery potions are used, but if that doesn't work, it's not uncommon to transfer magic power to a patient who is out of power as an emergency treatment. Realistically, you can save money on medicine if you take a little risk. But you know what? A mysterious phenomenon occurs when the magic power of the two wizards collides and is mixed together. Teacher, what is that mysterious phenomenon? You can read memories. You can read memories while sharing magic power? Unlike the bewildered students, some of them who had their own knowledge in this area responded that they had heard of it somewhere. This is called memory storming, and it's actually a phenomenon listed in the Tower Papers. No way. You're not lying? I think I've heard of it. Marie Ross smiled mildly as if the students' reactions were cute. Do you know mana has a memory? Mana is said to contain many things that we don't know. In particular, the mana inherent in the wizard's body contains more memories the longer it sticks with the wizard. Teacher, how does mana remember? When asked by the student, Marie Ross shook her head. Unfortunately, it hasn't been revealed yet. There is a lack of research, and it hasn't been long since the paper came out. What? Mana is still an unknown power, and it is our job as wizards to explore it. However, recently, research results from the tower came out, and although the cause of this memory storming phenomenon is not known, it is said that it can be used. She was speaking lightly, but the weight of her words was great. It was too easy to talk about the research results from the new tower, which was split from the old tower. This is the reason why Marie Ross time was famous among students. As expected, she's the longest-serving teacher in Theon. Among the students she taught, there are a lot of people from the tower, right? Even after they graduate, she still keeps in touch with her students. The students were excited about the news that was not yet known. Actually, there are only talismans that can implement this memory storming phenomenon. In a very small way, my old disciple sent it to me as a gift, saying it was a success. Mary Ross took out several pieces of paper that looked like a white talisman. They had a geometric pattern on them that can cause memory storming. It's a prototype and it's not that effective, so there's no risk. Who wants to try it? Was she saying that if they use the talisman, they can read the memories contained in magical powers? When the students were puzzled by it, Flora Lumos was the only one whose eyes lit up. Can I use that on other people? Her brilliant mind was already thinking of a different way. Memories exist in mana. This is a topic that has recently emerged, and it has been enough to rekindle the interest of wizards and scholars in the unknown power of mana. The phenomenon in which the memories collide and one feels as if he had experienced the past of another person was called memory streaming. The wizards studied the phenomenon of memory streaming and pondered how to utilize it. At the end of that, they completed one thing, and this was the talisman that Marie Ross showed the students. Miss Marie, is it dangerous? At first glance, it sounds interesting to hear that you can read memories, but the side effects might be too much. Actually, memory streaming can be toxic in extreme cases. The memories can be so confused that it creates a rift in the ego. It wasn't that there were no victims. Although there are very few, there have been cases where memory streaming caused confusion and the people thought they were the ones whom they saw the memories of. These mental side effects were difficult to treat even with divine magic. But it was an accident when someone tried to deliver mana in a hurry without following safety rules. And even in that case, the side effects are so small that they come out 1 out of every 100. But it can happen, right? Yes. However, this talisman, which came out as a prototype this time, is a product made so that you do not have to worry about such side effects. It's a consumable artifact, so its power is weak, but its stability is high. The students who were a little skeptical were also curious about the high stability. It was good to see that there was no danger since Miss Marie had said so. All of the students raised their hands saying they wanted to try using the talisman. On the contrary, Marie, who brought up this positive response, was embarrassed. Oh, there are so many students who want to do it. First of all, I brought it according to the number just in case. The number of students taking Mary Ross's lectures is quite high, with the largest number of students at 80. It was also a joint subject of the first and second years, so it was difficult to empty a single seat. Mary Ross himself was aware of it, so she brought 40 talismans. But there's something to be careful about. This is used in pairs of 2 people, and simply injecting your own magical energy does not mean that memory streaming occurs. You must have a partner, but the most important thing to note is that others can see the past that you do not want to show. After that, the students looked into each other's eyes. Inside they had the desire to try it, but they were worried because they had to do it in teams of 2. Maybe someone else might find out about their secret. It is unlikely that such a thing will be caught in countless memories, but the chance it's not zero. What are you going to do? Shall we try? I'm curious. Seeing my memories, it's a little broken bar. Who cares? It's nothing. Those who cared about privacy were very reluctant to use the talisman. No matter how close you are to your partner, there is one secret you don't want others to know, especially in the case of opposite sex. Who wants to try it? When Teacher Marie Ross asked for confirmation, the number of students raising their hands decreased significantly compared to before. Still, around half of the students in the classroom showed interest. Renee, let's give it a try. What? Are you sure? Renee asked, embarrassed by Erenda's suggestion. She never thought that the third princess would make the suggestion first. Don't you want to be honest? Erenda coaxed Renee. Honestly, Erenda wanted to try because the part of sharing memories with friends was a romantic notion for Erenda. I can't believe I can share memories with my friends. Erenda, who had never made friends, was quite obsessed with this. Like wonderful memories with friends or unforgettable memories. In fact, it is also a phrase that often appears in novels. Of course, sharing memories through memory streaming is different from sharing real memories, but Erenda, who had no friends, judged that they saw that it was the same. It won't be much if you look at mine. Would you be okay? Renee was worried about Erenda. She is a commoner of little importance, but Erenda is the third princess of the empire. The difference in their status wouldn't have allowed them to stay next to each other and talk like this if it weren't for Theon. She doesn't have much resistance to showing her past, but she wondered if it wasn't a crime for a commoner to peek at the memory of a princess. Renee thought she was ignorant of the world, but she was sure that this was an issue. Whatever. I don't really care either. I don't have much to show you anyway. Erenda didn't think much of it. If it wasn't because of her relationship with her sister, she would have hesitated, but there was nothing more to hide since Fudenelberg had already exposed it to Renee. She was the third princess who was pushed out of the fight for the throne, so she didn't even know any important information as others thought. Oh, well. When Erenda herself said this, Renee no longer tried to break her stubbornness. In fact, she was curious about memory streaming. Yes. Let's do it. Good. Erenda went straight to the podium and received a talisman from Teacher Marie Ross. Marie Ross seemed quite surprised that Erenda, the third princess, would come forward, but soon nodded with a gentle smile. Well, let's do it. Some students were already using talisman. Suppressing her excitement, Erenda held talisman's one end in her hand and held it out to Renee, who grabbed the other end. The way to use the talisman was simple. The 2 parties can each hold one end and inject mana. Both ends of the white talisman were gradually colored in different colors due to the influence of mana. The side that Renee held was dark gray, and the side that Erenda held was brilliant gold. Gradually, the spreading color came across the center of talisman and began to blend in with the figure drawn on it. Renee and Erenda, who were closing their eyes, trembled at the same time. A huge stream hit their minds. The flow was very large and strong, just like the flooding river after the heavy rain. It's a broken bar. Renee stared at the scene like a huge torrent where it was hard to discern even an inch ahead quietly. It was an overwhelming landscape that she had never seen before, but she instinctively realized what it was. That huge torrent was the passage of time and the memory of Erenda. Is this the memory streaming phenomenon? Several scenes passed quickly like a panorama in the huge whirlwind. The sight of them coming into the classroom a while ago came to mind, blinking like a flashing light bulb. Can I look further back at the past if I follow the flow? Renee stepped against the great flow. There was quite a lot of pressure, but it wasn't just unbearable. How long could she go back? I think it's getting harder and harder. The more she went against the flow, the stronger the burden on her body. Even though it was protected by mana, it was too much. In the end, as soon as she gave up moving and released her mana, a scene unfolded in front of Renee. Senior Irenda, who was now a sophomore, was a freshman who had just entered Theon. Her appearance was no different from now, but her atmosphere itself looked much fresher than when she first saw her at the beginning of the semester. The scene has been conveyed vividly as if she was experiencing it herself. This is the memory of Senior. While marveling at the mysterious phenomenon of memory streaming, she suddenly wondered what kind of school days Irenda had in her freshman year. Renee watched the scene with a little excitement, but it wasn't long before she made a grim face. Flora was troubled to see the talisman in her hand. If you put the other person's magic on this piece of paper, can you read the memory by sharing the person's magic? It was quite an interesting discovery. It's just that it's a bit of a waste to use it now. Flora looked at Cheryl sitting next to her with indifferent gaze. When Cheryl faced the gaze, she trembled like a frightened rabbit. Well, Flora, you're not going to use that, are you? Why? You don't like it? Oh, number. It's not that I don't like it. It's just a broken bar. Should I say that I'm not ready for it? Cheryl's reaction was unexpected. If it was her usual self, she would have rushed to do it, thinking it was rather good. Though trying to pretend not to, Cheryl was now extremely reluctant to do memory streaming. Was there something in the past that she wanted to hide from her? No way. How long have I known Cheryl? Flora skimmed through the classroom. Some students did memory streaming, but some did not. Well, if you don't want to use it, don't. Flora slipped talisman into her pocket. No one noticed her behavior because memory streaming was over throughout the classroom at that time. Students who peeked into each other's memories laughed as if they had seen something interesting, or reacted as if there was nothing special. Hey, Playboy, you said you only loved me. Now I know why you didn't want to use it. Gee, calm down. Cough. Sometimes there were interesting situations that were Marie Ross smiled awkwardly as she saw a woman believed to be a couple shaking a man by the collar. It was the moment when a couple disappeared from Theon Academy. Renee and Irenda also opened their closed eyes after the memory streaming was over. It's fascinating to see the memories inherent in magic through memory streaming. It might seem like a lot of time has passed, but it was only an instant. How was it, Junior Renee? Oh, me? Renee was embarrassed because she didn't know how to answer Irenda. She carefully opened her mouth, as she pondered whether to say this or not. That a broken bar senior. You know what? Huh? What? I don't think it's right to send invitations to students who are not close to you even on birthdays. Aha, broken bar. At Renee's words, Irenda recalled the dark history of the past that she had forgotten. The useless days of trying to make friends in Theon with dreams and hopes. Now, every time she sleeps, her past comes to mind and makes her kick the blanket. Renee looked at her past when she was a freshman. The event she wanted to forget the most, and nearly all of it, was her birthday party. That a broken bar. I understand you. Ha. Irenda closed her eyes tightly. It was more painful for her to see Renee's sincere sympathy than to be caught in her past. More than that, what kind of past did you see? I'm really curious, too. Did you watch the memories from a year ago? Renee asked a question to change the subject. In fact, Renee was not very curious about her past since there wasn't anything special. Her judgment was that Irenda would have looked at the past a year ago like herself at best. The days when she just stayed in her small room all day and studied. I've seen a little further back in the past. However, contrary to Renee's thought, what Irenda saw was completely unexpected. You could see so further back? I don't know how far it was, but what I saw was a little strange. What? What I saw was how you looked when you were young. It was a time when you looked more than 10 years younger than now. Irenda, who was saying that, realized that something was strange, and touched her forehead with her hand. But something's wrong. Normally, this is viewed from the perspective of the person who remembers, right? But I saw your childhood from someone else's perspective. Someone else? Who? Maybe it was your mother. The landscape that Irenda saw was not from Renee's point of view, but from her mother's point of view. The memory of holding Renee in her arms as a young child, who was still less than 10 years old, was still vividly felt by Irenda. A cabin on the meadow where no one lived. You lived there alone with your mother? I thought that Renee was loved by her mother. Senior, what do you mean? When Renee actually heard the words, she was curious. I grew up without my parents. After finishing the second test, I immediately returned to the teacher's office and started cleaning up the test. There was nothing to worry about because the scoring was done on the spot anyway. Are we officially preparing for the festival now? Speaking of festivals reminds me of my past life. In fact, I lived a life that was not related to festivals. The only thing I remember was a college festival, but it was all about singing famous singers and opening a bar to drink. Still, since it's Theon, it's a lot different when it comes to festivals. While thinking about that, Sedina handed me a piece of paper, saying it was an official letter that had just come. What's this? This is the schedule for the Magic Festival. Didn't you get the schedule already? Well, it seems that there were some changes as the festival is held early this time. That's why they are announcing the new schedule. There's nothing strange about it. My opinion is that the festival, which would have been held at the end of the first semester, was moved up early, so that much is natural. While reading the official letter with such a light thought, I narrowed my eyes to the contents. At the Magic Festival event match, there is a magic duel between teachers. In addition, the promoter was Hugo Bertag. Initiator, Hugo Bertag. As soon as I saw the name, I could feel his plot in the event of a public match between teachers. You say that we should hold a unique event, but in reality, you intend to further solidify the position of the aristocratic forces you lead? Perhaps Hugo found fault with the president's arbitrary change of schedule. Not long ago, Hugo and other teachers from the noble faction went to protest against the president. I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know the exact situation, but this proposal was probably their suggestion. It seems that the duel will be between aristocratic teachers and commoner teachers. The main target is, of course, the teachers who teach the first and second years. On the festival day, guests from outside will also visit, so they will fight with a smile. However, behind the scenes, was Hugo Bertag's calculation that he would take this opportunity to solidify the position of aristocratic teachers in Theon. This is going to be a bit of a headache. Usually, when such events are held, it is natural for new teachers to attend. No matter which organization you go to, the first thing the youngest members have to do is unchanged. Perhaps in the case of this event, newly appointed teachers must attend. I don't know if Esmeralda, the First Order, will move during the festival, but I have to participate in an event like this. To be honest, I don't want to waste my time. However, I cannot force out events that have already been decided. That's the youngest sadness. It would be best to fight moderately in the beginning and lose. When the festival begins in earnest, it will be difficult to make time since teachers have to patrol regularly in pairs. Because we don't know when or where an incident will happen. As Theon is an academy that fosters wizards, the frequency of events occurring there when the festival is held is incomparable to usual. If an incident related to various magic experiments happens, many people might lose their lives. There is a protective magic and safety magic in place to prevent it. But in this situation we must always assume the worst. Since we are given free time, I should try to stop Esmeralda somehow by aiming for the time. The festival is 1 week away, so I must be fully prepared. So you don't have memories related to your parents in the past, do you? In Fuden's secret spot that became a regular eating place, Irenda wrinkled her forehead as if she was seriously troubled. It's strange, but what I saw was definitely you from the past. Are you sure I'm the one you saw? Of course. I can't mistake the color of your hair, and memory streaming is based on the person's magic. I saw it with your magic, so of course it's your past. But a broken bar, well, I heard you saw it from the perspective of my mother's point of view, not my eyes. Yeah, that's why it's weird. It's normal to see it from the point of view of the mana owner. First of all, in my case, I saw your past, so the talisman it's working properly. When the story of Irenda's first year was about to come out, She hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, I think what I saw is quite different from the usual case. You feel the same way, don't you? Well, I'm sure it is, but I don't think I'm sure of this either. The phenomenon of memory streaming is not well known yet, so there may be an exceptional situation, Renee retorted, because she had no memories related to her parents. Renee, you really don't remember anything from the past? Yes. All I remember is that when I was young, I came to my senses and my teacher brought me up. Teacher? Yes. He taught me magic before I entered Theon. What kind of person was he? He's like a grandfather. He was small and frivolous, but he was still a good person. He treated me like his granddaughter. Irenda stroked her chin. There was something strange about Renee's inability to remember her past. She can't make a person remember all their past since humans are creatures of oblivion. She doesn't understand why Renee can't remember what happened when she was a child. Even so, when it comes to remembering childhood, it is common to vaguely recall it. Even a small memory was good, but Renee didn't remember anything. To be exact, it would be right to say that her memory was forcibly cut off by someone. It's weird. No matter how much I think about it. You can't remember your parents? There's no way you didn't have parents. Before I grew up, maybe it was sold. In fact, such things are common. Ordinary people without money sold their magic-talented children to wizards. Even considering that, it's strange that you don't remember a thing. That's true. And in the past, you seemed to be very happy with your mother. You only looked about 9 years old then. 9 years old. A broken bar. Renee, what is the oldest memory you remember? Well, I think it was when I was about 10 years old. Don't you think it's weird? How can you not remember anything before you were 10 years old? A broken bar. A broken bar. Yes. So far, Renee hasn't been very curious about her past. It's obviously a strange thing if you think about it rationally. She has no memories before being 10 years old, and her teacher raised it after that. What's surprising is that until Irenda pointed it out, Renee herself didn't feel it was strange at all, but her expression hardened as she recognized the seriousness of the situation. You said that you remember when you were with your teacher, right? Yes, that's right. Then I think the teacher might have something to do with it. What? My teacher? Renee, even if he was your teacher, you shouldn't believe him so easily. The situation is so suspicious in the first place, and maybe he's been nice to you in your understanding, but that might have been acting. A broken bar. A broken bar. Renee could not answer because, as Irenda said, her teacher may be related to her erased past. Has her teacher erased her memory, or is it related to someone else who erased the memory? Then why did he do his best to teach her magic and raise her? I don't know. There are a lot of unknowns. All the memories of her past that disappeared and the mother Irenda talked about. The only way to check right now is to try memory streaming again. But haven't we used the talisman already? That's why it's not even possible. But as Miss Marie Ross said, if the talisman is released on the market, it will be possible to check then. Irenda held Renee's hand as she looked at her, whose expression became sullen while talking. Don't worry too much. I'm sure it'll work out. And you know what? Maybe your parents are alive somewhere. I guess so. Of course. Renee's expression brightened a little as if her sincere consolation helped, but Irenda couldn't get rid of some anxiety while looking at her. It's definitely strange that Renee's memories were erased. There was definitely some sort of incident there. Besides that, there are more strange things. Irenda looked at Renee's past through her magic, but what she actually saw was not the past from Renee's point of view, but from her mother's. How could I see her mother's memory through her magic? Is that really possible? Mana belongs solely to the individual, and it was basic common sense that no one else could replace the magic of others. But now the common sense was destroyed, and at the same time, she felt that Renee had a huge secret that she didn't know. I think I'll be able to figure it out if I dig a little more. Why don't we go see Miss Marie Ross now and ask for more talismans? But even if we use it, there is no certainty that I can clearly see the memories of the past that have disappeared. What do I do? This is the first friend she made since she came to Theon, and Irenda wanted to do her best to help Renee regain her memory. I can't believe you erased the memory of such a good child. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you'll pay for it." As Irenda was burning inside, a new guest appeared in the secret spot. "You're here again, third princess." It was Fuden Ulberg. He suddenly noticed that Renee and Irenda's expressions were unusually serious. "Renee, what happened?" "Oh, that's a broken bar." "Nothing happened." It was Irenda who cut off Renee. She immediately winked at Renee, telling her not to speak about what happened. Renee also noticed the gaze and shut up. "A broken bar, is that so?" Fuden wondered at the behavior of the two women, but did not dig deeper because a bothersome person followed him. "Wow, what? The third princess is here? What a strange combination." A fine-eyed man with long scarlet hair tied to his tail, Henry Presto, appeared pitifully behind Fuden. "Senior Henry?" "Renee, nice to meet you." "Long time no see." "Henry Presto, what are you doing here?" Irenda stared at Henry and said, Henry's family, the Presto family, was a long-established family who had served the Ulbergs, one of the three great dukes. The three dukes of the Exilian Empire have their own vassal families. Such a family has a presence above its original position among nobles. The Wagner family serves Lumos, the symbol of the eagle. The Devil family serves Kadushan, the symbol of the mountain goat. And finally, the Presto family serves Ulberg, the symbol of the wolf. A frivolous and light-spoken person like you. Of course, Irenda would not be too wary of being a simple vassal, but Henry was a particularly nasty person among them. Unlike Cheryl, who goes with Flora, everything that happened in Theon had to do with Henry. He also saw all the events in Theon as if he had put them on his palm. As a model student, Irenda had no choice but to be wary. "You speak ill of me. What have I done so wrong?" A broken bar, I should set boundaries in the first place." There was another reason why Irenda was especially wary of Henry. "Do you still have the incident from when you were a freshman in mind?" "I told you then. But I'm not the one who started the rumor." "Be quiet." This was because Henry was the one who spread Irenda's dark history in the first grade. Henry smiled embarrassingly and scratched his cheek with his index finger. "Oh, my. I can't prove my innocence." "Even if you didn't make the rumor, you can't say you didn't fuel it." "To inform others of the dark history that could be called a lady's wounds." How can she not say that he lacks manners and consideration? Henry is Fuden's friend. This was the reason why Irenda hated Fuden. If the two are friends, then Fuden must be a similar person. A broken bar, was that why you were wary of me?" In fact, Fuden realized the reason why Irenda hated him, and he was rarely embarrassed. "Anyway, this is between women, so don't interrupt." A broken bar, I wasn't even interested in the first place." "Oh, I'm a little curious." "Can you tell me what you talked about?" "Shuck." At the sight of Irenda threatening him like a stray cat, Henry shuddered. Then he raised his hands and stepped back and waved to Renee, who looked at him curiously. "Hi, Renee." "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "What?" "Oh, yes." "Hold on, Renee. Don't tell me you know that cunning snake-like man." "What do you mean, a cunning snake?" "Even if you're a princess, you're being too harsh." "Be quiet." Renee nodded with a puzzled face. "Yes, I just happened to meet him and got some help." "You got help?" "He didn't ask for conditions, using that as an excuse." "Did he?" "Excuse me, princess. No matter how much I say that, it hurts. I didn't ask for any conditions in the first place." "Is that true?" "Henry is right. I was just recommended a good part-time job." It was a part-time job with a very good allowance. All she had to do was go to the banquet hall and serve quietly. Come to think of it, the banquet hall where I went to work at that time was the place where the terrorist attack occurred. Renee's words were said casually because it was already in the past, but Irenda's eyebrows watered over the bombshell. "Nothing happened." "As expected. You're an incredible person." "Oh? What?" Henry broke out in a cold at Irenda's gaze and asked Fuden for help. "Let's stop there." I don't think Henry had any bad intentions. "Maybe." "Are you going to do that too, Fuden?" As if this is all he can do, Fuden did not bring it up anymore. "Oh, my. There's no one on my side here." Henry shook his head helplessly. On the surface, he looked embarrassed, but his sharp gaze was already shining like a snake searching for its prey. "Oh, right. Junior Renee, you know the festival is soon, right?" "What?" "Oh, yes." At Henry's question, which suddenly changed the subject, Renee suddenly nodded. Since you're a freshman, this is your first magic festival, right? Then should I give you some good information? Good information? Renee had a slightly wary reaction. That's right. Didn't she almost died after going to a part-time job that Henry recommended? When Henry saw her reaction, he waved his hand. I really didn't know that at the time. I swear, but this time it's the ONS festival, so there's nothing too dangerous. Really? Still a broken bar. I can't help it if you don't want my help. But it's about a part-time job that pays more than 3 times more than back then. I'll go. Renee shrieked, her eyes shining. She no longer cared about the past. Wait, Renee, if you suddenly accept it like that, a broken bar. Wow. You're a reliable person. Junior Renee, thanks. I'll let you know the details later. Henry thanked Renee before Earender nagged him again and left as if he was running away. Earender shouted to his back, but Henry had already disappeared from sight. She bit her lips and swung her head toward Renee. Her long blonde hair moved with it. Renee, why did you take that suspicious person's suggestion carelessly? What? A broken bar, a part-time job with a good income. I have no choice but to receive it. Why? Didn't you get a scholarship? Earender did not understand Renee's decision. Why? Of course it's because I'm in need of money. Even if I get a full scholarship, it doesn't support the cost of teaching materials and purchasing magic materials. So I have no choice but to earn that money through a part-time job. So, while reducing the cost of food, for a while, she only ate 3 meals with baked potatoes. Really? Earender was surprised as if she had never heard such a thing before, while Fuden, who was watching from the side, sighed and shook his head. You didn't know about such small things because the third princess is rich enough, but the common people who lack money have no choice but to make money that way. Earender was even more shocked to hear this from Fuden, not anyone else. I'm sorry, Renee. I spoke without knowing anything. I know it's because you're worried about me, so I don't really care. Earender blamed her lack of knowledge, but in fact it was natural that she didn't know. The on-full tuition support system seems to work well on the outside, but there were many shortcomings in the details. Fuden added an explanation. Since the department in charge of finances is full of nobles, the common people do not enjoy all the proper benefits. The tuition support system, which had been present just in name before, was able to come this far thanks to the strong push by Elisa Willow after she became president. However, there were a lot of things that had to be fixed. I can't believe that happened. I'm glad you know now. Third Princess. Fuden, how do you know this in detail, then? Wasn't it that you weren't interested in the commoners at all? The externally known image of Fuden Ulberg is the leader of the aristocratic students faction. For the commoner students, he was the head of aristocrats who looked down on them and bullied them. Who would have thought that he had an unexpected hobby such as cultivating flower beds? But even so, his actions were bound to seem strange for the third princess. At least so far, Earender thought so. You had an unexpected aspect of caring about the common people. Think as you please. I just said what I knew. Fuden turned his back as if he didn't want to talk anymore. Oh, Mr. Fuden, are you leaving? I just stopped while passing by. I have an appointment, so I have to go now. If that's the case, why are you here? Fuden lightly responded to Earender, who was grumbling. I'm a busy person because I'm very popular unlike others. What? So who's the proud Prince Ulberg going to see now? An annoyance. Fuden said, lightly loosening the collar of his tight school uniform with one hand. I got a request for marriage. After saying so he left his seat. Marriage? Who could it be? What? Are you interested? No way. Renee shook her head as if it was nonsense. I'm just amazed that such things really happen among the nobles. As a commoner, it was astonishing that something she had only seen in her novels actually happened. You're here. Did you wait? Henry, who was waiting for Fuden outside the garden, found him coming out and asked nicely, where are you meeting? The 3rd floor of the cafeteria. I made an appointment in a hurry, but I succeeded in renting a whole floor. You did something unnecessary. What? The fewer the eyes, the better, right? Henry shrugged his shoulders and sent a sly gaze to Fuden. So, what's your relationship with the kid named Renee? There's nothing going on. Without stopping, Fuden replied casually. Of course, Henry, who had known Fuden for a long time, did not believe him. You don't expect me to believe that, right? You were indifferent to the nobles showing interest and suddenly started taking care of a commoner girl? You talk a lot today. I have a lot of questions. It was a frivolous remark and action that an Ulberg vassal shouldn't do, but Frieden did not bother to point that out. Their relationship has been like this for a long time. I'm just interested. Oh, what's your interest? Appearance, right? Let's stop chatting. We've arrived. At the entrance of the cafeteria not far away, a woman stood still. She has a name tag that symbolizes the second graders and lemon-colored bobbed hair. It was Cheryl Wagner, the darling of the Wagner family, who had long served the Lumers family. Frieden, who recognized her, had a rare wrinkle on his forehead. TSK. Lumos again? I couldn't help it. The instructions came out before I realized the situation. It seems that the family is trying to achieve this condition as quickly as possible. It must be the will of the family head and the old man to strengthen the family alliance. They don't care what the party's opinions are. Well, this hasn't happened once or twice, has it? For something like that, this time it's pretty blatant. I think it's because the festival has been moved forward. Festival? Henry continued his explanation. It seems that the heads of both families are going to visit Theon during the festival. So what? That's not what I'm saying. You've been putting off all the wedding talks before, haven't you? I didn't put them all off. You turned down more than half, so the old people in the family are in a hurry since the Lord will visit Theon during the festival and want to show a good performance. That's silly. A wolf can never be with an eagle. What did they think would change if they came to Theon? It's a problem because you don't think so. Just in time, Cheryl also saw them and waved. Henry also whispered to Frieden, smiling and waving his hands. Anyway, just do whatever you want. You acted as if you were going to make this marriage happen, but you changed your mind? What do you mean change? Henry smirked and tapped Frieden on the shoulder instead of his usual pretentious smile. I've been saying this for a long time. I'm always on your side. That's what I'm going to do as a servant. A broken bar, yes, I see. Oh, come on, both of you. Henry waited at the entrance with Cheryl, and Frieden went up to the third floor of the restaurant alone. Inside the restaurant, where the soft light shines from the window, he saw a woman sitting high at the table in the center, so Frieden naturally approached and sat opposite her. Frieden Ulberg didn't want to come here, but he could tell by her face that his opponent was the same. Flora Lumos kept staring out of the window without giving him a single glance, even though he sat down, as if they were used to this kind of thing. The behavior of the two was natural. The chef approached the two silent people. Here's the food. He wanted to run away quickly in this breathtaking atmosphere, so he quickly withdrew after he left the food. When the dish came out, the two people who were still moved at the same time and naturally grabbed a fork and knife and cut the meat. It was Frieden who opened his mouth first. You don't usually show your face. What's going on? Flora Lumos, who cut a piece of cut meat with a knife, wiped her lips with a napkin. I was tricked into coming. I see. Then again, the meal continued in silence. Normally, he wouldn't have said anything until I finished eating here, but today was different. Recently, Flora's knife stopped cutting the meat. Suddenly, a questionable gaze flew toward Frieden, who opened his mouth. I hear the name Rudgitulusai a lot. A broken bar, so? Do you take his classes too? I don't know why you're wondering about something like that. I was just curious. I've heard the teacher's name so often lately. Frieden stared intently at the plated vegetables and stabbed them with his fork. It's been a long time since I gave up expecting a normal reaction from Frieden anyway, so Flora opened her mouth with a half-gave-up look. It's a manifestation class, a common subject for first and second graders. What do you think? What do you mean? The teacher. Did he say something special? Special? First of all, at least for Flora, Rudgitulusai is a very capable man. The same goes for everyone else. I don't know. Well, what's going on? It's not your usual reaction. Weren't other people good objects to make fun of whether they were teachers or not? She tried to pretend she wasn't interested, but Frieden, who was sharp, immediately noticed her strangeness. You seem to be interested in something, right? The Wolf of Ulberg I know was never a person that took interest in others. Frieden responded calmly, and Flora, who glared at him from the perspective of a third party, They were a pair of a handsome man and a beautiful woman who fit well with each other, but under their appearance they had never understood each other. I can see that Mr. Roger is not ordinary just by your reaction. Oh, is that so? So what are you going to do now? What do you want me to do? With what excuse are you going to break up the marriage this time? Isn't that why you're here anyway? Flora talked as if she was used to it by now, and Fuden put his fork and knife on the table. Don't worry. As always, it is my job to cancel this wedding. What's the reason? Wasn't it you who said that if you cancel the marriage without any reason, there would be a problem? The weather was gloomy last time. He didn't like the place before, and before that, he was in a low mood. Fuden broke the marriage with Flora several times with all kinds of excuses and avoided it. The reason? Fuden pretended to be a little troubled, then looked at the dish he had left half eaten and said, "The food doesn't taste good." Then he got up from his seat. "That's what I'll say. Suit yourself. He's an unlucky man." Flora's assessment of Fuden has been consistent in the past and now. Normally, Fuden would have left here first, and Flora would have stayed. It was to remind people that it was Fuden who unilaterally broke the marriage. However, unlike usual, has she also experienced a strange change of heart? "Hey!" Flora called him as he left. Fuden stopped and turned his head halfway, asking what was going on. His gaze contained the meaning of "Why are you calling me?" Maybe she shouldn't have talked to him. Although she regretted her unknowingly behavior, Flora decided to go on shamelessly since it happened. "I want to ask you a question." "You? Well, let's hear it." "It's not a big question or something to do with the family anyway. Do you know where I can get dried mandragora?" Fuden's face frowned at the question as if it was difficult to understand. Preparations for the festival were in full swing. Unseen barracks came up everywhere, and magic gillums eagerly carried heavy loads. The students who were completely free after the second test were also working hard. There, Magic Festival, one of the main agendas, and there were only a few days before it began. I was lost in thought as I watched the scene below the teacher's office window. I wondered if the Black Dawn Society would show some suspicious movement during the festival preparation, but they haven't. I asked Sedina, but she also replied that there was nothing much going on yet. Considering that there are quite a few orders under Esmeralda, it wouldn't have been strange to have already been ordered to move by now. What the hell is Esmeralda going to do? It's too late now to suddenly plan something. So she's not going to do anything? Or will you act alone without telling your subordinates? Isn't that too reckless? At that moment, a voice came from the lab next door. The crystal ball. Is it Hans? I'm glad I left another crystal ball in the lab just in case. Entering the lab, I operated the crystal ball by using sound blocking magic around it. Hans, what's going on? Did you earn any money? Money? Of course I have. Hans' voice from beyond the crystal ball seemed excited, as if he had found out a pretty surprising fact. What you asked me to find out. I finally found it. There were many nobles who went from the kingdom of Duman to other countries, but there was only one that met the conditions you said. Who is it? It's Duke Fabius. Fabius? I've never heard of it. 5 years ago, when I was working as the hunter, Abraham Van Helsing, my main stage was the kingdom of Duman. After hunting the beast of Ga copyright of Orden, many people called me a great hunter and tried to contact me, most of whom were nobles who wanted to keep me under their command. But I had never heard of the name Fabius even among the noble families. It's for the first time that I hear about the existence of this duke. I can't believe there was such a duke. I didn't hear about him when I was a hunter. At the time when brother was there, Duke Fabius was not in the kingdom of Duman. It didn't exist. The Duke family? I need a detailed story. As you know, the kingdom of Duman was ruined 5 years ago after the Bloody Night incident. Yeah. Due to the abnormal proliferation of cryptids, the state has completely lost credibility of the people. Although the cryptids hunt ended successfully, the damage was devastating. The estimated damage was astronomical. So did the kingdom release the money to compensate? What compensation? They were busy filling their pockets. No matter how many commoners died, it didn't matter much to the nobles. Rather, they would have liked it better if the number of people trying to start a revolution decreased. These actions ignited the anger of the citizens that had been suppressed. Above all, It was not a knight or a wizard but only a hunter who killed the beast of Ga copyright Vodn at the time. It was like pouring oil at a time when there were many complaints about the defeat of the nobles and the result was directly linked to the revolution. The angry people raised a flag of revolution that was incomparable to before, and the royal family sacrificed the nobles to live. In fact, the royals were the same people, but they had something better than the aristocracy, so they were quick to notice. Thanks to the swift condemnation of the nobles, the royal family was able to maintain the name Dummen, at least nominally. Most of the nobles were divided and other nobles, who recognized the seriousness of the situation, attempted to flee to another country as a whole with their families. In other words, it was after the Bloody Night incident that the nobles of the Dummen kingdom fled to other countries. However, it was said that the Duke Fabius defected before it happened, so I didn't understand. He left years before the revolution? A broken bar, it wasn't being exiled. Did they run away? Yes, you're right, they ran away. They ran away. From what? He was curious about that, too, so I looked for a reason. A broken bar, there's something weird going on. A case? No, it's a little vague to call it a case. Hands over the crystal ball seemed quite embarrassed, wondering if he could say this. Just say it. There was a rumor that the family itself was cursed before the Fabius family went into exile. Cursed? At the sudden words, Roger remained silent and Hans' explanation followed. That's right. One day, the family's elders disappeared. The elders disappeared. Is such a problem related to a curse? The problem is that it didn't end there. The people in the family disappeared one by one. The culmination of that is the previous house master, who stepped down, was burned alive. Burned alive? What's interesting is that the house was not on fire. Only the previous housemaster caught fire and died. It was such a strange story that no one believed it even though rumors spread at the time. At the end of the day, people had no choice but to be afraid because the Fabius family received God's punishment. If you look at the flow, even the elders who disappeared one by a broken bar. Right. They were all burnt to death. Just like the death of the former housemaster, their bodies suddenly caught fire and became ashes. The family hid it as much as possible, but they got caught. It's strange. That's right, it's strange. The Duke's family would have strict security, and a part of the family members were wizards. All those people were burned to death one by one. It made sense for people to say that it was God's punishment, not just assassination. Was that why the Duke family of a country fled like they were exiled? The people of the Fabius family also realized that the curse, or something else, was trying to kill them, so they ran away to all parts of the continent to live separated and scattered from each other. But the incarnation of revenge created by the union of death, malice, hatred, and sadness followed them. How many members of the Fabius family are left? Only one. He didn't know how many people were there in the Fabius family, but it would never have been a small that number because it was a family with a duke position in a country. There should have been at least 100 people. Are all the rest dead? Of course, they were all burned to death. Esmeralda found all those members and killed them. But wizards wouldn't have died like this. Was there any resistance? There was. They hired people, called knights, and everything, but as you can see the results are broken bar. Is that so? I watched the case in chronological order, and I found something unusual. The scale of the fire is increasing. The scale has increased. A rustling sound was heard over the crystal ball. It seemed that Hans was looking through the data he had collected. At first, only the people of the Fabius family died. A scared man had dozens of bodyguards, but only he was burned to death like a ghost. You mean they didn't touch anyone else? But as more and more new arson attacks took place, the damage began to spread not only to people from the Fabius family, but also to people around them. At first only the members of the Fabius family were targeted, but things escalated. It got bigger and bigger, and in the last case a whole house was burned down. I remembered Quasimodo, the spirit of fire that appeared in the banquet hall. At that time, I took it for granted that he ran rampant as soon as he appeared, but up until now, he had purely eliminated his targets. The damage, which was initially limited to certain targets, gradually spread. It is surprising, so there must have been some kind of change of mind since the scale has grown. I remembered Esmeralda's past in the painting magic. I don't know what happened to her later, after she disappeared into the darkness of the forest on the day of the Great Fire of Rotan. I don't even know how she got into the Black Dawn Society. Hans, who is the last survivor of the Fabius family. The last surviving member of the Fabius family, it's a guy named Crollo Fabius, and he is also the current head of the Fabius family. The head of the family is still alive? I checked and it was like that. Where's that Crollo Fabius guy? You didn't know? What do you mean I don't know? When Roger responded that he didn't really know, Hans replied in a slightly dismal tone, "That person is a teacher in Theon right now." Roger stopped in front of a private residence for teachers in Theon. Here it is. The plaque at the entrance read, Crollo Fabius. I can't believe he was really working as a teacher in Theon. At times like this it is said that it is dark under the lamp. Don't tell me the last survivor that First Order Esmeralda was chasing was in Theon. Esmeralda infiltrated Theon to kill him. All Esmeralda has done so far was to remove the people of the Fabius family. After eliminating them one by one, the last survivor of the Fabius family was the family head, and he was here in Theon. It's surprising that she moved only for revenge, considering she entered the Black Dawn Society. Zero Order agreed with this. It was hard to conclude recklessly because I didn't know the nature of Zero Order. Ding dong. Roger rang the doorbell but there was no response from within. There's no way he isn't here. Roger had already stopped by Crollo Fabius' teacher's office before coming here. Crollo Fabius was a teacher of Theon, but he was practically close to an honorary teacher. He was not chosen after taking the teacher's test, but because he was a nobleman from the kingdom of Duman and received his position as a condition of asylum. He is an honorary teacher, but he didn't even went to work. Then he must be at home. Maybe he's still sleeping? Roger, who pressed the doorbell a few more times with that thought, shook his head and grabbed the doorknob with his hand. A broken bar, a broken bar. After a moment of silence, Roger carefully let go of the doorknob and slipped back. Immediately after that, the door opened by itself, and an attack magic flew from inside. Magic? It was a sudden attack, but Roger reacted calmly. The source code magic was activated, creating a mana barrier in front of him, and the magic that flew was blocked and scattered. The power is weak. It wasn't a targeted attack but a hastily executed magic. However, there was no guarantee that another attack would not come. There is no one watching now, but if there is a disturbance, it will attract attention. After the judgment, Roger stormed out and ran into the house through an open door. There was a startling cry from the inside. Although it was broad daylight, the inside of the house was dark because of insufficient light, but Roger saw through it. Crollo Fabius was hidden behind a fallen wooden table. While pointing his cane away, without slowing down, Roger immediately jumped at him. The tip of the cane held by Crollo flashed and a ray of light was shot. A third-level light attribute emission magic. The range is narrow, but the penetration is high. It cannot be stopped by a hastily placed barrier, but the ray of light emptily cut through the air. What a broken bar! Crollo opened his mouth wide at the sharp movement that he couldn't believe was executed by a wizard. Shortly thereafter, Roger's right hand, who ran over the table, grabbed his mouth and twisted his arm holding the cane with his left hand. Quiet. Do you want everyone outside to know what's happening here? When I whispered quietly, he stopped screaming. As if he had finally calmed down, his breathing slowed even further. Roger carefully let him go. Who are you? Roger Chulusai. Roger raised his body, which was bent. I'm a new teacher. You're a teacher? Mr. Crollo Fabius, right? That's right. Crollo finally realized that Roger was not an enemy, and sighed in relief. Roger looked around the room that was messy and smelly because it wasn't cleaned in a long time. As I approached the window to open it, Crollo cried out, "Hey, don't open it. Isn't it full of dust? This is my house. Just leave it alone." His eyes were full of fear. Roger also took a closer look at the figure of Crollo Fabius. It was obviously the first time they met, but Roger realized that he was familiar with him. That mana-broken bar. The blonde hair, which used to be brilliant in the past, has now become murky and has lost its shine. Maybe he couldn't wash properly or sleep well, but under his eyes, he was full of dark circles, and his untidy beard grew messy. Crollo Fabius, the last surviving member of the Fabius family and the man that caused the Rotten fire. I couldn't have forgotten what I saw in the magic world of painting. I thought I saw him somewhere. Isn't he the one who talked to teacher Selena a while ago? At that time, I only saw his back, but the blonde hair, physique, and atmosphere were very similar. The man who committed such a thing is still alive. A feeling of disgust rose, but Roger suppressed it. What matters now is that he wasn't trying to hold Crollo Fabius accountable for his crimes. With his hands off the curtains, Roger slowly approached Crollo. He picked up a fallen wooden chair nearby, placed it in front of Crollo and sat there. Mr. Crollo Fabius. What a broken bar. Crollo felt something irresistible form Roger's voice calling his name. He was relieved to hear that you are the new teacher, but what was that atmosphere? Roger's eyes seemed to glow red in the dark. Let's talk. Crollo Fabius watched the man in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. At first he thought he was an assassin who was after him. In fact, there was no way that someone would do such a thing in broad daylight in Theon, but Crollo, who was driven to the edge of the cliff, couldn't think of anything else other than that. So he launched a preemptive strike, but he was subdued in the blink of an eye. He had confidence in his magic and knew that preemptive strikes were the most important thing when wizards fight, but his first attack was blocked with ease and the subsequent one was avoided. He thought the opponent was a wizard, but he felt like he was seeing a black beast wandering through the jungle in the middle of the night. Until his opponent spoke to him, Crollo saw the vision of a giant predator. It was not until he regained his reason that he realized that it was a hallucination, and only then could he see the real face of the intruder. A black-haired man with sharp eyes, who introduced himself as a new teacher, naturally brought a chair and sat on it. Then he said, "Let's talk." Crollo thought it was ridiculous. "What talk? Get out of here. Do you know who I am?" He didn't have the patience to talk with anyone because he didn't knew when the monster would appear. The terrible devil who burned down everything he had achieved might burn him to death right away. Crollo, whose mind was driven to the limit, couldn't afford to care about anything else, and Roger, who recognized his condition, looked around. The room that has been messed up was a sign of fear and obsessive compulsion. "You'll regret it if you don't." "Regret? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that?" "I'm Crollo Fabius." "Duke Fabius." Roger sighed, closing his eyes softly. His bloodshot eyes, slim cheeks, and the smell of alcohol every time he shouted showed that he was not in a good state to be persuaded with words. After the judgment, Roger rose from his chair. "If you knew, get out of here right now." A broken bar. A broken bar. Roger grabbed Crollo by the collar with his right hand and forced him to rise. "I think there was a misunderstanding in what I said." What are you doing?" "I didn't ask you to talk, I told you to do it." Crollo struggled, but Roger remained steadfast. What kind of wizard gripe? A broken bar. A broken bar. Roger only used one hand, but he used both and couldn't move him, and he didn't even strengthen his body with magic. At this time Roger's voice was heard again. "Crollo Fabius, you're still alive even after the Great Fire of Rotan." "You were broken bar." Crollo opened his eyes wide as he didn't expect Roger to talk about that. "Who are you?" "Did the devil send you to kill me?" "If the devil had sent a broken bar." A broken bar. Roger smashed Crollo to the floor. "You would have died a while ago." Cough. "Then why a broken bar?" A broken bar. "I've been investigating a number of cases recently, and something strange has happened. Since he came all the way here, it was impossible to continue while wearing the teacher's mask. Rather, it was necessary to go stronger and be more brazen. The Fabius family fell after the Rotan Great Fire. All the elders, including the former family head, were burned alive under God's punishment, right? Well, how the hell did you? A broken bar. A broken bar. It's too early to be surprised. After that, the people of the family dispersed, but they all died. Crollo shut up. He was pretending not to, but his body was trembling like a thorn. Everyone was burned to death and no one from the Fabius family remained. No, a broken bar. A broken bar. Now you are the last survivor, but how long can you last? What the hell? A broken bar. A broken bar. It was only then that Crollo realized that Roger was not an ordinary teacher. Roger sat back in the chair and loosened his necktie collar slightly. "Do you understand now?" "Who are you?" "You don't have to know, Crollo Fabius." Yes, Crow, who was pushed by Roger's momentum, answered politely. "You are being chased by a scary guy." "That's right." Crawley played lowball with Roger. He felt it instinctively. A line of salvation came down to him, who was shaking because he didn't know when death would come. He realized it only now that his life was at stake. The name Fabius, the Duke Fabius that he has held on so far, was useless. "The devil of fire is coming to kill me." Even then, in the banquet hall, the devil. That's what I thought. Quasimodo appeared at the banquet hall that day because Crollo was also there. Until then, Crollo had no idea, but as soon as he saw Quasimodo, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Roger finally realized that the real purpose of Esmeralda was revenge. She came to Theon to kill the man in front of him. But why didn't she kill him right away? Her movements were quite cautious to be disturbed, so Roger came to one conclusion. She's slowly playing with her prey. Her plan was to make him suffer all the pain she has suffered for a long time. I slowly drive him to the edge of mental and physical health. That's when her revenge will be completed. If he had been watching from a third party's perspective without being directly involved in this situation, Roger would not have paid attention to her actions. However, Roger was deeply involved with the Black Dawn Society. As long as Esmeralda stays in Theon, his life will be in danger. He didn't want to speak about morality when it came to someone else's revenge because he wasn't an honest man. He just wanted to live, so he had to act. So what about him? Who? "The devil of the fire that will come to kill you." I asked you what her name is and what the features of her appearance are. Her name is a broken bar. I don't remember. What? Roger glared at Crollo, wondering what was wrong with him. He doesn't even remember the name of the person who's coming to kill him. Shall I just let him die? When Roger was seriously contemplating inside, Crollo must have felt something, too, so he hurriedly crawled and grabbed Roger's trouser leg. I can remember. Aside from the name, what other specific elements are there? That a broken bar, that she's pretty and that her hair is black. And she's probably in her mid-20s now. A broken bar. Mid-20s? Roger recalled Joanna Lovett. As she infiltrated as a student, Joanna Lovett's appearance was not much different from those around her. She's a little mature, but can he say that she's in her mid-20s? No. Considering that wizards and knights look younger than they really are, even when they get older. Roger stared at Crollo with a look to tell him more. Crollo opened his mouth and hurriedly changed the subject as if there was nothing more to squeeze. "Where did you come from?" "A broken bar. Do you happen to belong to the secret agency of the Empire?" The Imperial Security Agency was quite famous, and even Crollo knew about them. The Nightcrawler Knight, the Knights of the Security Service, was called the Criminal's Nightmare. Also, one of the investigative agencies under their command, Shadow Fang, was an elite team of wizards and mercenaries. If he belonged to such a secret organization, he would have at least a plaque of proof, and Crollo thought so and asked. Roger sighed inwardly. He thought it would work if he intimidated Crollo moderately, but even so he still had a noble side or a clever side. "Do you have nothing to prove your identity?" A broken bar. When Crollo tried to ask with a slightly suspicious gaze, Roger took out a black dog tag out of his inner pocket and showed it to Crollo. "Well, that's a broken bar. Is this not enough?" Crollo shook his head. "Many organizations have cards to prove their identity, but black dog tags are only used in one place. Military. That's also a very secretive unit." Seeing Crollo's suspicions go away, Roger clicked his tongue inside. I'm glad I kept it just in case. Team Black Ops dog tag was one of the things he had collected in the past, and if Crollo had more detailed knowledge in this area, he would have known that this identification tag no longer existed. "Yeah, I knew it." Crow took out a piece of paper from his inner pocket. "What about that?" The devil sent me a broken bar. "A broken bar? It's a letter." He was hiding this even though he was on the verge of death. Whether he was clever or stupid was unknown, but it's a relief he showed it to him at least. Roger's eyes lit up when he saw what was written in the letter. This is not a bad harvest." The letter was short with delicate words written in ink. "The last day of the festival. I will find you." Roger stroked his chin. No unnecessary stuff is written. However, the hatred is evident in her restrained attitude. It was a very encouraging result to find out when Esmeralda would move, if nothing else. With such a blatant warning, I'm sure she'll move on the last day of the festival, as it says here. If he looked at the starting point of action so far, she wouldn't suddenly go crazy. Roger, who took his eyes off the letter, stared at Crollo with a half-hearted gaze. Crollo forced the tip of her mouth to curl up and smiled haphazardly. What do you say? If this is the case, the help is a broken bar. This is not enough. Yes. Roger flung the letter to the floor and the action colored Crollo face with despair. The preparations are in full swing right now and the magic festival will start in 5 days. 5 days to go before the festival and the festival will last 5 days, so Crollo only has 10 days left. That a broken bar. If you ask Theon for help, stupid. Do you think it'll make any difference if I let the president know? Did the other people who were killed so far died because they were stupid? The president wouldn't get involved even if I tell her everything. However, since Crollo believes me, I'll be able to use him. What should I do? Wait for now. What the hell? A broken bar. The opponent foretold the date. On the contrary, it's safe to not do anything before that date because they won't touch you. Well, in the meantime, I'm preparing a broken bar. But in the meantime, don't you think the other person can spy on you secretly? Crollo shut up at Roger's point. If you run wild and create rumors here and there, I wonder if the other person will patiently wait until the appointment date. Then, what should I do? Stay still like nothing happened. Rather, it would be better to pretend to be fine. Esmeralda wanted Crollo to be devastated and in despair. Roger's calculation was that if he remained intact, Esmeralda, whose plan didn't work, would be angrier. To do nothing. That's your role. The remaining 5 days of preparation have passed like an arrow, and the time of the festival has come. The wide main gate, which should normally be tightly closed, was wide open, and several wagons lined up to enter Theon through it. Many people wandered inside the quiet site where barracks were built everywhere, and students gathered in 2s and 3s. It was the opening day of the Magic Festival, Theon's festival full of history and tradition. Wow, that's amazing! Renee exclaimed at the banners installed everywhere. For Renee, who has never experienced a single festival in her life so far, it was a natural reaction because the first festival he encountered was Theon Magic Festival, which has a reputation on the continent. Earenda smiled gently at the innocent appearance of her junior. Is this your first magic festival? Yes, it's actually my first time at a festival. Then you should definitely enjoy this opportunity. Since it's your first time, you'll have to make good memories. Earenda vowed to guide her friend properly at this festival. She was going to show her dignity as much as she could with the opportunity she got after a long time. Since Junior Renee and I will be busy starting tomorrow. Theon Festival, which lasts for a total of 5 days, attracts many visitors as it is one of the largest in the empire. There is room on the first day, but it will probably be more crowded from the second day since nobles will come as well. When such people gather, a social gathering will usually happen, and as a princess she is forced to attend. In that case, it was clear that even if she wanted to enjoy the festival with Renee, she wouldn't be able to. Therefore, she was going to escort her junior properly so that Renee could fully enjoy the festival today. Oh, look over there. There was an experience center where people could try on Theon uniforms at the place that Renee pointed with her fingers. It was a place where people who have reached the age where they cannot attend the academy can immerse themselves in old memories. The children who had not yet entered the school were laughing and wearing uniforms that fit their bodies. There were many other things that were amazing. Senior, what is that? Alchemy lab. It seems that the Alchemy Club swore that they would definitely turn copper into gold this year. Huh? Is that possible? No way. Maybe it would be nice if the test tube didn't explode. Senior over there. This time, the place Renee pointed to was a large open space adjacent to the forest. There was a wooden fence installed there and there were a lot of people inside playing with spirits. Oh, it's a spirit ranch. Ranch? Only the name is a ranch. And it is actually a spirit experience center, a place where people can communicate with spirits called by the spirit masters. Small spirits are cute and popular with children and women. I see. Renee asked Earenda about all the other strange things and Earenda answered smoothly because she learned all the catalogs of the festival in case she had such a close friend. Senior. What is that place for? It looks very gloomy. Oh, that's the Necromancer House. Necromancer House? Necromancy? That's right. One of the specializations of the summoning series is necromancy. It's a science that talks with souls and borrows their power, but during festivals, they use the power of necromancy to summon souls and surprise people. Ah, is that okay? Most of the souls who accepted the summoning come because they think it's fun too. Oh my gosh. A haunted house ran using real souls. Of course, even if it was a soul, it would be closer to a fragmentary thought than to actually a dead person, but it was still a strange thing. Oh, Senior. There are people in zombie makeup passing by. Are you a member of the Necromancer House over the 2 number? That's a graduate student. What? Doesn't Theon have 5 grades? Did you not know? Theon has a graduate student system. After graduation, they stay here, work with professors, write theses, and explore magic. In fact, exploring magic is more like being a slave to the lab and working endlessly without sleeping properly. Even now, graduate students, who moved like zombies, were not able to enjoy the festival and were going to the research building. Their gloomy aura even led to a strange phenomenon that frightened people in their own way. At this point, Renee thought that the lab room where those graduate students are headed might be scarier than Necromancer House. They graduated and are attending the academy? That's weird. Renee, don't be so mean to graduate students. They just made the wrong choice. Everyone has a dream of leaving a lasting mark in this society with a magic thesis until they became a slave in the laboratory. That is the fate of graduate students. Except for 1 or 2 geniuses who are likely to be born in 1 century. The rest will be deceived by a wicked professor and live in pain. The end of those who did not see reality was always the same. A broken bar. I never want to be a graduate student. It's the same for me. The 2 made a light bow to the growing group of zombies as this was all they could do. Thanks to their choice, later generations realized how dangerous graduate students were and avoided the path, so how could it not be a noble sacrifice? Their choice is the courage to be respected by their juniors. Then, a noticeable person was caught in the eyes of the 2. Oh, it's Mr. Roger. Roger was seen patrolling through the crowd with the familiar pink hair. Roger, who was on patrol, turned his head to the murmur from the side. He could see a teacher with a physique who was barely able to reach his shoulder looking around excitedly. Mr. Roger, did you see that? It's a store that sells love potions. It's amazing. Selena raised her finger in an excited tone and pointed to a store. Teachers were supposed to patrol in pairs during the festival, and Selena was paired with Roger on the first day. I see. Roger responded to Selena's words in a low voice. No matter what, they had to patrol together for the day, so he couldn't just keep his mouth shut. Of course, in Roger's mind he was thinking about what to do with Esmeralda while answering with his mouth. He knew she was going to move on the last day of the festival, so he had to plan somehow. Since he's also a First Order, he could approach her and end it in a surprise move. She might be more wary if he intervened in such a situation. And what if rumors will be spread after that? In my head, all sorts of methods popped up and disappeared like bubbles over and over again, but none of them felt right. Mr. Roger, a broken bar. Mr. Roger, a broken bar. It was only then that Roger realized that Selena had called him. I can't believe I was lost in thoughts. Roger turned his head at Selena's call, and something poked him in the cheek. It was Selena's finger. What are you thinking about? That you don't answer me even if I call you? I'm sorry. I've been thinking about it without realizing it because I've been having a lot of worries lately. If it's something I can listen to, I'll listen to it. Selena smiled like a bright flower in full bloom in spring, but Roger replied in a dismal tone. A broken bar. First of all, your finger. Oh, I'm sorry. Selena flushed her cheeks and hurriedly removed her fingers. She became ashamed of herself for acting without realizing it because she thought they had become a little close. I was a little rude, wasn't I? No, rather, it's my fault that I couldn't concentrate properly. That's a relief. What were you worried about then? I couldn't say even if my mouth was torn that I was thinking about how to kill a secret association executive who hid in the academy. Selena took the lead first while Roger was thinking about excuses. I think you know what it is. The duel tomorrow, right? A broken bar, that's right. I was just grateful that she misunderstood me. Come to think of it, there was an event like that tomorrow. Recently, I had a lot to think about because of Esmeralda, so I forgot it for a moment. I'm sure you have a lot on your mind. It's an event where even outside guests come. Won't Selena participate too? I remember that most of the new teachers will be there. Oh, not me. Originally, I wanted to go, but other seniors stopped me. Selena grumbled slightly as if she's angry about being treated like a child, and Roger seemed to understand why other teachers had dissuaded her. There was no need for her to intervene in such a dispute of interest. Given that she couldn't participate, a teacher at least in the 4th grade would have taken her name out. Is it Vera Nodentis? The small elf teacher, who might have been mistaken for a boy, may have helped. Did he think she would be in a tough situation if she participated? Considering Selena's personality, it's oblivious why she was stopped. In fact, other participants were also dissuaded because their fellow teachers are dangerous. But why isn't anyone stopping me? Roger felt something was missing. Come to think of it, he didn't have any co-workers or seniors who cared about him. Are you saying that you're not worried? He was a bit disappointed, but there was a person looking at this with worried eyes right in front of him. Is Mr. Roger all right? Even if it's a duel, you could get hurt. It won't be a big deal. Yes, if he had to, he could just give in to the atmosphere. He won't win anything anyway, so there was no need to be too serious. Then shall we start patrolling again? Haven't we been on patrol all this time? Somehow, instead of patrolling, I guess we were just busy looking around. At Roger's point, Selena averted her gaze and smiled awkwardly. Roger shrugged his shoulders at the sight, saying, "We don't know where an incident will happen, so it's our role to look carefully and in detail, as we have been." Yes, that's right, as we have been. The two people started moving again. All kinds of banners were installed inside Theon's large campus, and all of them were enough to attract people's attention. In addition, there was a street restaurant, and the cafe in the building was also open to the outside terrace to greet customers. The sound of the guests resounding here and there added to the vibrancy of the festival. Surprisingly, this part is similar to other festivals on Earth. Watching the festival of Theon, Roger brought back memories of his previous life. There was also a time when he was in college and attended a festival. Of course, Earth's festival had many shortcomings compared to Theon's. In fact, it was all about gathering at a bar on the street, drinking alcohol, and inviting celebrities to perform on stage. But in the case of Theon, students still made use of the magic major they learned to have various fun experiences. Even so, it was undeniable that there was a cultural similarity to Earth. For example, that doll shooting thing. Just in time, he saw someone pointing a shotgun at the stand of the doll shooting range. Of course, it is not a real shotgun, but a safe model gun made by remodeling it. But isn't it a bit different to call it a model gun? It didn't imitate the shape of the gun, but it was a real gun modification. He was looking around with that thought, and saw a familiar person who lowered his upper body on the stand and aimed the shotgun. Aiden? It was Aiden, one of the students in his class. Bang! With the sound of the air exploding, Aiden fired the shotgun but failed to hit the target. What a waste. Isn't it too far off target to say it's a waste? As expected, he should say. By Aiden's side were Leo and Tracy, but it was unexpected that Iona O'Valley was also with them. I thought it would be easy, but it's hard to do it. Aiden, who was scratching his head and laughing, immediately lowered his head when he found Roger staring his way. "Oh, hello, teacher." When Aiden greeted him, Tracy, Leo, and Iona, who belatedly discovered Roger, also greeted Roger and Selena. "Are the teachers on patrol?" Yes. Usually, students didn't even think of approaching Roger, but Aiden didn't. Was he ignorant or are you brave? Leo and Tracy, who were watching from behind, were rather nervous. Roger nodded and glanced at the shooting range. "Is this a shooting experience center?" "Yes." "Would you like to try it too?" Aiden's bright question made Tracy and Leo pale. What was he asking a teacher on patrol? The two stared at the back of Aiden's head with intense eyes. Iona was just standing there peacefully. No, she wasn't standing still. but she was munching on the food sold at the food stall. "Teacher, here you go." When Aiden handed over the shotgun, Roger was surprised. He was looking through the gun with his eyes, and the owner of the shooting experience center appeared. He was a middle-aged man with bulging muscles full of small scars, and he appeared to be a retired soldier. "Ha ha ha. Are you a new challenger?" "No, yeah, broken bar. But do you know how to shoot?" "I've never seen anyone in a proper position to shoot, let alone shoot properly. Wizards are so weak that they can't even hold guns properly. So yeah, broken bar. Mister, take that back." Mr. Roger was a soldier even though he looks like this. "Yeah, broken bar. Huh." This corny-looking man? He was a soldier. Huh? "You need this much muscle." The owner shows off his biceps. Roger, who was caught in the middle, sighed as the owner and Aiden stared at each other with intense eyes. As soon as he returned the gun and tried to retreat moderately, Roger had no choice but to flinch at the intense gaze flying from Selena. Selena's eyes staring at him with anticipation were asking, "You're going to do it, right?" It's not just Selena but Aiden and his friends Tracy, Leo, and Iona were looking at Roger with anticipation. Roger was thinking of refusing, but eventually gave up. "Let's do it." "Ha ha. It seems that you still have pride in being a teacher. Do whatever you want." He didn't expect that reaction from the owner. "I'll tell you, if you know how to hold a gun properly. A broken bar. Bang. A rubber bullet fired at a frightening speed exploded a small balloon. "The grip is not bad." Roger, who held a shotgun with his right hand and his back with his left hand, muttered as he watched the condition of the gun. It was a dull voice that didn't have any emotion. "What, a broken bar?" The owner of the shooting range was embarrassed and couldn't speak properly. I couldn't see the posture properly. When he first saw him, he thought it was a pretentious man. Of course, he had to admit that Roger had charisma compared to others. However, as soon as he saw a beautiful woman next to him, such thoughts disappeared as if they had been washed away. "Is a broken bar the enemy of men?" Honestly, I didn't expect it. It was a shooting experience center made for fun, but it felt like his stomach was twisted when he saw people who didn't know how to hold the gun say it's easy. Especially for a magic teacher, aren't they the kind of people who sit in front of the desk and stick to their pens? He heard that he was a soldier, but even if he was a wizard from the military, he would only serve comfortably as an officer for about a year or two. At least most of the wizards he saw when he was active were those who couldn't do field work. Looking at his face, he had white skin and a sharp jawline. Just from that it looked like Roger had never done any hard work. The owner of the shooting range judged so, but what happened after surprised him. What the hell is it? He couldn't believe it, or maybe he didn't want to believe it. Actually, when he saw him standing leisurely after hitting the target, he was filled with anger. "For a teacher, you have a good posture, but it's a coincidence that you got it right. Will you be able to get all of these?" Roger glanced at the owner, who shouted proudly, and then took another posture. This time, it was not a grip with one hand, but a proper posture, and the owner was perplexed at the very natural behavior. That's a proper posture. Shortly thereafter, Roger pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The rubber bullets were shot in an instant and properly popped the balloons one at a time. Since it was made by remodeling a bolt-action gun, Roger naturally pulled the bolt every time he fired the gun and pulled out the model shell. Click, click, bang. Shoot, pull the hook, load it, and shoot again. Not only the owner but also Selena and the students watched the scene without breathing. In an instant, Roger, who ran out of bullets, handed the gun to the owner, staring at him with a blank face. "There's nothing left to shoot." "How can a wizard a broken bar?" Just Roger did in a moderate amount. Of course, he was able to unfold it because he had experience using a rifle. When he was a mercenary in the Kingdom of Utah, his main weapons were guns. But my skills aren't rusty." Roger, who had revived his old sense for the first time in a long time, was proud of his skills. The owner shouted, "Not yet, not yet. This is the beginners section. If you really know how to shoot, you should be able to do the veteran section. At the same time, isn't it just opening the door next to the experience center and guiding them to a large place?" Unlike bursting balloons in a narrow space for beginners, The veteran shooting range boasted a fairly large size. The owner salivated and shouted, 50 meters to the target. It's a distance that's hard for a regular person to hit. Will you be able to do it? In the target area, there were discs marked in red, which were smaller than human fists, and since they were 50 meters away only dots could be seen. Selena shouted, this is unfair, but the owner did not step down. Rather, he even threw a provocation with his arms folded. Ha ha ha. If you're scared, you can leave. The owner smiled cheerfully with confidence that he would never succeed. Roger looked at several firearms on one wall and chose one of them. Compared to the bolt-action rifle used a while ago, the headboard and gun line were shorter. Lever action? Are you going to use that? I like this. Whatever you want. After all, this is by no means a comfortable place. The owner was confident that Roger would not succeed this time, but Roger didn't feel the need to indulge in that attitude. I came all the way here, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to give it a shot. Roger took a gun and prepared himself while other people passing by were curious and started to look. Roger's standing still with a gun was more like a soldier than a magic teacher. Nevertheless, the combination of sophisticated clothes and long black hair created a strange atmosphere. Roger moved. Bang! The gun was pointed at the target at some point, but it was faster to hear the sound of air bursting in the ears than to check the target with the eyes, and when they looked, the scene of the target 50 meters away falling was playing. You hit it. 50 meters may feel short, but in fact, a target as small as a human fist at 50 meters away looks like a dot. He didn't even aim at it for a long time but shot it right away, so it was a shooting skill that was close to a miracle. Roger did not stop there. He immediately reloaded the lever-action rifle he was holding with one hand. Spin cocking was a technique to hold the lever and turn the gun to load the gun with only the weight of the gun. Bang, bang, bang. The trigger was pulled immediately after the reload, and every time the sound rang out, the distant targets fell one by one. The interval was so short that people thought the targets fell almost at the same time. When the last target collapsed and there was nothing left to shoot, Roger lowered the gun. The people who gathered and watched took a breath that stopped then. Wow, that's amazing. Did you just see that? Is he really a teacher? Are teachers usually picked based on their shooting skills? It's also Mr. Roger. The owner closed his eyes tightly at the cheers of the people and couldn't help but admit it. Amazing. At first, he couldn't believe it, but the moment he saw Roger shooting, those thoughts disappeared as if they were washed away. Rather, he fell in love with his perfect shooting posture and reloading. He was absolutely flawless. I admit it. The owner bowed his head. Roger was qualitatively different from the wizards he had ignored so far. The charisma he exuded was not just an imitation to capture the atmosphere, but the natural appearance of a predator. I guess I've been off the scene for too long. I can't believe I didn't recognize such a talented person. It was fun after a long time. I'm glad you liked it. I met a talented person after a long time, and you got the maximum score, so take the prize. Saying so, what the owner gave Roger was a huge stuffed doll close to the size of a real person. The doll resembled a dog with black fur, and Roger thought he'd seen it somewhere. Our store's special product. It's a supersized doll. This is a limited edition stuffed toy handmade by a famous designer from a large doll maker in the Empire. When the owner handed over the doll, Roger accidentally received it. He thought it was quite big when the owner was holding a doll, but when he hugged it, he was bigger than he imagined. Still, the owner's words that it is the best product were not false, and the texture was quite good. No, more than that, this dollar broken bar. Roger asked the owner just in case. What's the model of this doll? Oh, that? It was made after the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden, who was active in the past in the kingdom of Duman. The beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden? Hearing that, Roger wondered if he was serious. However, when checked the doll in his hands, he thought it looked like it. I thought I've seen you somewhere before, and you look similar to Hans. By the way, did he say that he was modeled after the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden? Can they make something like that into a doll? When Roger gave such a questioning look, the owner nodded as if he understood. The doll maker is a geek. When he visited the Museum of the Kingdom of Duman once, he said that he was inspired to make it by seeing the body of a monster stuffed there. So he made this? How many? No, That's the only one. He said he was proud of it as his masterpiece, but people said they hated it and they passed it on to each other until it got here. That is why it has now become the first prize at the festival. They put up a doll that others don't want as a prize? Roger asked just in case. Then, isn't this practically just passing over now? Oh, it was a fair game. You deserve it. No, I mean a broken bar. A broken bar. This is yours now. Take it. You can give it to someone else. It's right to pass it on. Wow. That's great. It's a really cute doll. Just in time, Selena shouted when she saw the monster doll held by Roger. It's cute. Roger was seriously concerned that Selena's standard of cuteness might have been severely damaged. Of course, the doll did not imitate the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden, but it was more like a moderately round form. Even so, isn't it a little strange to say that the monster that terrorized a country is cute? Aiden approached with his eyes shining as Roger seriously agonized inside. Wow, teacher, you're amazing. You hit all those targets. Is it Aiden? Come to think of it, you were going to shoot, too. What kind of prize did you aim for? The one you're holding. This one? Roger was quite embarrassed to see the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden doll he was holding. At that gaze, Aiden smiled awkwardly and said, Tracy, who happened to find the doll while passing by, looked like she really wanted it. Hey, Aiden, when did I do that? Tracy blushed as she was embarrassed and shouted. Roger felt a certain sense of crisis since Tessie wanted this, but just at that moment, Roger's sight saw Renee and Earenda, who had discovered this place. I can ask those two. Roger approached the two with the doll in his hand. Renee and Earenda saw Roger's amazing shooting until a while ago, and felt a strange pressure seeing Roger, who was slowly approached them with a huge doll in its arms. Renee, Earenda. What's the matter? Does this doll really looks cute? Roger asked with a serious expression on his face, and the two also answered seriously. Yes, it's so cute. Maybe it looks a little cute. But what kind of doll is it? I don't know why, but my body feels cold. A broken bar. Roger was quite shocked to hear the two's reaction. That a broken bar. A broken bar. Most people who have seen this doll so far said it was cute. At this point, Roger was worried that his aesthetic sense might actually be wrong. A broken bar. A broken bar. I see. A broken bar. A broken bar. He suddenly approached them and asked if the doll was cute. They said yes and he left. What is it? Was he trying to show off his doll? Roger, who actually held the doll, forced it to Aiden. Huh? Teacher? Take it, Aiden. Oh, are you giving this to me? I don't need it, so you can have it. It was an unnecessary interaction for Roger, but Aiden shouted with joy. Tracy, look at this. I got the doll. You'll finally be able to hug you when you sleep at night. You idiot. Speak quietly. Do you have to tell everyone that? Looking at the two people who were already noisy, Roger thought to himself that this was youth. Oh, that's too bad. I wanted that doll, too. Selena wiggled her fingers regretfully at the doll that fell into Tracy's hands. I should have given it to Miss Selena. No, I'm afraid I can't help it. I think it met a good owner because the students were so happy. Tracy blushed and screamed at Aiden. Considering that she was angry at Aiden, she was hugging the monster doll. Aiden gave her like a precious object. Selena was watching the scene with a pleased eye. Do you like it that much? Isn't that enough to see the children smiling? Because the children are smiling. A broken bar. A broken bar. She was too young to call them kids. In fact, their age gap with Selena wasn't big. But to Selena, even her grown-up students may look as cute as her children. Roger looked at Selena and thought she was really different from him. She is sentimental, smiles well, and is kind to everyone, so she was a good teacher, unlike himself, who couldn't protect the children's laughter. Then let's move on. He opened my mouth with the intention of resuming the patrol before I was immersed in useless sentiments, but someone approached Roger. Who is it? It wasn't just a passerby, but the person who approached him clearly knew him. It was an old man in his 60s with short gray hair. Although he was old, he had few wrinkles on his skin, so he actually looked younger than if he dyed his hair. Ha. When I heard the name at first I thought it was a person with the same name, but I saw from a distance and knew at first glance that it was you. His hand, which naturally touched his shoulder, showed a caring or affectionate feeling toward the other person. Yeah. How long has it been? He's been pretending to know someone he has never seen before. Sorry for the late release, but I've been super busy this week. Roger quickly scanned the appearance of the old man who seemed to know him. A white hair and beard, estimated to be in his 60s with sharp steps. Although he is wearing casual clothes, his clothes are clean and lint-free, and the shoes he is wearing shine like new ones. The occasional scars on his skin are irregular in size, but most of them are linear, and looking closely the cut marks are obvious. At first glance, it can be seen that his hand has thick calluses. That means that he held an object with a suitable size for a long time, but it must be a baton rather than a knife. The emotion contained in the gaze toward me is delight. It's not just a reaction to the value of the name Roger, but a genuine joy. Fragmentary information that could be obtained immediately was piled up one by one, and Roger was able to draw one conclusion. I see. I haven't seen you in a long time. Nothing has changed since then. Ha. You've changed quite a bit. On the contrary, at that time, you still looked young, but now you've completely grown up. The opponent is a soldier, also a person related to the full status of Roger Chulusai. Yeah, I knew this would happen one day when I used Roger's name. Although Roger is a fake, his flashy track record was something that could not be made simply by manipulation. Submitting a dissertation to the tower would only publicize the name and not the face. But the military is different. The story of being in the military is not something that can simply be made up. Someone really served as a military officer as Roger. His thinking accelerates and his five senses expand. Roger did not stop analyzing. He said, I was young and it's been a while since we've met, so it's probably been more than 5 years at least. My opponent recognized me right away. He said that I have changed. But what are the elements that can be noticed? Since he talked to me on the assumption that my appearance changed a little as I got older, it would be right to look at it as an atmosphere. In fact, I thought that he was a second order of the Black Dawn Society when he approached me. In other words, the attitude and image shown in the past are not much different from now. Fortunately, the opponent did not even question Roger's current appearance. People in this world often change in reverse with age, even if they are cute when they are young. Considering that, the opponent judged that Roger did not change much from his military appearance. I don't know if the dead First Order played this role, or someone else built the achievements for me. But a situation where there is no immediate suspicion is welcome. Roger found a medal on the opponent's left chest. It was no ordinary decoration. Roger recalled from his memory where he could get that medal and the title of the person who can hold it. Have you been discharged, Brigadier General? Drawn as if a sword and a gun intersect around the shield, it is a medal of the Empire that only those who can wear a star can receive. He would be a Brigadier General at least, but it would not be higher if he could come freely in such casual clothes. The opponent laughed in vain as if Roger's reasoning was right. What do you mean? I'm just taking a vacation after a long time. Of course. Now I can't stand in line like I used to and hold a baton from behind. I'm too old. The Brigadier General still looks fair. Thank you for saying that. Is the job of a teacher suitable for you? It's my first time, but I'm trying hard. Ha. Your social skills have improved a little compared to the past, right? You didn't get close to anyone because you were really quiet at the time. Was Roger very quiet when he was a soldier? Since he is a created identity, of course he would not have wanted to be close to anyone. The Brigadier General I'm talking to now approached me in a friendly manner because he was my immediate superior at the time. As I got older, I have developed my social skills. Ha. You know how to joke now? I'm glad to hear that. You were so hard that I felt like you were going to break without bending. But after seeing you now I guess you've grown up. If a person like Hugo Bertag had heard this conversation, he would have jumped from his seat, asking what nonsense was this. But from the perspective of the Brigadier General, who is a soldier, it was clear. Mr. Roger, this ice a broken bar. Selina, who was just listening to the conversation between the two, carefully opened her mouth. Oops. Look at me. I forgot you were not alone. Brigadier General, this is Selina who joined Theon with me this year. She's in charge of spiritual studies. Hello. Selina bowed politely. In terms of age difference alone, Selina is close to the age of Brigadier General's granddaughter, So Brigadier General smiled and nodded. Teacher Selina. This ice a broken bar. Roger naturally tried to introduce the Brigadier General to Selina. Come to think of it, he didn't know his name. Should I introduce you or will you introduce yourself? If you just do it, it'll get worse. Then I have no choice but to show the reputation of the Brigadier General. I'm going to exaggerate a little. You've become much more mischievous. I lost. I'll have to take care of my introduction before I get embarrassed. Nice to meet you, miss. My name is Brigadier General Frawler. I was his immediate superior when he was in the army. Oh, yes. Nice to meet you, too. Brigadier General Frawler. Not revealing his last name would mean he was a commoner. Usually, military officers are made up of aristocrats. Naturally, the difference in treatment between commoners and nobles would have been severe. However, rising to the rank of Brigadier General as a commoner meant that Frawler was not only a possessor of great abilities, but also a terrifying maverick. More than that, what brings you to Theon? Didn't I say I was on vacation? Even if you said that, you probably didn't just come to Theon without a goal. This was Roger's intuition. Frawler looks like an old man with a nice smile, but inside, there was a hidden figure that led him to the rank of Brigadier General. These kind people have one thing in common. No matter what they do, they don't move in vain. Well, it's nothing. Didn't a cryptid appeared in Leatherville recently? It did. The Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden. Well, it wasn't really a cryptid but Hans transformed by borrowing the power of the monster's teeth. For those who did not know the truth, the nightmare of the Kingdom of Duman was as if it had been revived in the Exilian Empire. It's not just a cryptid, it's a monster that made a neighboring kingdom suffer greatly, and of course I have no choice but to come here. Is that so? Roger recalled that when he was a soldier, he had a record for hunting cryptids. That being said, the place where he was employed as a soldier was a unit dedicated to hunting cryptids, so it was not unusual for his direct superior, Frawler, to come to Theon. Perhaps he came to investigate the appearance of the Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden, but saw that the festival was being held in advance and stopped by. TSK. I don't know what's been going on in the Empire recently. It won't be a big deal. I wish it would, but I can't even dream of such complacency because of my position. I see. Look at me. I was so glad to see you that I held you for a long time. Did you have any plans? I have to patrol during the festival. Oh, why didn't you tell me? I'd like to reminisce, but I can't keep a busy person. I'll go. Yes, thank you. After Frawler left, Roger was barely able to relax. If they had talked more about the past here, he might have really been revealed at that time. How nervous I was when they suddenly approached me as an acquaintance. I'm glad I dealt with it on the spot like putting a puzzle together. If I had been caught unaware of anything, I would have been found to be a fake. I can't let my guard down because of the festival. Rather, it may be more dangerous because of the festival. There might be more visitors who know the fake identity of Roger in the past. However, considering that Brigadier General Frawler, a soldier, did not suspect anything, the other people would not doubt me. The military is inevitably a structure where he had no choice but to live together with people, so there are people who know him, but except them he doesn't have to worry about other people. In fact, when he submitted his thesis to the tower, he rarely appeared and was like a ghost. According to Frawler, Roger seems to have been blunt and unsocial even when he was in the military. Teacher Roger was indeed a soldier, Selina murmured curiously next to him. The way he shot, and he knew an actual military officer, so she must have realized it then. How was your life there? There wasn't much. Roger had no choice but to answer so because he had never done that before. However, after his answer, Selina gave Roger a more respectful look. I heard the military is really hard. And yet, you speak casually. Mr. Roger is amazing. No, is this how it is? Roger wanted to tell her that he didn't meant it that way, but he decided to just give up. Let's finish the patrol. Yes. Selina followed Roger's side with a jolt. He felt it over and over again, but he thought she was a pure person, not like the other teachers. Roger was worried that there might be people pretending to know him again. But it didn't happen. Until the sun went down, Roger and Selina went around various places on patrol and enjoyed the festival. Of course, Roger was a spectator, and Selena enjoyed it the most. "This is delicious." Selena chewed on the stick candy she had just bought. The sky was getting dim before he knew it. However, the heat of the festival did not fade with the arrival of the night. "Did you enjoy the festival?" "What do you mean enjoy it? I don't know what you're talking about." Selena pouted and avoided eye contact. Looking back, she must have realized that she was really excited and ran wild. "Mr. Roger, it's a secret to the other teachers, okay?" "I had no intention of talking." "Really? Really? I'm sure everyone else is enjoying it as well anyway." "Well, I guess so." She was a very easy to understand person, seeing that her reaction was different every time she spoke. Time went by quickly. "I can't believe the day is already over." "There are still 4 more days left for the festival." "Oh, yes." "And Mr. Roger, tomorrow a broken bar." "A broken bar?" "Yes." "I will attend the duel." Roger nodded. "Tomorrow afternoon, Roger will participate in the magic duels, one of the events of the magic festival. Previously, it was an event for students to show off their abilities, but this year, teachers were also invited to attend thanks to Hugo Bertag. Of course, it is not a competition between teachers and students, but students versus students and teachers versus teachers. Roger didn't care much about it since it wasn't important to him anyway. Whether others misunderstand it or not, Roger has only one interest in this festival: Esmeralda. "Now we can finish our patrol." "A broken bar, a broken bar." Roger found a familiar person as soon as he tried to say so. "A Crollo Fabius?" A blond man who looks tired hastily moving somewhere. He was Crollo Fabius, who should have been confined to his quarters and not come out. Crollo was moving as if he were being chased by something, or something. What the hell is he doing?" Roger squinted his eyes. The last time they met, he warned him to stay still until the last day of the festival. "Miss Selena, I will be away for a while." "Oh, Mr. Roger." Roger rushed after Crollo Fabius. The place where Crollo was headed was a commercial area that existed in Theon. As the sun went down, there was no light entering the alley between buildings, and Crollo was strangling a girl there. "Die, die." Seeing Crollo screaming full of madness, Roger immediately activated source code. A lump of mana cut through the air and hit Crollo in the back. "Who is it?" Crollo glared bloodily at the uninvited guest who disturbed him. Then he saw Roger standing at the entrance of the alley and froze. Roger, gazing at him with his back to the faint light flowing from the festival site, felt like something indescribable. Crollo clapped his teeth without realizing it. "Now." Roger's voice was very cold. "What are you doing here?" "Didn't I warn you?" "Stay still." Roger's bleak voice coiled around Crollo's whole body. "Or didn't my words sound like a warning?" "Oh, no." Crollo felt that he might die at this moment. He managed to move his lips and made a desperate excuse. "I tried to stay still at first, but that monster, that devil, kept watching me." "Watching you?" "He kept watching me and threatened my life. I wanted to stay put, too." "A broken bar, a broken bar." "Okay. Then look." "I finally caught the demon." Crollo shouted at Roger with a face that didn't know whether he was crying or laughing. Where he pointed his finger, there was a girl who had fainted from being strangled by Crollo. When Roger saw the figure, he widened his eyes. Joanna Lovett. It's not a mistake. It was Joanna Lovett of the Black Dawn Society who was strangled by Crollo and fainted. Crollo bragged about catching the devil, so Roger thought he was crazy and hallucinating. This easy. How did she get beaten by Crollo? With her skills, that shouldn't be possible. But that Joanna Lovett over there isn't a fake. Roger covered his mouth with his hand and rolled his head. Crollo looked into Roger's eyes and asked cautiously, "What do you think?" "The situation is complicated, so for now a broken bar, a broken bar." "It was the moment when I was going to take Joanna, who fainted, and move her to another place." "Teach Roger." Selena was rushing in and calling Roger at the entrance of the alley. Roger is conscious of where he is now. He is standing with a half-devastated Crollo Fabius in a dark alley and a fainted Theon student. It was obviously a crime scene. "What?" Selena, who was running, stopped and opened her eyes wide as she saw the scene. Her reaction to covering her mouth with both hands seems to have engraved the word surprise. "I got caught." Now that this happened, Roger had to deal with Crollo right here and draw a line that he had nothing to do with the situation. This was the only way to put out the urgent fire right away. But the problem was that given the current state of Crollo, It's no wonder he was caught red-handed. It's a festival right now, so they won't do anything about him right away, but they'll keep him in custody somewhere until the festival is over. The problem is that if that happens, people's eyes will gather. If that happens, his goal of dealing with this matter quietly will go up in smoke. Even so, it was important to deal with the urgent situation right away. Teacher Selina, it's likely a broken bar. Selina suddenly stumbled and fainted. Roger rushed out and caught her before she fell to the ground. Did she fainted from the shocking sight? It occurred to him that Selina, who has a soft heart, could do so. Maybe that's for the better. If he asked Crollo Fabius to leave right now, he could somehow cover it up. A broken bar. But there was something wrong with Crollo's reaction. The man, who had been running wild with joy for having caught the devil with his own hands, was shaking with his fingers pointing at Roger. What comes out of his mouth is a scream that doesn't even resemble their human language. What's wrong with him? Roger's irritation was about to rise to the top of his head now because of Crollo's behavior. Roger, who was about to shoot back, found something strange in Crollo's attitude. He wasn't pointing his finger at himself now, he was pointing to Selina in his arms. To be exact. Why the hell? Exclamation mark. As he was about to ask, Roger felt a chilling sensation running through his body. His gaze naturally turned to Selina, who was in his arms. The atmosphere has changed. Apparently, just a little while ago, he confirmed that Selina fainted, but she suddenly came to her senses. Before he could grasp the situation, Selina's right hand moved and grabbed Roger's collar. Really? Her pink lips opened and her voice was different from Selina's. The cheerful and soft voice became sharp like the thorn of a rose full of venom. Roger had heard this voice when he met Esmeralda in the midnight forest. I was going to stay still at least until the end of the festival. But why are you doing this? Selina's eyes, which opened her closed eyes, were red, unlike what the original light purple and resembled jewels. Her eye color changed. The change did not end there. Selina's trademark pink hair gradually bleached from the end and turned black. The color of the hair was influenced by mana, which caused the change. This is why I feel like a fool waiting for the appointment time. Selina, who rose up in Roger's arms, stared at Crollo with an alluring smile. Crollo trembled like he was facing an envoy from hell. See? You area broken bar. Long time no see, Crollo Fabius. How have you been? It was you. Esmeralda. Do you remember me? I'm glad. Then you know what I'm going to do with you? Hi. Help me. I don't want to die. Crollo was in pain, tearing his head hard with his hand. His spirit, which had barely endured so far, collapsed as soon as he faced the person that was trying to kill him. Esmeralda, watching the scene, stretched her finger at him. Crollo turned his eyes upside down and fainted with a yelp. I won't kill you yet. Not yet. Roger still didn't understand what was going on. Selina is Esmeralda. She was the first order. But so far, he was never suspicious of Selina. It wasn't something she could hide simply because she was good at acting. Roger came up with one correct answer at this moment. There were two people. Oh my. Esmeralda smiled with her eyes as if she had just found Roger staring at her. Come to think of it, you were there, too? Nice to meet you, John Doe. This is the first time we're meeting in person, right? That's right. You've been hiding your identity with the permission of Zero Order, and I've always been hiding from the beginning, even at the First Order's meeting. Roger opened his mouth, imprinting the fragments of that information in his brain. I was surprised. I didn't think you would make a different personality and replace the existing personality. The structure of mana itself changes, so the color of hair and eyes changes, and the personality itself changes. Rather than a simple mental illness caused by dissociation disorder, it is more of a feeling that two really different beings coexist in one body. Amazing. Did you notice that in one go? Esmeralda spoke genuinely surprised, but her eyes were smiling. Roger was lost in thought, controlling his facial expression. There's nothing strange about it. Even Esmeralda's spirit Quasimodo is a mixture of human origin and natural spirits. After all, the character Selina was created by Esmeralda a long time ago to hide her identity. In other words, Esmeralda lived as a fake Selina, and whenever she took revenge, She turned into Esmeralda and killed the people of the Fabius family. Selena's identity was definitely created in the past. She's been working under the name Selena for a long time. However, if you lived this double life for a long time, you would have been caught up in the end. Nevertheless, Selena was not suspected by anyone until she entered the ONA because someone took care of her. And of course there's only one party that looked after her, the Black Dawn Society. The reason Esmeralda became the First Order must have been in exchange for helping her get her revenge. Now the whole story is put together. Then the fainted Joanna Lovett was the last, unknown third survivor of the Great Rotem Fire. She is a member of the Black Dawn Society and a Second Order. She is a direct subordinate of Esmeralda. The reason why she burned her hostility when she saw Crollo was because she went through the events of the day. It was a mistake. I can't believe I didn't notice a First Order that was so close to me, even though he knew that he could not notice unless he knew the future. It was difficult to get out of the aftermath of the shock. However, contrary to his mental surprise, Roger's mouth spoke naturally. So what are we going to do now, Esmeralda? Are you going to kill him? Revealing her identity here means she's willing to take revenge right away. Oh, that? Esmeralda shook her head. I won't kill him. Have you given up on revenge? I told you, not right now. The man who deceived and seduced her when she was once innocent. She still hated him, who was now broken and fallen, and whose majesty could no longer be found like in the past. I didn't expect to wake up like this. I didn't know Selena would lose her mind in this place. What? Don't you share memories with each other? If we had shared memories, would Selena, this poor child, have been able to hide her identity properly? At the same time, Roger nodded, saying it made sense, and realized what Esmeralda and Selena's relationship was like. Esmeralda and Selena have the same body, but they are separate beings. It's a double personality, but they don't share each other's memories. That's why they use different spirits. Selena uses the intermediate spirits of wind, land, and water, but what Esmeralda uses is the twisted spirit of fire, Quasimodo. It was also possible to sign a contract with a completely different spirit because the two were not the same. This kid doesn't know anything. That's why she's pure and lovely. Yes, just like me in the past who didn't know anything. Esmeralda, who murmured like that, glared at Crollo, who fainted as if she recalled her days in Rotem Village. There was a fierce passion from her as if she wanted to kill Crollo right away, but reason desperately suppressed it. Roger, watching the scene, carefully clenched and unfolded his fist. Now, is it possible? Roger's eyes moved busily. Esmeralda had her mind completely focused on Crollo, and she barely cared about him. A quick surprise attack here can kill her. Can a broken bar kill her? Selena's appearance overlapped with Esmeralda's at first glance. If he kills Esmeralda here, Selena will die, too, since they share the same body. Esmeralda is the First Order of the Black Dawn Society and is certainly his enemy, but what about Selena? Is she really an enemy of Roger? A decision, a broken bar. He had to make a judgment. If not now, another opportunity will no longer come. However, unlike his head that kept shouting to kill her, his hand did not move. Roger closed his eyes and relaxed his shoulders. He's not even sure he'll be able to kill her. From the moment Esmeralda opened her eyes, she recognized Roger. You've been watching me for a while. Considering that Esmeralda is staring at Crollo Fabius, there's only one guy watching Roger, and that's Quasimodo. He's on his guard against me. He didn't forget being beaten by Roger at the banquet hall that day. For now, since he is Esmeralda's companion, he'll be quiet, but his gaze with a hint of heat was a clear warning to him not to try anything. If he ignores it and tries to fight, the surrounding area will be a sea of fire. Because of the festival there were people everywhere, and the aftermath would surely reach them, and a lot of people would die. There's nothing I can do. Fortunately, Esmeralda won't kill Crollo right now, and what happened in the alley will be kept secret. However, the grace period is now only 4 days away. Until then, he had to make a choice, too. I've got to go. Just in time Esmeralda opened her mouth. You're leaving? Take care of Selena. Looking at her reaction, She doesn't seem to hate you at all." After finishing her words, Esmeralda collapsed, but Roger caught her. Her black hair was back to pink. Her energy changed back to the original energy of Selena. "I can't believe it, but I should move now." "But what about Crollo Fabius and Joanna Lovett who fainted?" "It takes time to move everything by magic, and if someone witnesses this scene in the meantime, it would become difficult for him, so he needed help. There was one suitable person at a time like this, and Roger immediately pulled out a portable communicator. "It's me. I'll tell you the location, so come right away." About 3 minutes passed and a person appeared in the alley. "Did you call me?" said Ina Rosen, who appeared to be in a hurry, was holding a freshly baked sausage in one hand and candy in the other. She even wore a headband on his head. A broken bar, I guess you're enjoying the festival." When he told her to enjoy the festival, she said she wouldn't go, but now that the festival has begun, she must be enjoying it in her own way. Looking at her like that, her status as a student suits her very well. "Oh." She hurriedly threw the things in her hands on the floor and took off her headband. She said in a shrill voice, "Sorry, I'm sorry." "There is nothing to be sorry about. I was the one who told you to enjoy the festival. More than that, why did you call me a broken bar?" Roger silently pointed his finger at Crollo Fabius and Joanna Lovett. "Take these two away." "This is why having an assistant was comfortable," said Ina Rosen. Walked the streets of the festival alone. She would normally have spent the day helping Roger with his work in the office, however he told her not to go to work on the festival day, so she was forced to walk around with tears in her eyes. Because Roger ordered her to enjoy the festival, she went around alone because she didn't have any friends, but Sedina didn't care. She was used to being alone. But enjoy the festival. "I don't know what to do." Why did Mr. Roger give such a confusing order? No matter how much she thought about it, nothing came to mind. "Is this an ordeal for me?" Lightning swept over Sedina's like she got enlightened. First order, Roger told her to enjoy the festival. Why did he make her do the most unconfident thing? He's teaching me that I need to be able to do things that I don't want to do. No one in the world can live doing what they want to do. Life is always hard, so people live by forcing themselves to do what they don't want to do. But here people are divided into two categories. There are people who say they don't like it, and people who don't like it but do it well. Sedina realized that Roger wants her to be the latter. As expected from Sir First Order. Sedina, trembling with emotion, decided to faithfully fulfill Roger's order. If so, she should enjoy the festival, but how will she enjoy the festival? Sedina, who was worried, smelled delicious somewhere. That's a broken bar. Where her eyes naturally went, there was a street stall. She was attracted by the savory and sweet scent that came from there. The owner looked at Sedina and asked, "Welcome, little girl. Is there anything you want to eat?" "Well, that's not a broken bar. If it's hard to choose, I'll recommend you something." "How about this one? It's the most popular food in our store." "Do you want this?" "Yes." When she nodded her head, the man immediately served her food. It was a fried potato stuck on a long wooden stick, and it was a dish coated with honey with butter. After paying the bill, Sedina carefully took a bite while looking at the food in her hand. A broken bar. Her eyes opened wide and firecrackers popped over her head. It tasted so amazing. Compared to the ingredients, it seems like a bit of a rip-off price, but it had a unique taste that harmonized with the festival. Sedina, who ate the food in an instant, threw her eyes to another store. When she was told to enjoy the festival at first, she was at a loss how to enjoy it, but she felt like she could see the way. As the sky grew dark and the sun was about to set, a signal came through the communicator that she always kept in her arms. "It's me. I'll tell you the location, so come right away." At that familiar voice, Sedina realized that the First Order needed her and ran to the place where she was called right away. If he's calling me out of the blue, he is finally starting a full-fledged operation, right? Dawn is the best time to move around during the festival. Sedina arrived at the scene with strange expectations. She belatedly realized that she couldn't throw away the food she had in her hand because she came in such a hurry. But that was not the point. There was a secret operation in front of her that made her heart race. Roger said to Sedina, who awaited orders with a fluttering heart, "Take these two away." With the help of assistant Sedina, Roger was able to move the fainted people safely without being caught. After shoving Crollo into her own dormitory, Selina took Joanna on her back, saying that she would send her to her dormitory. It was strange to see the small Selina carrying Joanna, who was taller than herself. In fact, Joanna's toes were dragging on the ground. She'll be fine. Roger came to the infirmary with Selina on her back. It was quiet and there were no people in the infirmary because the sun had already set. The dark interior felt like a different world, with only the red light of the far-off festival shining softly. Roger looked at Selina, who was lying on the bed and was sleeping quietly. Esmeralda and Selina were the same person. He never thought that the first order he was looking for was so close. At first, he was suspicious. However, after seeing Selina's appearance, he tentatively concluded that she was not his target. In terms of the results alone, Roger's guess was only half correct. There was definitely a chance. When Esmeralda was distracted by the stunned Crollo, Quasimodo continued to be wary of Roger, but he certainly had a chance to kill Esmeralda there. He missed the opportunity because of his own hesitation. Esmeralda can be killed, but Selina could not be killed. She is a good person, and although there is a scary existence behind her, that did not make Selina a villain because she didn't know. Is ignorance a crime? Then all the warmth and good deeds she has done so far become meaningless. Roger thought it wasn't. Sin is sin and good deeds are good deeds. You can't cover up your mistakes with good things like simple addition and subtraction. Conversely, just because a person commits a sin, it does not mean that the person's good deeds disappear. Then, if a good man and sinner share one body, how should that person be treated? It's difficult. Roger shook his head, but he couldn't just delay the answer. The last day of the festival will come 4 days later, and Esmeralda will move to kill Crollo Fabius as promised. So far, Esmeralda's purpose has been revenge against the Fabius family, but the problem is after that. What will Esmeralda do after killing Crollo Fabius, the last survivor of the Fabius family? As long as she belongs to the Black Dawn Society, she will not be able to disobey Zero orders. Maybe she came in here in exchange for revenge. If the Fabius family disappears completely, Esmeralda will faithfully follow Zero orders. It was clear to Roger, who intended to eliminate the Black Dawn Society someday, that she would be a huge barrier. It is right to get rid of Esmeralda to prevent that situation from happening. Roger examined Selina's figure calmly. Her pink hair disheveled over the pillow was shining softly under the light outside the window. She was like a princess in a deep sleep. Selina let out a sigh and then opened her eyes. It was not Esmeralda's red eyes, but her original pale purple eyes. Here is. Are you awake, Mr. Roger? As soon as Selina came to her senses, her shoulders trembled at the sight of Roger. It wasn't long before she realized that she was in the infirmary, and that Roger was sitting next to her. What happened? You fainted. Yes, you must have been tired recently. You suddenly collapsed while enjoying the festival, so I just brought you to the infirmary. Did I? Roger's voice was so serious that Selina believed his words. In fact, Roger was not wrong. She couldn't sleep because she was so excited the day before the festival. Idiot! How can you faint? Doesn't this make her look like a person who is exhausted and collapsed from enjoying the festival too hard? Selina screamed inwardly at the thought that she might appear like a person who likes to play to Roger. I fainted. Oh no. Then did Mr. Roger carry me in his arms? Was I heavy? On the other hand, Roger completely erased the little vigilance he had when he saw Selina's reaction. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to remember what happened a while ago. It's encouraging to make one less excuse. Roger, who examined Selina's condition, stood up after judging that she was okay. Where are you going? I think you're safe, so I'm going to get up now. Mr. Roger, a broken bar. When Selina tried to say something, Roger stood up from his seat and waited silently for her words. Selina wriggled her fingers and couldn't bear to look at Roger before finally speaking with a small voice. Thank you. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's not just that you carried me when I passed out. Selina shook her head. Thank you for everything. The fact that you gave me advice, that you enjoyed the festival with me, and that you didn't show that you didn't like it even though it was annoying. All of that was a good memory for her. I'm rather sorry if I've caused you trouble for no reason. Teacher Selina, if you really bothered me, I would have made it clear on the spot. What? The reason I've been with Selena teacher without saying anything is because I didn't hate it either. Although not obvious, Roger also enjoyed the festival in his own way. Winning a prize at the shooting range, buying snacks at street shops, and looking at various magic tricks plus seeing the students smile was pleasant for Roger too. He always lived his life in the dark, hiding my identity. Without revealing his real name, he has walked a path marked by hard and painful work. Maybe that's why he enjoyed the festival. Today I had fun too. Really? That's a relief. Selena breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. I'm worried that I might have bothered Mr. Roger. You don't have to worry so much. Roger immediately tried to leave the infirmary but Selena's voice rang behind him. Mr. Roger? Yes, Roger answered without looking back. We'll definitely be able to enjoy the festival together next year, right? In fact, Selena herself did not understand why she asked this question. It just suddenly occurred to her that this might be the last time. Roger fell into thought at Selena, who asked in a slightly uneasy voice. Next year's festival? The festival is held every year. Maybe more people will gather than this year. They'll all enjoy the festival and make new memories. However, on that day in the future, can the two people here still stand together then? No way. One of the two will not be there. It's fate, but even so, I'm sure we will. Knowing that, Roger had no choice but to tell a lie and Selena smiled brightly, as if that answer was enough. Yes. Then let's go to the festival together next year. Yes. Promise. Yes, it's a promise, even though he knows it's a promise that can't be kept. Roger answered calmly. That's how the first day of the Magic Festival ended. Darkness came after the festival lights went out one by one, but there was a person who moved as if he had waited for such a blackout. A person entered quietly in Roger's office and scanned the surroundings lightly with magic. It seems that there is no detection magic. Security is so lax. It is also funny to assume that someone will sneak into a teacher's office. The intruder, who stepped on the carpet on the floor in a cautious manner, searched Roger's desk. The intruder, who searched through several drawers of the desk, grinned when he found what he wanted. Found it. The man who shook the white barrel in one hand several times confirmed the sound of pills clinking inside. If I take this away, I can easily win tomorrow's duel. Right? Roger Chulusai takes medicine without others knowing. This medicine may be a magic pill to make up for the lack of mana. I didn't expect that Roger Chulusai's secret would be right here. A lack of mana. Who would have imagined that a teacher who teaches magic would lack magic? And he even covered that with pills. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. What will happen if a wizard suffering from a lack of mana loses the means to restore it? He couldn't resist laughing just imagining it. The intruder first organized the messy desk that he searched, and then left the teacher's office through the window he entered. The office, which returned to its original appearance, became calm as if no one entered it. The moon went down and a new light of dawn rose. The second day of the Magic Festival has begun. Move it slowly. Are you ready for this? From early in the morning, students and users busily walked around to check the banners and items. Since the full-fledged festival started on the second day, the preparations were more thorough than the previous day. As if to prove it, wagons were coming in through the main gate in line from early morning. It was a similar scene to the previous day, but there was a big difference, which was the pattern engraved on the wagons. Look, it's the Duke of Lumo's carriage. He really came. Is that the pattern of the Devil family? Then, didn't Duke Kadushan also come? The guards at the entrance were also nervous at the appearance of the noble people, who were so high in rank. They, who did not show their faces on the first day, came to on the second day because the main event was concentrated on that day. The magic duels caught the most attention. The duel event, which selects the first to third places by grade, was a key attraction in the Magic Festival every year, and teachers will also participate this year. It was a situation where more people were paying attention because the news was spread widely. Contrary to great expectations, only the teachers in charge of the first and second grades participated, but that alone was enough. The title teacher of the was never light even for the first-year teachers. As if to prove it, The stands where the event will be held soon were already full of people. Did you hear the news? Teachers are participating in the duel this time. The lineup wasn't great, was it? Honestly, I wanted to see teachers in the 4th grade or higher, but that's inevitable. It's because it was a surprise event. Do you think they'll do it again next year if the response is good this year? The aristocrats who had just entered Theon today had already taken a good seat and waited for the upcoming special event with anticipating eyes. There were not only aristocrats in the stands. On one side of the VIP seats, wizards from the tower caught people's attention at a glance. Look at that. It's the old tower and the new tower wizards. They really came. As if they didn't want to get involved with each other, the two groups of wizards split their seats in half and sat separately. As if they were worth their name, there were many old wizards in the old tower, and on the other hand, there were many young wizards in the new tower. I'm sure the tower is here to recruit talented people in advance, right? Maybe they are. In addition, about 3 years ago, the two towers were eager to compete with each other, and they were very fierce in recruiting talents. That's right. Besides, it's not just the tower that recruits talented wizards, is it? The Imperial Magic Society, the Empire's magical troops and schools of nationally recognized associations were interested in Theon's geniuses. I want to get business cards from people like that. Wake up. That's only possible when you're in the top 10% of Theon. The top will pick the place they want, right? Of course, but you don't have to worry too much because we'll go to a good place when we graduate. Graduation is work. Being chosen by them is a privilege that only a few students can enjoy, so most students had no choice but to give up their vain delusions in regret. More than that, when does the duel start? To be honest, I can't wait any longer because I'm so excited. I've never seen a teacher's duel before. It was a surprise event before the students' duel, so I'm sure it'll start soon. Oh, look over there. The president is here. Just in time. Theon's president, Eliza Willow, appeared at the top of the stadium. As it was a public occasion, Eliza, dressed in more colorful clothes than usual, smiled and waved at the people in the audience. As Eliza appeared, people who were looking for an opportunity approached her immediately. President Eliza, how are you? You're still beautiful. Long time no see, Miss President. How have you been? Do you remember me? Hello. This is Mitra from the Journal of Magic. Can I have an interview? Theon's president always draws people's attention. The new president, Eliza, was famous for being the 6th-ranked archmage at a young age. In some ways, it was a natural reaction for her people to try and build connections with her because she was also a beauty. I'm sorry, but I'm busy right now, so I can't afford to talk to anyone. Eliza smiled. At the same time, her golden eyes shone magically, and 90% of those who tried to approach Eliza fell off. With only a word and a smile, most of the flies had their will broken. People who were watching the situation from a distance were amazed. Is that the famous Magic Eye? She caught everyone with her eyes. I can't even approach her with my poor skills. Those who tried to approach at the opportunity had no choice but to give up and take a step back. Thank you for your consideration. Eliza made a light bow and headed to her seat. Among the VIP seats, only the highest-ranking people can sit. When she got there, there were already people who came first. Oh, there are precious people here. President Eliza. Ha ha, it's been a long time. An old man holding a cane in both hands greeted Eliza. It was an old man with bright gray hair and a long beard. Luxurious clothes that looked expensive at a glance and a unique soft atmosphere. The ring on the finger was engraved with the image of a mountain goat. Nice to meet you, Duke Hibak Kadushan. He was the oldest of the 3 great dukes of the Exilian Empire, but he was also the lightest man in words and actions. I have been frustrated because there was no one I could communicate with. This boring friend doesn't answer me properly no matter what I say, right? Who's your friend? It was a man with dark blue hair who spoke in an irritated voice. He had a heavy voice and a sharp look. The eagle's seal on the cloak he wrapped around his shoulder shone silver in the sunlight. It's been a while, hasn't it, Duke Caden? Are you here to see your daughter? Humphrey Caden Lumos, the current Duke Lumos and the father of Floral Lumos, responded with a snort to Eliza's question. In response, Hibak shook his head and clapped his tongue. Oh, My friend, you don't care that your daughter goes here? Are you really her father? Don't pay attention to other people's families. Caden was a thin-lined handsome man in his mid-30s, but his actual age was much higher. That's why he was able to talk recklessly against Tibak, who looked old. Ha ha. Look at this, President Elisa. How boring must it be to have a guy like this sitting next to me? You two are on good terms. That old man is making friendly enemies as he pleases. Trying to get acquainted with the slick Dushan, it's something I wouldn't do unless I was crazy. But isn't it better than the hard lumos? What? Elisa intervened because she thought they would fight again if she left it as it is. So where did the other person go? I thought all three great dukes were here today. Oh. You mean David? I don't think it's here yet. I thought he'd be the first one to come. Contrary to the expectation that all three great dukes would gather, David Ulberg, the leader of the Ulberg family, did not come to the stadium. The pillars supporting the empire are gathered here. It's amazing. Hugo Bertag approached them. The president only glared at Hugo, who rubbed his hands with disapproval, but did not restrain him. It was undeniable that Hugo also had a place in Theon. Hugo's shoulders were so high like they had never been before. I'm sure the upcoming teacher duel will meet your expectations. I put some effort into it this time. Oh, was that your suggestion? A broken bar. Tibak responded lightly to Hugo, who claimed that the upcoming duel was his idea, and Caden continued to ignore him. Hugo did not forget to look around while nodding his head as if he was sorry. Then, seeing Elisa's appearance, he had a glow of jealousy in his eyes. She, the president, was full of people trying to approach her just by sitting still. Some people chattered and tried to get close, but Elisa had no choice but to raise her chin once because people were embarrassed. For Hugo, the effort the president put into getting to that position was not considered at all, but there was no one here who had the same thoughts as Hugo. TSK. What's so great about that foxy woman? Altigo Dantes, the elder of the old tower, did not hide his annoyance at the crowd gathered around Elisa. Seeing Elisa respected by others made his stomach muscles twist. Altigo's surrounding aides were worried that he might take it out on them, but soon Altigo turned away from Elisa and looked at the stadium. Elisa didn't matter now. Is that bastard participating in the duel this time? Altigo, who has ears to listen to, heard an interesting news this time. The inside story of how the upcoming magic duel of teachers will work. On the outside, it was a show to show the audience the status of Theon, but inside it was a fight between the aristocracy and the common people, and Rudiculusai will participate in the competition. And no matter how handsome he is, can he really keep his neck stiff even here? The disgrace he experienced at the banquet hall that day still lingered in Altigo Dante's mind and was burning like a flame. Even now, when he closed his eyes, he vividly remembered the humiliation he suffered from Roger at the banquet hall that day. How dare you treat me, an elder of the tower, like that? Therefore, Altigo was looking forward to this match. According to the information he heard in advance, there was a saying that Rudiculusai had no choice but to lose. As he wanted to see him ruin quickly, someone shouted with a loudspeaker, "Everyone! You've been waiting for a long time." The noisy people closed their mouths and stared at the sound. There, they saw a female student holding an artifact that amplified her voice. The festival's special event, Magic Duel, will begin soon. I'm Jessie Luna, a senior commentator who's hosting your game today. And this is 4th grade magic battle instructor, Carter Lower. Next to a 4th grade student called Jessie Luna, there was a man in his early 40s with dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat loose impression. Those two were the commentators and hosts of the event. Let's start the magic duel. The match table was already set, so the game proceeded quickly without a long delay. This time, Theon's teachers will participate in the duel. Today's long-awaited first game. Oh, this is unusual from the start. The new teacher who has recently become famous in Theon, the creator of the new magic source code, Rudiculusai! A shout of excitement rang out throughout the stadium and everyone stared at the stadium with expectant eyes. It's Mr. Roger. Wow. Oh my God. Mr. Roger from the first duel. Today it's a great day. The students responded with a mixture of admiration and longing. Roger, dressed in a black frock coat, stood there like a model. Flora, Look over there. It's Dr. Roger. He's dressed up nicely again this time. What? I'm not that interested. Unlike Cheryl, who shouted excitedly, Flora had a sour reaction. But it was a superficial appearance, as Flora had strong expectations inside. Standing in the center of the stadium, Roger glanced around with a calm gaze. There are a lot of people here to watch. He couldn't believe so many people came to see the duel. Just when their eyes met, the president said with her mouth to be strong, and waved her hand. Even the expectations are high. He didn't expect that the president would cheer for him. It was not a welcomed sight for Roger, who just wanted to go through the motions. And the other star of today, Matthew Summit, who is in charge of Theon's first year. The person who came out as his opponent was of course an aristocratic teacher from Hugo Bertag faction. Few aristocratic teachers are not in Hugo's faction. The opponent was already glaring at him with a serious gaze. This must be the first time they've met, but he was treating Roger like an enemy. I'm hated by the people over there. Roger held the magic wand in his hand, thinking comfortably. The opponent also took out a cane and held it. Then the duel will start right away. Oh my God! With the host's cry, his opponent, Matthew Summit, pointed his cane at Roger. Roger watched the scene in a relaxed manner, and the Matthew stared at Roger with trembling eyes but didn't shoot his magic. He couldn't move recklessly unless he knew what to expect from his opponent, but over time, he will definitely use magic. Yes. Come on. Roger wanted Matthew Summit to quickly launch an attack magic at him. He was going to lose by pretending that he couldn't block the attack properly. Come on. Matthew Summit flinched as Roger stared at him with a longing gaze. Having been aiming at his cane for a while, he did not think of using his magic, and the tip of his cane was trembling. Hurry up and shoot. If you shoot, I'll lose, Roger urged Matthew Summit in his head, but Matthew continued to stay there without moving. When such a strange confrontation lasted 5 minutes, Roger felt something strange. A broken bar, why isn't he shooting? Matthew Summit back was damp with cold sweat. As time went by, his mind and soul were slowly being eaten away by insects. When in his life could he feel this tension? But now, I'm feeling it. He thinks he will be swallowed up by Roger Chulusai, the man in front of him. He has to attack before he gets eaten. His instinct shouted so, but Matthew Somerset could not hastily use magic because of the momentum flowing out of Roger. This is such a strong momentum. I can't believe he's a first-year teacher like me. Roger wasn't even pointing his cane at him. If it was someone else, he might have taken offense and mocked him for that behavior, but Matthew Somerset did not. The opponent is a wizard who uses the source code magic that casts any magic almost instantly. I can't let my guard down even though he didn't aim his cane at me. Roger information is familiar to him. Even though he seemed to be standing still to others, Matthew Summit thought differently. Roger's ready for battle. His relaxed-looking posture was clearly bait to make his opponent lower his guard by showing a gap on purpose. The moment he catches it and takes the lead, he will be very hard to stop. Thinking so, Roger, who was standing still, was seen as an iron fortress without any gaps. Roger Chulusai. He's a scary man. Matthew bit his lip tightly. People around him said Roger was overrated, but he didn't believe it. At first, Matthew certainly had distrust in Roger's evaluation. However, when he faced him in person and aimed at his cane, such thoughts disappeared as if they were washed away. That man is the real deal. That attitude of pretending to be relaxed, the act of holding the cane lightly without aiming it, and even those eyes waiting for the opponent to make the first move showed how confident Roger was that he could win the duel. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, and sweat ran down Matthew's forehead and stabbed his eyes. Roger, who was waiting to see when his opponent would use his magic, could not hide his doubts when he saw Matthew Summit. What's wrong with him? Matthew's complexion was so bad that he was worried about him. Was he sick? The audience who watched the match between the two was also surprised. What? Why would they just stand still and do nothing for 5 minutes? What's wrong? Renee, who was sitting on one side of the stands, was also suspicious of the situation. Senior, why are they both staying still when it's been a while since the duel started? Junior is still inexperienced. What? Irenda, who was sitting next to her, said proudly. Look at that. Now, Matthew looks nervous. He's even sweating. Yes, but don't you understand? The fight between the two has already begun. The fight has already started. Renee's surprised voice attracted the attention of people around her while Ender chattered with excitement. Don't you know? The battle of real masters is going on without having to use magic in person, just like now. Those who secretly overheard the conversation between the two nodded unconsciously and were convinced because it was somehow plausible. Above all, it was the third princesses saying that, not just anyone else. It's strange. I think Mr. Roger is bored, Renee muttered in a low voice. She didn't know why she thought that, but she just had a feeling. However, when her senior spoke with such conviction, Renee had no choice but to agree with her. At that moment, Matthew Summit, who had been sitting still so far, moved because he couldn't stand the tension anymore. Yeah, that's great. Now that it's like this, I'll show you properly. Matthew clenched his teeth and prepared his magic. A line of magical power was drawn in the air, a magic formula was engraved, and eventually a single magic was completed. White ice flowers were formed in the air. It was the third-rank attribute elemental magic, exploding ice flowers. As soon as the ice flowers were in full bloom, countless petals rushed toward Roger like an explosion. A part of the audience burst into admiration at the spell appearance that was both powerful and beautiful. Wow, that's amazing. Beautiful ice floating magic that unfolds in an instant. How will Roger stop it? If this is the case, even with broken bar. Matthew Summit, who was confident of his victory inside, opened his eyes wide at the scene that followed. This is because the ice petals that were flying toward Roger melted down in an instant and disappeared. There was a hot fire around Roger, forming a thin wall. That's the defensive spell, Firewall. When the hell? I couldn't even see him casting it. It was a powerful blow, but he was shocked to learn that he didn't do any real damage. What? Roger, on the other hand, was puzzled because the attack was too weak. That's it? Really? It would be too obvious if he pretended to be hit as soon as his opponent attacked, so he stopped it and waited for the next magic to fly. But strangely, the opponent didn't take any action. The fight between wizards must be so tight that even 0.1 seconds of everything is important, but his opponent already wasted 3 seconds since the first attack. Should I have just gotten hit by the attack? No matter how much I fake it, I can't lose after being hit by this. If he wanted to make it plausible, he should use 4th rank magic. However, since the opponent used a 3rd rank magic, he had no choice but to defend. Wow! Seeing his attack blocked, Matthew stepped back with a murmur. He felt a lot of pressure after seeing the source code. It was so fast that he already felt suffocated. He looks bad. Looking at Matthew's complexion, Roger was convinced that the magic he had hoped for would no longer come. Looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good state. It's not polite to stall against someone like this. He couldn't believe he wasted so much time with a sick person. Roger decided to finish it as soon as possible with an apologetic heart. His cane, which had been facing down the whole time, moved slowly. It's coming. Matthew immediately unleashed a defensive spell. He remembered what he heard from Chris Benamor before entering the arena. Listen well. When Roger uses magic, always focus on defense. Don't think about anything else, only defense. Matthew Summit was also quick to judge the situation as a Theon teacher. He immediately surrounded himself with the mana barrier. Shortly thereafter, countless magic spells battered the barrier. He's the type that uses fast magic, but it's not very powerful. Besides, his amount of mana is small, so he cannot attack for a long time. On Chris Benamor's advice, Matthew gritted his teeth and poured mana into the mana barrier to increase its power. He planned to hang in there and look for a gap, but something was wrong. What kind of magic? Endlessly a broken bar. A number of spells beyond imagination flew at him. Usually, wizards shoot magic slowly one by one, but Roger poured magic endlessly like shooting a machine gun by using the source code. Matthew overlooked the spell's power a little, and there was a crack in the mana barrier, and another magic hit it and broke the barrier before he had time to reinforce it. He opened his umbrella when he saw that it was raining, but instead of stopping the rain, Raindrops went through the umbrella. Ah! That was the last thing he said as the swirling magic quickly engulfed Matthew Summit. Wow! After a long battle, Rudgitulus is the victor. A series of spells hit his opponent without a break. What an unbelievable speed! Looking at Matthew Summit, who fainted and was carried off on a stretcher, Roger was pleased to see the results. Still, he thought he had showed enough courtesy for the opponent. Excitement emanated from the audience. He stood still all that time and then hit his opponent with a series of spells before he even had time to react. Was that why he stood still for that long? Rudgitulus is a scary person. He was actually playing with his opponent. Everyone stared at Roger with wary eyes. Hugo Bertag, who hoped Roger would be brutally destroyed, clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. That damn thing! Are you saying that you can be relaxed in a place like this? The mere sight of that indifferent face raised his tension. Hugo, who clenched his fist, slowly loosened the power he had given to his hand. How can a man be full from the first drink? There was still a chance. Rudgitulus, you must have used up a lot of mana in this duel. His plan with Chris Benamor started right here. Yeah, just keep winning. The higher you go, the bigger the shock when you fall. Hugo's eyes glistened faintly. Mana consumption is quite extreme. Since then, Roger participated in 3 more duels and he won every single one. What happened? He was definitely going to lose moderately, but when he came to his senses, he was in the final. Roger was seriously troubled. Obviously, he was willing to lose naturally even if his opponent only used proper attack magic, but he won every match. Why isn't anyone attacking me properly? He didn't understand that. All of Roger's opponents responded only with a persistent defense as if they had talked with each other. Even though he intentionally revealed gaps, they were shrinking their necks like turtles hidden in their shells, so Roger had no choice but to sigh and attack them. It's not good. It was unwelcome to Roger, who wanted to save his strength. These days, I was cutting back on my medicine. If I go on like this, I'll suffer from a lack of mana in the next duel. Was it a big mistake that I thought nothing would happen because it was a festival? Since he had a constitution that consumed mana just by breathing, it was beyond his calculation to prolong the duels. It was still okay, but it was clear that his mana would be exhausted during the final. I ate it yesterday, so I should have endured for 5 days, but now it looks like I'll have to prepare some medicine in advance. Roger stopped by his office before the finals. He opened the desk drawer where his recovery medicine was and had no choice but to narrow his eyes. Nothing. He looked further in other places to see if he forgot that he put it somewhere else, but he couldn't see it. He crossed his arms and glanced around. When he tightened my eyes, he could see small dents and dirt on the carpet. Footprints. There was a thief in my office last night. The other person may think he acted as carefully as possible, but he couldn't completely erase the traces. But since a thief broke in, why did he steal nothing but the magic recovery pills? The strange sights he had felt before were fitted into the missing puzzle and completed one picture. Why did his opponents blatantly dragged on the duels maintaining defense magic? There is only one reason. It was to use up his mana. Someone noticed that I lack mana. Where the hell? Who? It means that someone saw that he was taking medicine. It was a little surprising that he was caught even though he hid it as much as possible. I see. Was it at the banquet hall? There was a time when he consumed a lot of mana and took medicine without checking the surroundings in a hurry. Perhaps someone witnessed the scene then. I can't believe I got caught. It's a little painful, but it can't be helped. There are no complete secrets in this world. Right now, there are people who recognize the identities that he has used in the past and follow him tenaciously. It is natural for information to leak from somewhere because humans are not perfect. The problem is that the opponent is attacking him through that weakness. Seeing that my opponents are all noble teachers, I think that everyone in the Hugo faction knows about it. That means that someone among them discovered my secret, and he must have stolen the medicine while Roger was away. After discovering his secret, he was in a lot of trouble and was pressed for time, so he couldn't manufacture the medicine now. I have 5 minutes left. It's a tight time just to get back on the field. He couldn't leave because he had reached the finals. If he suddenly disappeared from here, it would not only damage the prestige of the academy, but also damage his image. Thinking it was inevitable, Roger left the teacher's office and immediately returned to the field. Everyone. This is the long-awaited final. Both sides, please come up to the arena. Roger decided to finish as soon as possible because his mana was quite lacking. His opponent was a man in his mid-30s who looked somewhat sly. Today's final match. The undefeated myth that has not allowed a single attack so far, Roger Chulasai. His opponent is the teacher in charge of practical magic in the 2nd grade and a wizard from the Bertag family. Devian Bertag. A Devian Bertag? If it's Bertag, is it the same family as Hugo? Devian was a close relative of Hugo Bertag, as the name Bertag suggests. However, unlike Hugo, Devian was skinny and not fat. Roger quickly examined his figure. The footprints pressed against the carpet and the actual size of his feet matched surprisingly well. That's him. The man who came into his office and stole his medicine case. And the culprit behind all this. Roger's eyes were directed at Hugo Bertag and Chris Benamor, who were sitting in the stands. Among them, Chris Benamor noticed Roger's gaze and laughed at him. Roger shook his head. I think I look down on people too much. A teacher made such a childish prank. I was talking to myself, but Devian reacted as if he heard it. A childish prank? This is ridiculous. Aren't you stupid? That's right. You should have kept the medicine container well. Devian purposely showed only to Roger the medicine bottle in his vest's inner pocket. Despite the blatant provocation toward, Roger only stared at him with a calm gaze. Roger wouldn't be swayed by such a low-key, cheap provocation. Then, let's start the semi-finals. The audience responded to the shouts of commentator Jesse Luna. Roger spoke to Devian, who was already prepared. I'll give you a piece of advice before we start. What is this all of a sudden? Are you scared now? Give up this fight. Devian burst into laughter at Roger's words. Ha ha ha. Are you bluffing now that you don't have your medicine? This is my sincere advice. If you surrender here and return the stolen medicine, I will let you go. Can you move on? Devian's face frowned as he was getting annoyed. I think you're thinking something weird right now. You don't know what's going on? Are you still joking about the seriousness of the situation? Do I look like I'm joking? For a moment, Devian flinched without realizing it because Roger's eyes changed and he felt as if he was looking at an endless abyss. I don't joke around. So listen to me. Usually, since he went this far, Roger doesn't have to be considerate of the other person because he wasn't the type to show mercy to those who were hostile to him. This is your last chance. Still, Roger is now warning Devian. What Devian did was nothing compared to what might be coming. At least it would be better for me to lose when I can use magic. I'm not sure if this fight was the final or semi-final because in the last chapter it was the semi-final but in this chapter it said final. I hope the situation will be cleared in the next chapter but until then enjoy this release. BTW, the next chapter will be released Monday. What did Roger just say? Devian's face was distorted as a tendon came up on his forehead when he understood what he said. Even under these circumstances, instead of bowing his head, he ignited his wrath by acting like he was a great man. Mr. Hugo told me to do it moderately, but I can't do that. I'll fix you properly today. You won't listen to my warning. Roger was genuinely sorry for Devian, who didn't even listen to his sincere words. Warning? Ha! I'm speechless. Devian laughed at him. He thought he was trying to hide his embarrassment because his bluff didn't work. Roger must be out of energy due to lack of mana. But he's urging him to surrender? He's bluffing. Did he think I'd be scared just because he said a few strong words? Other teachers may have been shaken by a few words because they lacked practical experience, but Devian was different. Devian was born in the Bertag family and had a fairly outstanding magical talent, and he was also able to rise to this position thanks to his hard work. It wasn't just luck that allowed Devian Bertag to reach the finals of the duels competition but his skills. Hugo knew that, so he sent Devian out and told him to smash Roger in front of everyone. What? Is it better to lose when you can use magic? As the hostility from Devian increased further, Roger gave up persuading him because he didn't feel the need to persuade someone who refuses to listen. In the end, you're causing trouble. Then, let's start the final of the duels event. Devian used magic after the host's cry. A translucent magical barrier surrounded him in the form of a tortoise shell and Roger realized what that magic was. It's a 4th tier spell. Magic Protect. I'm in trouble. Magic Protect is a defensive spell, but it has a slightly different characteristic than other defensive spells. Magic Protect was one of the must-have spells in the wizard's fight. It was because it did not prevent physical attacks, but on the contrary, it showed stronger power than any defensive spells against magic. It must have been hard to use it so quickly because it is the top magic among the 4th rank spells. The first thing that came to Roger's mind was Reverberation of Memory. It is a magic that allows you to save spells and use them in an instant when you need them. Devian Beartag used Reverberation of Memory to store Magic Protect before he got on the field. That's how he was able to use it so fast. This is why I wanted to end it quickly. Devian's judgment was correct. In fact, as soon as the duel started, Roger tried to end it by pouring all his remaining mana in the source code. However, since he is using Magic Protect, he is wasting a part of his mana. Should I look for a chance? As soon as he thought that, a hot fireball flew toward Roger, but he dodged it by turning his upper body and moving one step to the side. Devian's voice came from inside the barrier. Avoiding that? It wasn't a lie when you said that you were a military officer. Roger didn't answer Devian, mocking. He was thinking about something else. He's maintaining Magic Protect, but he could still attack me? To use attack magic, you must cancel Magic Protect. It is possible to multitask and launch attack magic while maintaining defense magic from the 6th rank or higher, but Devian was only at the 4th rank. That's it. Roger found a beast trapped around Devian's neck. It was a green translucent snake. Oh, it's here. Teacher Devian Beartag's magic beast. Grunslang. It is one of the 4 summoning magic consisting of spirits, golems, necromancy, and magic beasts. Among them, magic beasts had a characteristic that was quite different from other summoning specialties. Anyone can use it. Basically, summoning magic is the area where talent is needed the most. If you do not have the ability to communicate with spirits, you cannot make a contract with them. If the cognitive ability is low, it is impossible to properly command spirits summoned with necromancy. If you lack knowledge of mechanical engineering and general mechanics, you can't deal with golems. But magic beasts is different. Even people without talent can use magic beasts if they are wizards. This is because a magical beast is a living creature that is created from the user's mana. Since there is no magician without mana, anyone has the potential to use magic beasts. Ether Nocturnus, used by Roger, was also a magical beast in the form of clothing. Currently, Devian Beartag's magic beast is a translucent green snake. When he opened his mouth, a fireball was formed and flew again toward Roger. The magic used this time was less powerful than before, but much faster. Judging that it was inevitable, Roger used defensive magic and the little mana he had gradually diminished. Roger narrowed his eyes. Is it a magic beast that uses magic on behalf of its master? He blocked the attack and analyzed the opponent. The magic power is in the early 3rd rank. If I set it compared to Devian, who is at the top of the 4th rank, the magic beast becomes proportionally stronger depending on how strong the user is. Grunslang, handled by Devian Beartag, was close to the concept of a servant who assisted his master. Above all, the most annoying thing about that magical beast was the versatility of its attacks. The user concentrates on defense magic, and on the contrary, the magic beast uses attack magic on behalf of the user. The user and the magic beast could use different magic. It was truly an all-in-one. It is a very advantageous ability to have when fighting against other wizards because it was like fighting 2 against 1. My magic beast won't work well here because its power will be reduced by the barrier. In addition, Ether Nocturnus is specialized in stealth maneuvers and raids, but it's not very useful in face-to-face fights. He is also very greedy and has a very high rate of mana consumption. In this situation, Roger will not last 10 seconds before running out of mana. If it was a fight between life and death, he was confident of winning easily, but since it was a match in front of the audience, he was limited in what he could display. While judging that way, an attack flew again from Devian's magic beast. This time, Roger, who judged it inevitable, defended the magic, and the mana left behind quickly diminished. He's trying to make me run out of mana. Although annoying, Deviant's strategy was very useful because he knew Roger's weakness. Then I have to use a different method. Roger controlled mana precisely. Even if Magic Protect protects the surroundings, there were ways to pierce it. Spatial coordinates. In the space between the Magic Protect and the Deviant Bear Tag, a weak magical power began to form in the air. That magic could be used through any defense magic as long as you knew the spatial coordinates. Space magic consumes a lot of mana, so I don't use it unless I have to, but I can't help it because it's an urgent situation. It was the right time since the opponent was off guard. The energy in the air soon turned into a fist-sized stone, aiming for the back of Deviant Bear Tag's head, but at that moment his magic beast moved. The snake with its mouth wide open and bit the flying stone. A broken piece of stone fell on the floor. He stopped that? Deviant Bear Tag laughed at Roger after noticing that he used spatial magic. You thought I couldn't deal with your spatial magic? My Grunslang doesn't just use attack magic. One of the abilities of Grunslang was called interception. It recognizes elements that threaten the user within a certain range in advance and prevents or responds to them. Of course, the magic that can be prevented is limited to low power, but it was not good for Roger, who was unable to use any of the big magics as he is now. How do you feel? How does it feel when your magic doesn't work? Roger did not respond to Deviant's provocation. Maybe it's because of the extreme mana consumption of coordinates, but he really doesn't have much mana left and his head was beginning to ache. Something's wrong with Mr. Roger. Eliza, who had been watching from the audience, was about to step out, because she felt uneasy. This is because her strange intuition shouted that she had to stop the duel now, but Hugo Bear Tag took the lead first. President, what are you doing? We're in the middle of the duel. I think we need to stop the duel. Huh? What do you mean stop the duel? This is the final. Something might happen. Hugo knew that Roger was going to lose, so he thought the president was coming forward to stop that. What is happening? Isn't it unavoidable that something like this can happen in the middle of a match? Eliza stopped her movements. As the number of eyes round her increased, Eliza had no choice but to sit down again with her eyes frowned. Mr. Roger, a broken bar. Selena, who was watching the match with Merildon on one side of the stands, clenched her fist. Under the Magic Protect, Deviant grinned. What are you doing? You don't even use attack magic anymore? Is there no way to do that now? Deviant kept provoking Roger while Grunslang shot a fireball from his mouth at Roger, who was only focused on defense. The audience also began to question the slow flow of the situation. What is happening? Mr. Roger has been defending the whole time. Why doesn't he use attack magic like the first time? Teacher, Deviant just said something about mana. Is running out of mana? No way. The teacher. The agitation spread and there were those who instigated it from behind. Not by the students who usually respected Roger, but by the students who were scorned by the teacher named Roger Chulusai. Look at that. I knew this would happen. That must be the limit of the fallen aristocracy. Honestly, aren't all the words that have been said so far a bubble? Roger quietly closed his eyes at the voices that filled the entire stadium. Ha ha. Did you give up? It's noisy. What? Did he just say he was noisy? Deviant Bear Tag twisted his face, but Roger did not respond. A voice that had been suppressed by magic began to be heard. It was a voice that could normally be lightly ignored, but now that his mana is lacking, the voice quickly grew and made his head hurt. It was as if an old dam was collapsing. Just as it has been locked up for a long time, the accumulated water is released at once. The voice did not stop at merely conveying its intention to Roger. Roger, faced with the limit, opened his closed eyes. At that moment an ice arrow flew at him. Roger no longer used defensive magic. Instead, he caught the arrow flying with his left hand without holding a cane. It's to a broken bar noisy. He looked rather pale. A piece of broken ice arrow fell on the floor and soon disappeared. This is why I warned you. What do you mean a broken bar? Before he could feel anything about Roger's actions, which he didn't doubt that it was a bluff, Deviant has discovered something foreign. A faint but black hole appeared in the air above Roger's head. As soon as he saw it, goosebumps spread all over his body. It was a purely instinctive reaction, with no reason at all. At that moment, A dazzling light exploded from the tip of Roger's wand. The brilliance filled the arena in broad daylight as if the sun came down. The crowd covered their faces with their arms due to the unexpected explosion of light. "Ah, what is this?" "This light." "Light magic?" Teach Roger could use light magic. Roger's elemental attributes known to the public were water, fire, ice, wind, and earth. 5 of the 10 elemental attributes are worth calling a great talent, but he could even use light. Light is even considered a very rare elemental attribute just like darkness, but Roger was using it now. "Ah, I can't see anything because it's so bright." "What's going on?" While everyone was confused and unable to grasp the situation, Roger moved slowly in the light. "What?" Roger's appearance was strangely clear in the white world as Deviant saw Roger slowly approaching him, but his body didn't move as if time has stopped. Something above Roger's head caught Deviant's gaze and forced him to fix it. The black hole, which was only about the size of a little finger joint, grew bigger and grew to the size of an adult's upper body. The black contrast looked strange in the white world. The gap was disparate and enigmatic, and Deviant felt something staring at him. His magic beast opened his mouth and screamed, but soon disappeared as if melting. The magic beast is afraid? Then a strange sound tickled Deviant's ear. It was like the sound of bones breaking or the sound of a giant insect crawling, and it was coming out of the black hole. What? Something was slowly coming out of the black hole. Something black, sticky and clingy. What the hell? Deviant let out a scream full of despair. In the meantime, it was slowly coming out of the hole and showing itself. Just looking at it, he felt like his body was falling into the cold deep sea, and his brain was tearing up. Roger, who was close to Deviant, stopped. R. Deviant opened his mouth and uttered only strange sounds. What came out of the hole resembled a branch, but looking closely it was human bones. The joints of countless human bones slowly approached Deviant, like tentacles, but beyond them it was something even more terrible. All kinds of meat and flesh, twisted in a strange form. Deviant Bertag, whose leg was weakened, fell on his buttocks. In the meantime, it's hard to tell if it was bones or tentacles, but they slowly approached him. "Stop!" At Roger's command they stopped moving. Roger stared at the black hole floating on his head with an empty stare. "If you don't like it, I'll give up the opportunity to someone else. The choice is yours." Eventually, the bone tentacles that were approaching Deviant slid back into the hole. After sighing, Roger lowered his upper body and searched Deviant's clothes, who had not yet come to his senses, for his medicine bottle. Roger immediately took out about 5 pills inside and poured them into his mouth. As pure mana spreads in his mouth and circulates throughout his body, the black hole floating above Roger's head gradually narrowed and disappeared. Roger, who turned off the urgent fire, put the medicine bottle in his inner pocket and released the light magic. Oh, I can see. Teacher Deviant is lying down. What the hell happened? Jessie Luna, the host who came to his senses late, shouted. Look. The light that burst suddenly disappeared, and it's settled. The one standing is Roger. It's Roger Tulasai. Teacher Deviant Bertag doesn't seem to be in good shape. Carter Lowe, who has not spoken so far, also shared a murmur as he could not remain silent about the strangeness of the situation. Haven't I told you? In the uproar, Roger looked down at Deviant with indifferent gaze. Surrender while I can use magic. Deviant, who had already lost his mind halfway through, couldn't even respond. The final is over. Rather than cheering for the winner, the audience was full of questions because they didn't know what was going on. A bright light flashed, and when it died down, Deviant, who had always had the upper hand, was defeated. What the hell happened? I don't know. What happened in the light? Altigo, who was convinced of Roger's defeat, also shook his fist with a sniff of anger. What the hell is this? What do you mean, light attribute magic all of a sudden? No one knows what happened in that light. The process of the fight is only known to Roger and Deviant. Altigo couldn't calm down, so he jumped out of his seat and left the stadium. The aides, who were wary, hurriedly stood up and chased him. The students in the audience as well as the other teachers who came to see the duel and the guests outside stared at Roger with strange eyes. Deviant was stretched out. Roger stood for a while and walked off the field. It's an event match and there was no award ceremony for the winner, so he left like this. Roger's eyes, which entered the hallway, saw medical staff rushing from afar. Roger walked in the direction where the medical staff disappeared. Arriving in the emergency room inside the stadium, Roger could find Devian Bertag lying inside. He was still unconscious with his eyes wide open. "Mr. Devian, come to your senses." Teacher Devian. Even if the doctor shook him, it was of little use. There was also Hugo, who was venting his anger at the medical staff as he saw Devian's condition. "What's going on here? Why is Devian still like this?" "We don't know. A broken bar. A broken bar. It's your job to figure it out. There are no wounds on his body. I think we'll have to try a close-up to find out more. A broken bar." As the medical staff rushed to make excuses, Roger stepped forward. "It's because he was traumatized momentarily." Hugo's fleshy face was distorted when he saw Roger. "With time, he'll recover on his own if he has a strong mentality." "Do you know what you've done?" Hugo screamed, but Roger had a face that he didn't understand. "I don't know why you're mad at me. It was only a duel. You didn't have to go this far." "Did you say I went too far?" Roger laughed quietly as if he had heard an interesting story. "These days, it seems that sneaking into someone else's teacher's office and stealing medicine is less than enough." "That a broken bar. Weren't they the first ones to set things up to keep him in check in the duel?" Hugo, who was rolling his eyes, screamed at the innocent medical staff. "Everyone, get out!" The medical staff were wary and left the room as if they were running away. Even though the hearing ears were gone, Hugo walked away. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Well, you said you don't know, so I won't say anything more." Of course, there's no way Hugo really didn't know about this. Devian, whom he had never met before, secretly stole his medicine case, and since Devian was a member of the Bertag family, it was clear at a glance who encouraged him. However, there was no clear evidence and he couldn't push Hugo anymore, so Roger decided to stop here and move on. He won and Devian lost. Above all, it was largely due to the fact that his head was still throbbing as he hurriedly suppressed the power of God. It was best to avoid unnecessary arguments. "You punk!" Hugo wriggled his eyebrows. Here, if Roger had asked persistently once more, he would have tried to force him by citing evidence in reverse, but this rascal escaped like a ghost. "So what's your business here?" "I came here because I was worried that he fainted." "Worry?" Did he just say worry? Hugo seriously thought that at this point, Roger might have come just to mock him. No, he was sure about it. On the other hand, Roger, who confirmed Devian's condition, was a little relieved inside. Looking at the state of things, it's not too serious. Him saying that he was worried wasn't a lie. Still, destroying the other person's ego in duel was too big to cover up and pass it as a simple accident. If Devian was seriously injured, it would have an effect on himself. Looking at Devian Bertag's condition now, he'll probably get back to his original state if he rests well for about 2 days. Of course, the memory of that time will remain a trauma. All of a sudden Roger felt his forgotten headache come back to life. I quickly replenished my mana, but I'm still feeling a headache because I'm on the verge of a dangerous situation. Hugo, who did not know Roger's innermost thoughts, had no choice but to grit his teeth at Roger's attitude. His plan to defeat Roger in front of everyone failed, along with the Bertag family's unsightly defeat. It was as if he had fallen into the trap he dug. What the hell did he do? Was he hiding his skills? As far as Hugo knew, Roger could only deal with 5 elemental attributes. He had never heard of him being able to use light magic, but this time, Roger used a new magic. In the first place, that's not the level a new teacher should be at. No matter how high the level of Theon's teachers is, there is a limit, but Roger has long since passed that. Most of all, what frustrated Hugo was that he didn't know how Devian was defeated by Roger. His body was fine, but he couldn't even guess what magic Roger had to use to make his mind go out. For Hugo, this whole thing felt like a mess, like someone's bad joke. At that moment, Chris Benimore opened the door to the hospital room and came in. He stiffened his face when he found Roger, and Roger stared at Chris Benimore with indifferent gaze. Humphrey. It was Chris Benimore who avoided eye contact first. He looked at Devian's half-asleep condition and told Hugo, "Fortunately, his body is not affected. I think you should take a break for now. Just in case, I'll bring you some of the Benimore family's special healing potion." A broken bar, yes. "Thank you," Hugo replied and stared at Roger as if he were going to tear him to death. "I'll hold you responsible for this." "Responsibility? I don't understand the responsibility at all. No matter what, it was a duel, but you harmed the other person." It was then that a third party's voice rang the hospital room. "Isn't it inevitable that something can happen during a duel? Everyone should be prepared for that." Roger, Hugo, and Chris' eyes turned to the door of the hospital room, and President Elisa stood there. Her face was filled with a faint smile as if she had heard an interesting story. "Isn't that what you said to me was, Mr. Hugo Bertag?" "When did I say that?" "That's weird." "When I was trying to stop the duel, Mr. Hugo said it and everyone was listening, right?" Elisa said so, stepping aside slightly and looking back. Only then could Hugo see the people that Elisa was covering. "Of course, that's exactly what I heard." An old man stroked his beard and entered the hospital room. Hugo Bertag recognized him and his eyes grew so large that they popped out. "Duke Hibak Kadushan, one of the three great dukes of the empire, appeared here." But that wasn't the only thing Hugo was surprised about. Caden Lumos and many other nobles were also present. "Maybe I'm too old and my eyes are wrong, right?" "Oh, no way." Hugo, who hurriedly explained, stared at the president, but the president responded with a smile. Hugo immediately changed his expression, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I think I just got confused because I was out of my mind." Of course, during a competition accidents can happen. As if he had taken back what he said, he had no choice but to smile on the outside even though he shook his fist inside. Elisha thought it was a good idea and congratulated Roger, saying that he did a good job. "Congratulations on winning. How do you feel about winning in front of everyone?" "It wasn't much." Roger, who had no intention of winning in the first place, so even his feelings were simple. Honestly, unlike what I expected, everyone was busy defending. We didn't exchange magic, but others didn't take it that way. No matter how many opponents he defeated, they were still teachers of the unlike him, and his remark made him look arrogant. However, when the winner does this, the feeling it's different. Duke Hibak smiled and reached out to Roger. "Nice to meet you. My name is Hibak Kadushan. I am undeservedly seated in the Duke's seat." "I'm Roger Chulusai. I enjoyed the duel. It was really cool, especially when you fired magic at such an incredibly high speed. Besides, you're even a light attribute magic user. It's strange how people like you still haven't achieved fame." Hibak praised Roger until his mouth was worn out, with no room for anyone else to intervene. Roger tried to show discomfort in the action, but when he saw other nobles not approaching, he gave up the idea. Everyone's looking. Somehow, the people who wanted to make a connection with Roger, the protagonist of today's event, don't even approach him. Roger stared at the old man standing in front of him with an unexpected gaze. "Are you trying to stop them?" The way Hibak keeps clinging to Roger seems like an old man is making a fool of himself. On the other hand, it was also a secret action to warn the nobles not to bother Roger. Kadushan was the family that symbolizes mountain goats. There is a thorough calculation underneath his frivolous behavior. He is not the third duke that supports the Exilian Empire for nothing. Even his appearance that would look friendly and light to strangers was intentional. Hibak naturally led Roger out of the hospital room, and the other nobles had no choice but to watch the scene. "Ha, people are too noisy, aren't they? Please understand. It's because everyone wants to see you so badly." "I know. And even the fact that the Duke deliberately took me out of an uncomfortable place." "You knew that?" Hibak chuckled, pretending to be surprised, but his eyes, which were bent like a crescent moon, sank heavily. He's a rare talent with a good eye. Usually, a person who has achieved great achievements at that age becomes overbearing and misses little things. Hibak decided to change his purpose since Roger was not an opponent he could coax with a few words. Some people can't be pleased just by saying good things, and in that case, he could just move on neatly. "If you need my help, come to me anytime. Kadushan will treat you as a VIP." Hibak, with his experience, realized that sticking to him would only give Roger a bad impression. Roger also nodded, thinking it was unexpected to see Hibak stepping down. "Yes, indeed. I look forward to our next meeting." Yes. Hibike was a man who knew to get out when he had to. Seeing Hibike stepping down cleanly without any regrets, Roger realized that he was a formidable high-ranking aristocrat. Soon after, Hibike disappeared and Roger thought he should leave, but then a group of wizards rushed to Roger from afar in the hallway. One of the wizards, who appeared to be the representative, stepped forward and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Luchek, and I belong to the new tower." "You're Roger Chulusai, right?" "Yes, Buta Broken Bar." Roger rolled his eyes. Most of the wizards were young, with no beard or creases compared to the wizards of the old tower. The faces of the wizards of the new tower surrounding him were all heavy and hard. Unlike the authoritarian old tower, the new tower looked like an army, somewhat hard and rigid. "What do you need from me?" When Roger asked that question, the wizards of the new tower exchanged glances without a word, and then nodded their heads heavily. Roger narrowed his eyes at the sight. What? Are you trying to kidnap me?" In the present situation where there are still a lot of guests in the stadium, even the new tower should be afraid of Theon, right? While Roger was thinking so, the representative of the new tower, who introduced himself as Luchek, put his hand in his pocket with a solemn face. Roger strained his body and was ready to respond to any surprise. He couldn't fight hastily because he was lacking mana, but he was ready to escape. Roger explored the escape route in case of an emergency. At that moment, Luchek's hand was pulled out like lightning and headed for Roger. Roger shuddered. It was not because he was scared, but because he almost pulled out the dagger hidden in his waist without realizing it. What Luchek put out was white paper. Looking at the pure white paper with nothing else written on it, Roger stared at Luchek wondering what the hell this is. "Sir, please sign." "I think I heard it wrong, so could you repeat?" "I'm a fan." After taking a deep breath, Luchek exclaimed. Roger looked at Luchek with a bewildered gaze and turned to the sorcerers of the new tower who came with him. The expressions of the new tower wizards, who felt solemn just a while ago, were all hardened with extreme tension when examined closely. A broken bar. A broken bar. Roger took the paper carefully. "The pane a broken bar." "Here you are." Perhaps prepared in advance, another wizard suddenly took out a pen. Roger, who received the pen, scrawled his name on the paper with a fine handwriting. Everyone stared intently at the scene, holding their breath. There were 20 people standing, and only the sound of pen and paper rubbing echoed through the hallway. A broken bar. A broken bar. I'm suffocating." At this point, Roger seriously pondered whether this was a new type of torture. "A broken bar. A broken bar. Here it is." "Thank you." Luchek slipped Roger's signature into the frame he had prepared in advance. Some clapped their hands to congratulate him, while others stared at Luchek with envious eyes. Given that others are not coming forward, it seems that Luchek has agreed to come forward as a representative and get an autograph. Unable to hide his excitement, Luchek realized who he was standing in front of and changed the atmosphere by coughing. "Thank you for giving us this precious time and congratulations on winning. It was a great victory." They couldn't see anything because he was covered by the light. What great victory! However, their expressions were sincere. Rather, the eyes facing him were burdensome and made Roger feel bloated. I thought they would be proud and arrogant because they were magicians of the tower. That's surprising. The image of the wizards belonging to the tower was not so good. There was a strong perception that they were basically clogged up and very authoritarian. But the new tower was different. It was a place where people disillusioned with the old-fashioned atmosphere and unchanging customs of the old tower gathered. The magicians of the new tower are those who break away from authoritarian relationships and constantly challenge new things, so-called romance and dreams. Even so, this level of respect is a bit strange. Luchek smiled, scratching his head awkwardly. "We're all graduates of Theon." It was only then that Roger understood the reaction they were showing. The reason why the sorcerers of the new tower admire him is that most of them were graduates of Theon. In addition, Roger was a teacher of Theon and even created a magic called source code that had never existed before. There was nothing strange about the sorcerers of the new tower showing this reaction. "I saw the source code made by Mr. Roger. It was amazing and I can only admire how you could come up with that way of casting spells." A broken bar. A broken bar. It is not worthy of such praise. From Roger's point of view, the source code had no innovation at all. After all, He did nothing more than imitate the Earth's knowledge program and put it into magic. In other people's eyes, it would be a creation that sprouted from the barren land, but for Roger, it was nothing more than an imitation of what was there. Should I be happy about it if I am praised for walking along the road that already existed? It's not something he pioneered, or something he sharpened. Could he boast that he's applauded by someone just for the fact that he walked on a road that already existed? I'm not. It was for this reason that Roger did not consider himself truly great. No. How can you say that? You can be more proud of your achievements. For wizards who didn't know that, they had no choice but to think that Roger was just humble. Moreover, the magic that transcends space was even a high-level skill that an ordinary wizard could never even imitate. Roger replied instead by nodding his head, judging that they wouldn't understand whatever he said. Here's my business card. I'd like to have a serious discussion with Mr. Roger about magic later on. Please feel free to visit our new tower. We welcome Mr. Roger. Thank you. The wizards of the new tower rushed away after receiving his autograph and giving Roger a business card. They were a little strange but were not bad people. At the new tower, if the base of the old tower was in the form of a tower that soared high as if it could touch the sky, it was different in the case of the new tower. I've been there once before, but it's been quite a while since then, so a lot has changed. It wouldn't hurt to visit at least once. He wondered if other nobles would chase after him, but fortunately, no one came after Roger. He glanced over the corner of the hallway and saw that President Eliza was holding on to the others hard and talking. Then at that moment, he made eye contact with her, and the president winked at Roger with one eye. I've been helped. Roger thought that he should get away while the president dragged on the clock and immediately stepped back. At that time, he felt a strong sense of surprise behind his back. Roger turned slowly around, barely holding his hand in reflexively. Floral Umos with blue hair tied in half-twin tails, a haughty look and sharp eyes. Flora calmed her surprised chest and asked Roger questioningly. I was surprised. How can you suddenly step back like that? I'm sorry if I did. What are you doing here? It's just a broken bar. Well, a broken bar. A broken bar. Congratulations on winning. Flora said so shyly, but Roger knew she wasn't just here to celebrate his victory. Roger recalled one of the nobles who visited the hospital room a while ago. A cold-blooded looking man in his mid-30s. His hair, which was long enough to curl and come down to the neck, was clearly dark blue like the Flora he sees now. Is that so? Roger noticed what Flora had come for. Are you here to see your father? What? The Duke is having a conversation with the president right now. It would be better to go in a little while. Wait. It's not like that. Flora responded with tears in her eyes, but in reality, it was closer to the reaction of a person that was caught red-handed. Then why are you here? Why? It's just a broken bar. A broken bar. Flora couldn't bear to finish her sentence. It's true that she came to see her father, but it was ambiguous to say that. Roger found a strange sense of alienation in Flora's response. You have a delicate reaction to your father. There's a strange expectation, even though you seem afraid. Roger recalled Caden Lumos. He was a man who looked like he would not bleed even if he was stabbed with a needle, and after speaking a few words, the other nobles were reluctant to approach him. He's probably quite strict with his children, too. More than that, sir. Is my father really over there? If it's really hard, I can ask for you. No, don't do that. Never. There was something strange about Flora's embarrassment. She came to meet her father, but she's reluctant to face him in person. Are they having a family feud? This was all that could be inferred from Flora's response. But Roger was probably half sure this was right. Flora, are you not on good terms with your father? Why are you suddenly asking me that? As a teacher, let's say it's a common question. It's just a broken bar. It's not bad. It's not a good thing either. Is your father uncomfortable? A broken bar. A broken bar. That's true. It certainly seemed so. Duke Caden looked like an overly cold and hard man. He must be a little hard to get along with. Flora, who heard Roger's words, stared at Roger with her disbelieving eyes wide open. That's not what you're going to say, is it? What do you mean? A broken bar. A broken bar number. If you don't know, that's fine. Flora gathered her courage and tried to say something, but eventually gave up and dropped her shoulders. A broken bar. A broken bar. Anyway, Congratulations once again on winning. I'll be on my way now. I have a match to play. Are you going to participate in this event? Now that the teacher competition is over, the next event is, of course, the student's duel. Flora Lumos is a student who is so talented in magic that even second graders can't compare. Of course, if she participates, she'll win the championship. But I see. If you're good enough, you'll win. Flora was embarrassed by the unexpected cheering, but soon smiled and raised her nose. That's a given. I don't want to lose against anyone. Flora snorted and said, when he said something that was a little encouraging and saw that the response came right away, he thought that a student was still a student. Then, will you come to see me? Do you mean me? Yes, well, honestly, if you're busy, it doesn't matter if you don't come. Roger made a gesture of contemplation for a moment. Flora was nervous at the sight and waited for Roger's next words. She wanted Roger to come even if she pretended not to. I have time, so I'll come and see how well the students are using magic. Flora's face quickly turned bright in response, but she immediately went into facial expression management mode and coughed. You won't regret that choice. Then bye. Flora disappeared with a light step that is comparable to when she approached him. As a teacher, Roger found it very difficult to please the students. But I'm glad I feel like I've regained my energy. Roger recalled Caden Lumos, the Lumos family head and Flora's father. But Roger had a strange feeling from him. As soon as he saw him, he was convinced that they wouldn't get along. However, Roger, who judged that they had nothing to do with each other, shook his head. Is this the end of today's schedule? It's been a long time since I've had free time. But he couldn't relax just because it was free time. The First Order Esmeralda will move in the next 3 days. Until then, he had to figure out what to do with her. Fighting was inevitable, but if he had to fight, he must decide how to do it. Knowing the opponent's abilities and powers in order to take appropriate countermeasures was not an option but a necessity. I can't do it alone. Roger left the stadium and came out of the festival. Perhaps because of the upcoming duel, most of the guests were gathered in the stadium, so it was surprisingly quiet outside. Roger strutted between the festival's barracks. It was when he reached the fountain, which was the place of appointment. Let's go see that. Let's go see it. Go see it. No, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Wait here. Is that important? There is a new Gillam starting ceremony right now. Roger shook his head and headed to the place where the noisy voices were. In front of the beautifully carved marble fountain, Hans was desperately holding Saridin and blocking her from going anywhere. Saridin struggled to escape Hans while people around were happily watching the scene, thinking that they were a grumbling daughter and a father. Roger stepped in between the two, feeling a recurrence of the gradually reduced headache. You were early. Oh, you're here? Ah, nice to see you, sir. Saridin and Hans were called by Roger himself for a possible situation. Now that the festival started, the main gate was wide open, so it was easy for the two people to come in. Let's talk while walking for now. Is there any place you want to go? I don't have one. Me, I have one. They're releasing a new Gillam over there. Let's go see it. Roger asked Hans' intention when Saridin shouted with her eyes shining while Hans shrugged his shoulders. Well, she wants to go. So what can I do? You'll see when we get back. I'll poke you with my mouse teeth when you sleep. No. Brother told me to wait here first. I just did what I was told, so why? The two of you are still good friends. Anyway, Saridin wants to go, so let's go there. With Roger's permission, Saridin took the lead and walked with a happy expression on her face. The place where the three of them arrived was the starting ceremony of a new Gillam. Just as the event of floating dry ships in the sea for the first time was called the launching ceremony, the start ceremony was called the Gillam maneuvering ceremony. Several people gathered at the demonstration hall, mostly children who came to see the new Gillam and their parents. Children had toys in their hands, many Gillams made of the basic structure of a machine. I don't think there are that many, Hans murmured as he glanced at the people. Gillamology is not such a popular field, huh? Still, in the factory and redevelopment site industries, Gillams were an indispensable factor. It may be the case in the field where labor is precious, but the story is different in a strong academy where everything is about magic. Isn't that magic, too? To be exact, it's a mixture of magic and machines. In fact, There was a lot of controversy until Gillums were added in the summons. The controversy over whether Gillums should be regarded as a summon has continued steadily since the Gillums prototype came out. This is because, unlike other summons, the Gillum was closer to the A-making side. Therefore, there were many opinions that it would be right to move Gillums, which can be made by anyone, to science rather than magic. However, the main driving force for moving Gillums was mana stones, and it was only possible for wizards to move Gillums and give them commands through such mana stones. These days, if you have the ability, you can handle Gillum even if you are not a wizard, but there is a limitation that you can control it yourself or it can only execute basic commands. Fine, movement, and high-level behavior were only possible for wizards. That's why it's not popular. Here we go. Just in time, someone came up to the stage of the demonstration hall. He wondered who it was, and it was Brino, a first-year teacher who was appointed to Theon with Roger. Although he was fat, he had a good impression in a different way from Hugo, and he greeted the audience. "Nice to meet you. My name is Brino, a first-year Gillum teacher in Theon." Thank you to the audience who came to the start of the Gillum we made today, and we're going to start the ceremony right away. He went straight to the point as if he was itching to show the new Gillum. "Then please take a look." The new Gillum DT3000 developed by Theon. Brino peeled off the cloth that was covering a huge object. Then, the appearance of a huge Gillum hidden inside was revealed. The Gillum, which Brino unveiled, was slightly simpler than expected. No, not a little. The content, which was thought to be a human-type Gillum that should walk on two legs and have two arms, was instead a huge sphere. "What is it?" "It's just a broken bar." "A broken bar?" "It's a round piece of metal." The surface had a subtle golden color, but it was not gold, but an alloy made by mixing brass and other metals. The eyes of the children who expected a wonderful Gillum were full of disappointment. "What's that? What piece of metal did they bring?" Hans also could not hide his disappointment. The only one that didn't lose interest was Saridin. She stared at the giant metal sphere with her arms folded. Brino continued the explanation with a smile. "Of course I understand. If you look at this, you might think, what kind of Gillum is this? So I'll show you the real image of this new Gillum." Brino said so and took out a small mana stone that he had prepared in advance. Lower-class Gillums used for industrial purposes work with steam engines, but high-class ones work with mana stones. Gillums also have a rating. The higher level, the higher the output and uptime. Brino put a finger-sized blue-colored mana stone on the sphere. There was a small groove on the surface of the sphere, and the mana stone fit perfectly there. Soon after, the mana stone shone and blue lines ran on the surface of the golden sphere. It was a magic circuit engraved on the Gillum. The sphere split along the fine grooves engraved on the surface, and both legs came out and raised themselves. The sound of iron interlocking and the ferocious rotation of the cogwheels made the audience's ears dizzy. In less than 10 seconds the metal, which was only a round sphere at first, soon took the form of a Gillum with 2 legs and 2 arms. The Gillum's small face, which looked like a round bowl turned upside down, shone with a blue light from the mana stone. "Wow, that's awesome." The audience who watched the scene from beginning to end clapped their hands. The children threw away their toys and already pulled their parents' sleeves to ask them to buy the Gillum for them. "Whoa." Roger also patted his chin interestingly as he saw the Gillum. "It's a round design that's not that sophisticated, perhaps based on the sphere." Compared to the relatively poor lower body, the 2 arms and the upper body that looked strong showed that it was made for a very practical purpose. The legs are short, but the arms are big enough to touch the floor. "I think it is specialized in moving heavy objects or breaking something. It looks suitable for use in a mine." Saridin, who seemed to be the most excited, unexpectedly analyzed the use of the new Gillum. "It is also true that it looks easy to move when it is not in operation, as it is made of a transforming sphere. Just roll it and move it. But I'm a little disappointed if it's just that. There seems to be something more." "You think so, too, right?" Roger noticed from Brino's expression that he was still hiding something more. As expected, Brino went straight to the point. "I'm also satisfied with your response, but the true nature of the DT3000 has yet to be revealed." "Now, look." Brino immediately used his mana and activated the Gillum. The Gillum curled up slightly, bending his upper body. Just as it first changed from a sphere to a human form, this time, the sound of the cogwheels rang out and the shape of the golem changed. The short legs stretched, and the arms also supported the ground strongly. The golem in human form eventually turned into a horse. Wow, my God! Hans, who was bored at first, glittered at the sight. It was the same for others. From a round sphere to a human form and from a human form to a horse form. Everyone's blood boiled when they saw the golem transforming into various shapes, and it was the same for Roger. Is it a transformer? I've only seen it in movies. The difference was that the one in the movie was made up of computer CG, and the golem in front of him was real. Will it transform into a car later? Suddenly, he was curious. But Roger smiled because it was a useless idea even if he thought about it himself. Brino continued to explain the golem functions. As you can see, this new golem DT3000 can change into a total of 3 shapes. A human form suitable for breaking and cleaning things up, an animal form for transporting people and things, and its usual sphere form. A golem that can be operated by changing its shape according to the situation was certainly great compared to today's golems, whose shape is fixed. The audience's response was just as enthusiastic. This alone will make the golem very popular in many places. There were many parents with children among those gathered at the startup ceremony, but there were also many businessmen who carried out business related to golems. They responded as they were already itching to see the future possibilities in the DT3000. Sir, can I look around more? Roger nodded at Sheridan's bright eyes as he turned around. Yes, don't go too far. Don't worry. Hans sighed as he saw Sheridan running forward without anyone stopping her. Oh, my. People will think I'm here to play. Don't say too much. However, sometimes it is necessary to relieve the mood in this way. Otherwise, who knows what she will do? I guess so too. Hans knew very well what would happen if Sheridan exploded. She would really cause an explosion. This is because the talent and instinct that she possesses as a bomber can't be stopped unless Roger comes forward. I think it was the first time I saw her. Yes, it was in the kingdom of Delica. Wasn't it? It was. The first place the two met Sheridan was in an underground mine in the Delica Kingdom. The Delica Kingdom was enslaving subraces and used them in the mines. Roger, who was digging into the darkness of the Delica Kingdom at that time, discovered the reality before anyone else. There, when everyone was digging a tunnel with no hope, the only one who didn't lose the flame was a dwarf. She picked up the scrap metal the guards left and combined sulfur powder and ammonia from the mine to create a terrifying bomb to escape the mine. Perhaps if Roger and Hans hadn't stumbled upon it then and stopped it, she would have used the bomb to collapse the mine. Sheridan was such a dwarf. Recently, she had been stuck in a workshop in the corner of the back alley, so Roger took the opportunity to give her a break. Otherwise, the tragedy that could have happened in the underground mines of the Kingdom of Delica that day might have happened in Leatherville. I still get goosebumps all over my body when I think about that time. But you're alive now. Hans nodded that Roger was right. Just in time, the students passing by recognized Roger and greeted him. Mr. Roger, hello. Yes. I enjoyed the duel. Congratulations on winning. Yes, he just answered shortly, but the students laughed among themselves and left. Hans looked at the growing students and asked Roger, "Are you popular among students?" "Do you mean me?" "Then, who could it be, if not you?" There's a lot of gossip about a charismatic new teacher who developed a new magic. From the perspective of the students, there are bound to be a lot of stories out there. At Hans's words, Roger still seemed to have doubts. "Don't tell me a broken bar. Are you not aware of it?" "Aware? I'm asking just in case. But what do you think your position in Theon is right now?" "I am not just an ordinary new teacher." A broken bar? A broken bar? Are you serious?" "How the hell are you an ordinary new teacher?" "Of course, it is true that I am slightly different from other new teachers." "Slightly? Have I misunderstood the word slightly?" It was difficult for Hans to follow Roger's words. "No. My brother is so talented. I know that since I have followed you for a long time and you show your outstanding talent wherever you go." "Even so, Aren't you too ignorant? I am very talented. The source code magic that brother created is the talk of the neighborhood right now. Don't you know that you've already surpassed other teachers? Source code was the magic that made the most brilliant contribution to making Roger's name known. The coordinate designation technique shown later was also surprising, but that part was not so widely known because Roger did not properly spread the information. But even then, he showed it a little in the finals, so anyone with a keen eye would recognize it at once. Why the hell did you do that? Weren't you trying to be as quiet as possible while maintaining your status as a teacher? I needed to make my name known, at least to find out what the Black Dawn Society was up to. I had to deliberately win Theon's favor. Roger's judgment was reasonable. If Roger had really been busy avoiding the situation, he might have been as ordinary as others without any difficulty as a teacher. But what's the point of breaking things down if I do that? In the end, there was nothing he could do but be dragged into the situation. So Roger deliberately opened his paddles one by one. After deliberately making his name known, he gained recognition from Theon. Of course, he was also aiming for a bonus based on class evaluation. Hans also nodded his head as he understood that part. Well, as the value of your name increases, on the contrary, it will be difficult for the Black Dawn Society to hastily order brother. As his name value has increased, interest in Roger also increased. As this interest increases, there is a risk that Roger's identity will be revealed, but on the contrary, it will be difficult for the Black Dawn to move such a Roger. Roger also doesn't have to follow orders when he can give the excuse, I can't move because I attracted too many people. But on the other hand, you are also in danger. Hans, in order to achieve something, one has to take risks commensurate with it. Otherwise he won't get anything. That's true, but I'm very worried. Even if it was to gain recognition, it was too hasty to disclose the source code. Why was that hasty? If you solve something that important, of course there's nothing to show you later, right? If you attract too much attention at first, it will be toxic to brother as a result. You don't have to worry about that. What? Source code magic is just a part of what I have anyway. I did it because I thought it didn't matter if I showed it. A broken bar. Hans looked at Roger, wondering if that made sense. Doesn't your brother know how much attention the source code is getting right now? Source code was an innovation in the world of magic, a magic that makes another magic in the shortest time without failure. The wizards had no choice but to go crazy. There were many people that came to Theon for the source code, but Roger was treating it as something dispensable. Are you serious? Hans, when did you see me lying about that? A broken bar, oh my god. You mean it? Hans eventually shook his head. I've known my brother for a long time, but I'm still not sure about your real abilities. Didn't I tell you before? Is it real magic? Honestly, I still don't know. If it's magic, it's magic. What's real magic? And the thing that comes out when you run out of mana. A broken bar. Hans, who had heard a lot from Roger, was still half believing if it was real. Even though Roger moved through space, invented the source code magic, and he even saw with his eyes that he was well versed in other fields, Roger spoke peacefully, as if it were nothing. Magic is magic, mysterious and hard to understand, unlike the ones we use now. Are you talking about the story of the wizard from the legend? What if it's not just a legend? That's a broken bar. As Hans' expression became serious, Roger shrugged. It's a joke. A broken bar. I've felt this for a long time. But your jokes are bad for someone with a weak heart like me. It's not a legend. To what extent? Hans opened his mouth wide, but noticed someone approaching them, and began to manage his expression. I'm sorry, but can I ask for directions? A voice that gently enveloped the human ear and was also familiar was heard. Roger slowly turned his head to look at the owner of the voice. Do you know the way to the stadium where the magic duels will be held? The first thing he saw was sky blue hair and confident eyes that have a strong sense of curiosity and challenge. Everyone who had the beauty pass by them turned around at least once, but Roger couldn't think of such a comfortable thought. Why is she here? Casey Selmore, the person Roger is most wary of right now, is right in front of his nose. The detective who wants to catch a criminal that should never be identified the most. The two faced each other with their identities hidden. Even Roger, who seemed to fear nothing in the world, was reluctant to meet some people. Among them, the absolute first place was his master, the one who fed and raised Roger and was practically like a parent. However, on the contrary, he was also a typhoon-like person who inevitably got involved in incidents when they stayed together because his personality was so eccentric and arbitrary. So Roger declared independence and separated from his teacher. In fact, it was close to running away. In addition, while running away, he even brought some things that his teacher loved, a magic book, and magic reagent materials. To be honest, he was terrified of his master. However, even with the exception of his master, there were many people whom Roger was reluctant to meet. Among them, Casey Selmore, the detective in front of him, is definitely at the top. Why the hell is she here? Did she come to Theon because of the festival? Except for when the incident happened, she was always moody, so there was nothing strange about coming here. It's just that he didn't know how to face her all of a sudden. Casey Selmore didn't recognize me and talk to me. The current situation is purely coincidental. Roger, who finished his judgment quickly, pointed to the direction of the stadium and opened his mouth. The stadium is over there. That's the only thing Roger said. His current character didn't talk much anyway and he didn't want to speak with the woman in front of him for a long time. Casey, who had a bizarrely good reasoning ability, might read something out of his trivial remarks and actions. There was a need to be careful about everything. Oh, it's over there. Thank you for letting me know. Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, Casey asked, staring at Roger as she walked away. Didn't we meet somewhere before? A broken bar. A broken bar. Roger did not answer. Instead, with a calm gaze, he sent the meaning of what he meant. I'm not asking that for any suspicious purpose, but I suddenly thought so. How can I say this? I feel like we met before. It's my first time seeing you. Roger cut it short and said so, but Casey was confused by his firm voice. Something's not right. It was the first time she saw him. However, the more she looked at this man in front of her, the more Casey could not help but feel a sense of strangeness. It's not a suspicion. Rather, it was more of a curiosity. The first time she spoke with him was because of the strange atmosphere he emitted just standing still. Nice to meet you. Since we met like this, should we say our names? My name is Casey Selmore. I'm working as a detective. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like having a conversation. What? Contrary to expectations that he would recognize her, Roger's reaction was cold. Casey pondered if she had ever done anything to offend this person. But no matter how much she thought about it, she didn't do anything to upset the other person. Ordinary people are impatient because they can't talk to me once. Some were fascinated by her appearance, others showed off their overfamiliarity due her reputation, but Roger was the other way around. While Casey was a little flustered, Roger tried to get leave, thinking that his job was over because he had told her the way. However, it was faster for Casey to open her mouth. You're a teacher here, aren't you? Roger pondered a little about how to answer the question. He showed he didn't want to talk, but she didn't seem to want to step down. However, if he tried to push himself further out right here, Casey may be suspicious of him. At least if it was Casey he knew, it was very likely because he pushed her away once. I'll have to step back at least once. Roger opened his mouth thinking so. Why did you think so? I knew right away by looking at you. You knew right away after seeing me. First of all, the outfit you're wearing. It's a very luxurious and detailed outfit that I can't see any sewing lines or threads. The unique wave pattern on the shoulders must be a coat sold at the tailor's shop. Roger nodded because she was right. That's right. But that kind of suit is something that ordinary people can't easily buy. It's hard to wear it on a festival day like this in an environment where clothes get dirty or the smell of food is easy. It's a waste. Plus, this is a glam startup. Did you know that you can get oil on your clothes? Casey stretched out a finger. Then there is only one answer. It's a person who doesn't care about money. But is it a merchant? That's not it, because they always carry a purse but there's nothing in your pocket and there's no sound of coins. Merchants are punctual, but you didn't check the pocket watch in your chest. I mean, you don't really care about time. Then you must be a noble. Oh, but you don't have a family mark or a ring that symbolizes your family. You don't want to or can't reveal your family name, but in this case you must be a fallen aristocrat. However, There is no reason for a fallen aristocrat to visit Theon as a guest, so he must be living or working here. The clues are piled up one by one and the painting, in which all the pieces were gathered, points to a single result. If I exclude them one by one, I end up with only one fact left, that you're the teacher here at Theon. If you're a fallen aristocrat and you have such a presence, then you must be Rudiculus, right? She only saw him for a moment, but she judged that far. Her ridiculous analysis and excellent eyesight must have raised her to a higher level than before. That's right. Then Oh, wait a minute. Is there anything else? When Roger asked, Casey's face became blank for a moment. No, it's a broken bar. Aren't you surprised? What do you mean? Ordinary people are amazed or surprised when I deduce something like this. Casey has always seen a similar response. If she analyzes and deduces a person she meets for the first time and guesses the person's job, most people are surprised. Sometimes people who recognize the extraordinariness of her ability even had feelings of fear. Casey took it for granted because she realized that she was special. To be honest, it was also true that she was halfway enjoying this kind of reaction. The world was a dull place without stimulation for her, who was too talented. Her noble mission of leading the world in a better direction still remained deep in the heart and became the driving force of her life. But there were times when she felt unbearable boredom. Analyzing someone and noticing his nature was Casey's own little play to wash away such boredom. But the man in front of her showed an unexpected reaction. He was not surprised but calm enough to accept it naturally. Is that surprising? The answer that came back was also spectacular, and Casey was genuinely embarrassed by his response. What is this? Why doesn't he look surprised? She tried to surprise him a little because he was being stiff, but she failed. But his response hurt her pride. Other people were very surprised. There are many people in the world. Isn't it possible to understand the other person's job at first sight? In the first place, Casey's arbitrarily analyzing his job and talking to him was something he experienced enough when he was James Moriarty. And he also did a similar job while working as a private detective. Knowing what your opponent will do, and being surprised by it, was a rookie thing to do. On the other hand, Casey, who heard Roger's answer, thought differently. I see. This person was taking my actions for granted. Most people said Casey's behavior was strange. But Casey has always questioned the question, is that really strange behavior? And then she realized the fact that she was quite different from the rest of the world. Different and strange don't necessarily mean the same thing. Because she was so outstanding, people couldn't admit the difference and turned it over as strange. That's why Casey Selmore was also called a freak. But Roger took Casey's actions for granted. He didn't force himself to say it while looking at her. There, Casey noticed what Roger really was. He's the same kind as me. She heard the name Rudiculus, a fallen aristocrat and a teacher at Theon. He recently invented a groundbreaking magic called Source Code and showed it to his students. She couldn't believe that he taught his students a magic that didn't exist before. Can an ordinary wizard do such a thing? Considering the character of this man I'm facing right now, I'm sure he didn't show such magic for a purpose. In Casey's head, her assessment of Roger changed and she judged him to be the same character as her. The word mediocrity is used to separate special existences from the regular people. I didn't expect that there would be another person like this. From the moment I glanced at him I felt that he was special. In fact, Casey's conversation with Roger wasn't just to ask for directions, but something else. Roger's appearance as he passed by suddenly overlapped with a person she knew in the past. He was special, too. Casey remembered a man he met in the Kingdom of Delica, James Moriarty. Now they are enemies, but they have not been hostile since the first meeting. At that time, he was a person who seemed to be out of touch with the world, as if everything was meaningless. There was no particular reason why she went to see the rumored man. She just went to see a great young mathematician out of curiosity. But that encounter shook Casey's life. It wasn't that bad at first. It wasn't a good relationship either. From the first meeting, the two fought like oil and water that didn't mix. They had no choice but to collide because they had great talent, and her pride was enlarged accordingly, not because she really hated him, but they secretly acknowledged each other's skills and abilities. Casey was also pleased to meet an equal, The reason why that relationship ended up being ruined. It was an incident of that day, an incident in which people went missing one by one. In addition, even the police continued investigation did proceed properly, and she came forward because she couldn't stand it. And what I saw, a broken bar, that man, James Moriarty. The man who stood still in front of the missing child's body. The red blood flowing on his hands must have come from the bodies of the child and the police around him. It was then that Casey realized what the man named James Moriarty was like. He was a wicked man, but so outstanding that it was fate that he had no choice but to turn against the world. "Why the hell did you do that?" At first, she tried to talk with him. "Maybe there was some misunderstanding." "I thought you were smart, but you're asking an unexpected question. Did you think you were like me because you were hanging out with a criminal?" But the man's cold voice shattered her expectations. "How can humans live according to those who are worse than themselves?" "Casey Selmore, you know that." "Don't know?" She didn't expect that. The world is so boring and the people who live there are so insignificant. A broken bar. Still showing his back to her, his eyes glistened faintly with only his head slightly turned. "I'm suffocating. I'm so frustrated that I'm going crazy." "So, you've done all this for your own good? Killing people here? Is that so wrong?" Maybe he didn't even realize he was bad. Bad deeds are committed only to those who are equal to them. For James Moriarty, who did not see others as equals, what he did now was not evil. "You know that, don't you? Deep inside you, there's a voice like me." What James Moriarty said stimulated the darkness in Casey's mind. The role she has had for a long time, and the evil she has turned a blind eye to. Casey bowed her head. "You know, I didn't want you to be a bad guy." A broken bar. It's just that this whole situation is just a broken bar. A broken bar. Yes, that's right. Misunderstanding. I wanted it to come from an inevitable misunderstanding. If we talk to each other, we'll definitely be able to solve it. A broken bar. Such a minor misunderstanding. A broken bar. Because we're alike. I thought we could understand each other if we talked. James Moriarty did not respond to her words and just stared at her with a cold gaze. Casey made a sad face as if she was about to cry, and then bit her lip and took out her cane, showing her determined will. James Moriarty, I'm arresting you here." What was contained in that action was her noble will to punish the evil in front of her. And James Moriarty faced it. "Try it if you can." He was obviously smiling. This is difficult." What I said made her fall into her imagination, and for a moment, her eyes were looking at something other than me. "Hans is already far away and is looking at me. If it goes on like this, I'll be wasting a lot of time." "Are you done with your business now?" When she spoke strongly in a slightly scolding tone, Casey, who had been thinking for a while, came to her senses. She smiled softly and nodded her head without being surprised. "Yes, I do." "I'm sorry I took your time." "That's all right." "Well, I'd appreciate it if she said she'd step down on her own here." Moreover, Casey's voice did not show any signs of suspicion. It's a relief that he suddenly met her, but she didn't seem to know that he was James Moriarty. "Wow!" Just in time, cheers came from afar and the host's voice, amplified by the subsequent loudspeaker, resonated softly. At the same time, a blonde girl who was as beautiful as a doll ran toward me from afar. "Casey, what are you doing there? The duel is about to start." "Oh, my God, look at me." I asked for directions, but I forgot and got distracted. "I'll be on my way." I nodded and glanced at Betty. A automaton beta made for the same purpose as Appa. She's been with Casey the whole time. Looking at the girl nagging Casey, the two seem to get along pretty well. Her emotional expression seems much richer than Appa. It's a relief though. Thanks to her, I've been able to get away from Casey. When I was relieved inside, a small drop of water came up in front of my eyes. Soon it burst and turned into a small business card and fell on my hand. My eyes naturally turned to Casey, who was dragged by the girl. Casey looked back at me as she was being dragged, closed one eye and moved her lips. "Call me if you need any help." Then she disappeared out of sight without a moment for me to say anything. I can't stop her. I analyzed the business card lightly, using my power. Meanwhile, Hans, who had been far away, approached me. What happened? What's that blue paper on your hand? Casey business card. She left it at well before she left. Business card? Can't you just throw it away? It's not an ordinary business card. Seeing the magic, it's acting as a kind of signal. If I throw it away, she'll notice it right away. Huh. Is there such magic? Because the other person is a single attribute element wizard. Unlike conventional magic, there's nothing strange about her magic. Hans nodded his head, saying that I was right. That's true. I think it's possible when I see you. Anyway, Casey Selmore doesn't seem to know who I am yet. Giving a business card is a sign of friendship more than doubt. But I'm a little worried that I caught her attention with this identity. Did she find something suspicious about you? You don't have to worry about that, because I erased all the habits I showed her with the identity I used before. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Is it possible to erase your habits? I shrugged my shoulders at Hans, who was screaming. It's basic knowledge to erase every little act consciously. I've been wearing various masks all my life. Of course, the mask that I wore during James Moriarty's time was completely different from the mask I'm wearing now. In other words, I don't have to worry about being discovered by making trivial actions. But he wasn't without worries because of James Moriarty's appearance. I didn't disguise myself back then. The actual change was the degree to which the hairstyle was neatly pulled back and the outfit was different. He, who did not have a chiseled face at the time, used light magic to make his impression different. Of course, this alone is bound to change the impression of a person, so not many people will recognize him. I thought that someone like Casey Selmore would identify me based on my appearance. Judging from her reaction, fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. If even Casey, who has excellent observation skills, didn't recognize him, there would be no need to worry about being caught by anyone else. Hans, you should be concerned. When I pointed it out, Hans opened her eyes and pointed at himself with her index finger. Me? What about me? If it was Casey Selmore I knew, she would have specified your outfit or behavior. You'll be in trouble if you come across her later. She doesn't know my name and I left right away. Would she remember me? Don't look down on her. She is a woman who reaches the truth with one small clue. She should have seen us talking from afar when she approached me, so she already remembers your characteristics. What should I do? First of all, I recommend not wearing those clothes for a while and intentionally carry other props to make it look like you have a different profession. Casey Selmore doesn't simply remember a person because of its face. The person's voice, tone, step, petty behavior, wink, etc. are all pieces of the puzzle. On the contrary, if only a few of these puzzle pieces could be intentionally removed, the suspicion of being the same person could be avoided. Of course, if the number of encounters increases, the tail will be stepped on, but it will not matter if she passes by lightly like this time. Hans was shocked, saying, she just glanced at me once, but should I do this? Hans, you have a habit of slightly frowning your nose, especially when you talk. If it's hard to fix it, purposely shake your mouth or close your eyes. A small habit is like a person's ID. If you can't erase it, you should at least change it. A broken bar, a broken bar. I'd rather sneak around without being caught. That wouldn't be bad either. Hans is sick and tired of it, but what can I do? Still, if I point it out, I don't have to worry anymore because he'll put it in practice right away. Nary, look at this. I think Sheridan finished watching the Gillam just in time, so she was running this way. Seeing the bright smile on her face, she seemed to have enjoyed it enough. But Sheridan wasn't the only one coming. Teacher Brino, huh? Mr. Rudgitulusai. Sheridan came with Brino, the main character of the Gillam startup ceremony. As I thought it was unexpected, Brino also opened his eyes wide to see that I was here, and soon smiled warmly. I was surprised. A child who seemed to like Gillams came to me and talked to me but was more versed in Gillam and mechanical engineering than I thought. So I came wondering who her guardian was, but I didn't expect Mr. Rudger to be here. We're a little connected, but we're not exactly guardians because she's a dwarf in the first place. Oh, well, no wonder she's so knowledgeable. But if she's a dwarf, it makes sense. Mister, I've been saying this for a while. I'm not a kid. Sheridan must have consistently said that she was not a child. However, on the outside, she looked like a child, so Brino would have laughed it off. thinking that the child just wanted to pretend to be an adult. Realizing his mistake, Brino bowed to Sheridan. "I'm sorry, Miss Sheridan. I was rude." At the sight of Brino apologizing immediately, Sheridan laughed playfully. "Then, tell me the design of that golem." "Well, that's a little broken bar." "A broken bar? What a shame." "She's still asking for the golem's blueprint." "Isn't it the same as asking for a wizard for a spell?" But surprisingly Brino did not get angry. "I apologized to Brino instead of Sheridan." "I'm sorry, Sheridan is not familiar with human etiquette yet." "Haha, I understand. Dwarves are stubborn." "I've met dwarfs before, but Sheridan is rather calm, so I don't care much." When Brino said that Sheridan was calm, Hans looked surprised. "If that crazy bomber is on the quiet side, how are the other dwarves?" Sheridan, who heard what he said unknowingly, stabbed her elbow in Hans's abdomen with a smile. Sheridan muttered something to Hans, who bowed his upper body with a chilling look. Given that Hans's face has turned pale, it's probably a threat to test his constitution with the teeth of various animals when they return to the hideout. More than that, did Mr. Roger also watch this startup ceremony? "Yes." "That's unexpected. I thought you wouldn't be interested in this." While saying so, Teacher Brino realized his mistake and immediately waved his hand and made an excuse. "Oh, so I didn't mean it in a bad way. I mean, it's just a broken bar." "A broken bar?" "I know. Ordinary wizards don't have a good impression about golems. Besides, he was in charge of teaching the entire manifestation system, which wizards considered to be the most orthodox." From Mr. Brino's point of view, it was natural to think that way. "However, I do not discriminate against magic and I'm also quite interested in golems." "Oh, is that so?" Brino's eyes glistened at my words. "Could you please tell me what was good at today's startup ceremony? I want to get advice from a fellow teacher." "First of all, the golem you showed today called DT3000 is quite interesting. It can change forms compared to a fixed golem and that alone will add an infinite number of uses." "That's right. I'm concerned that it would be difficult to use the metal used to make the existing golems because the pressure on the seams and joints is strong. A metal with high conductivity that is resistant to heat, pressure and has excellent ductility is needed." "Have you created a new alloy?" "Yeah. I actually experimented and found that ordinary steel was not enough. So broken bar. You mixed chrome and tried to reduce the need for maintenance by mixing metal that is good for corrosion resistance. That's stainless steel." Brino nodded his head like a man who had lost his soul. "As a result, I think it's a great golem." There was nothing I could point out. Even if I don't point out the problem, Brino will notice it quickly thanks to his skill. All we have to do is encourage him. Hey. Hearing that from Mr. Roger makes me embarrassed. There is no need to be embarrassed, because I was just saying it as it is. Mr. Brino can take pride in his work. Unlike the source code that was created by following existing knowledge, Brino created a transforming golem purely with his own inspiration. Unlike me, who followed the path that already existed, he pioneered a new path. The word genius is a word that suits someone like that. Not me. Oh my gosh. Even the humility of being able to humble yourself so much. But why does this person look at me with a more burdensome look when I keep saying he did great? It was a fun experience anyway, Teacher Brino. People who want to talk to you have been standing there looking around for a while. Is it okay? I pointed to the students who couldn't get closer and stared anxiously at Teacher Brino. They wanted to ask something they're curious about, but they're nervous because they can't approach him. Among them, there was a new student who was supported by the alchemy school, Clara Hannes, who was taking my class. "Oh, I see. Thank you for your comments today." "Yes, I enjoyed it, too." Teacher Brino headed to the students. I watched the students eagerly asking questions about the golem and Teacher Brino accepting them. I don't know when, but Sheridan was naturally mixed. The brother must be quite a vocation for being a teacher. "Do I look like that?" "Of course. The sharpness that used to seem subtle is all gone and you're even pleased to see the children." I nodded at Hans's words. "At least this is a different place from the world we lived in. Don't you think so?" "Well, I won't deny that this place looks peaceful and good, but I'm a little uncomfortable here." I looked back at Hans and he sighed with a complex look. "We weren't like that back then." "No, actually, I couldn't. Hans a broken bar. To be honest, I'm jealous of them because I didn't grow up in such a blessed environment, having talent and growing up in a good environment without lacking anything. For Hans, that appearance must have been a repulsive sight to the point where hives appeared on his body. We are so different. His voice, which seemed to be somewhat despondent, sounded hollow. Because of his constitution he couldn't live like a human being. When I lived on the run, the children here would have enjoyed their youth. They must have been chatting with their roommates in a warm dormitory while I was shivering in the cold during the Lunar New Year. Nevertheless, they complained and were annoyed that it was hard. He recalled the past when he was angry at the unfairness of the world. It was a long time ago, but he still remembers that day clearly. He once saw a building so tall that it was going to soar in the sky while he was on a bus to find an academy to study. It was such a high apartment that even if you bent your head for a long time from right below, you couldn't see the rooftop. To be honest, he was overwhelmed with everything a person needs to live in. It looked so expensive that he couldn't think that he could live there even if he was reborn. Then he found a family coming out of the entrance of the apartment. Among them, the most noticeable thing was a 10-year-old boy coming out holding his father's hand. The child had a father and a good house he could live in. However, the child's face was filled with heartache because he was so dissatisfied and annoyed. Then he felt a sense of despondency beyond words. Did that child really made an effort to live in a house like that? No. That child was just born from good parents. He was born with something that others can't reach for. Life made Hans realize then that the world was an unfair place. There are still many children who cannot study even if they want to, and who go to the factory area filled with soot every day and suffer from harsh labor but can only watch at the wealthy family's children who don't do anything. The students of the On work hard too. Exploring magic isn't usually hard, but can it really be called the unhappiness of life? Compared to the suffering experienced by children who are still exploited in labor and do not receive a proper daily wage, the dissatisfaction of students cannot be called dissatisfaction. Yet they do not know how to be grateful. They are people who can rise to a position of admiration just because they were born with the ability to use magic. That's too much. It's unfair. Even if he could use magic, he always lived a life of facing death, hiding his identity. Hans, to those who have lived like us, most people in the world may seem as peaceful as they are in a flower garden. Roger fully understood Hans's mind. Wouldn't he have felt that way? Nevertheless, you cannot blame the children. The reason is simple and insignificant. Because the children are innocent. A child should not be guilty of enjoying something. It is impossible for an adult who couldn't eat anything when he was young to take a candy from a child, saying that he doesn't deserve it. Isn't that unseemly? An adult should play his role as an adult no matter what. Shouldn't the children laugh? Adults just have to make sure that children don't live like them and point them to a better way. My goodness. Hans, who heard all of Roger's words, looked blank and soon relaxed his shoulders and laughed. I think you really like children. Do you mean me? Are you going to deny that? Even though you say I shouldn't get caught, what you do is always attract people's attention. It wasn't that Hans didn't know either. Roger's various actions so far sometimes seemed different from his purpose. He hid his identity, revealed his abilities, did dangerous things, and taught important magic freely. It was all mainly when he was involved with students. Considering it's forced, isn't it just a teacher's job? Well, I've known for a long time that my brother cares about children very much. It's not because I like children. It's just a duty for me to act like this. Roger couldn't do what he wanted to do in his previous life because his mother's teaching and the path he wanted to go were completely different. Nevertheless, he did not break his stubbornness until the end, but his end was not good. The same was true in his present life. He couldn't even imagine enjoying something in the present life as much as he couldn't achieve in his previous life. He had to contend with death at an age when he should have lived in peace like any other child. He lived that kind of life and walked that path. Roger just didn't want anyone else to follow in his footsteps. Hans, who knew part of Roger's past, looked at him with sad eyes and said, A broken bar you may not know, but it's amazing that you think of others as a duty and know how to think of others. There are many people in the world who couldn't do this. Isn't it funny to see someone who couldn't do that and settle down with relief that he's better than someone like that? But everyone does. Yes, everyone does. But I don't do that. I think you're a teacher by nature. If you had lived without hiding your identity, you would have gone somewhere to teach children. Hans shook his head, thinking that Roger was stubborn in this regard. Then he suddenly realized something and lifted his head. But isn't it a bit absurd to call the students here children? What do you mean? Students, who attend Theon, should be treated as adults already in terms of age. Hans' point was valid. The average age of Theon's students was 18. In this world, considering that you become an adult at 17, they were not children. There were definitely younger students, but it could have been rude to treat them as children considering that they would be almost 20 years old after the 3rd grade. But aren't they younger than us? Hey, don't you know that there's not much age difference between 5th graders and me? What? Hans, how old were you? When Roger asked, Hans laughed as if he was dumbfounded. Did I not tell you? I'm 24 years old this year. A broken bar. Roger opened his eyes wide as if he were shocked for the first time. Oh, really? Why are you so surprised? What's with that face? No, I'm just a broken bar. Well, don't apologize. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Roger stared at Hans with sad eyes. Honestly, when he saw Hans, he thought he was over mid-30s even if he wasn't in his 40s, but he was younger than him. Come to think of it, he's been calling me young older brother since we first met. At that time, he thought it was because he was just stronger than Hans, so he called him young for protocol. In the world they live, seniority is divided according to skills, not age. He thought so, but he didn't know Hans called him brother because he was younger. Roger offered his consolation to Hans. I understand. If a person lives a rough life, he may lose a lot. Saying that only makes it worse. I haven't aged. Roger's life was more than 10 times tougher than Hans, but isn't there a big difference in their appearance? From Hans's point of view, he was just about to die of unfairness. Considering how he lived, Roger should have looked like he had one step in his coffin, but instead his skin was good and he was handsome. It was said that the ladies work hard to take care of their skin to stop the flow of time, but Hans realized how meaningless those words were. Management is not important. After all, if they're all born with it, it's all natural. People who are strong don't look old easily even with the passage of time or if they go through hard times. The world was full of this unfair absurdity and Hans had no choice but to lament inside. Hans, how's everything going out there? I didn't want to die like this. A broken bar. What did you just say? Hans, who was complaining to himself, belatedly realized that Roger called him. I asked if things were going well outside. Oh, they're pretty smooth. First of all, the magazine is becoming more popular now, so the outlook is bright, and the first demonstration of the musical was also held, and the response was hot. The day Roger planted several seeds in a dark, damp back alley that people didn't visit. The seeds that have not rooted yet, but the possibility that will inevitably come out someday. Circus got a good response from people after its first successful musical performance. The magazine business conducted by old kids was going smoothly and gradually recording a large sales volume. What else, with the women of the Black Rose in the lead, an entire street was refurbished and turned into an artist's street. They cleared out the trash and filth and changed the whole building. I'm glad it's going well. The only thing to be careful about is that other commercial districts that have been closely watching our movements have begun to keep us in check. At first, people in the surrounding commercial districts were busy snorting at the behavior of the lower class in the back alley. It was because they thought that even if they tried to do something, they would end up wasting money and time, but it didn't take long for the sneer on their faces to turn into anxiety. The projects of the poor, which they ignored, began to expand at an unusual pace, and they felt a sense of crisis. The musical, which was laughed at, became a hit from the first performance as the magazine was sold out in an instant. It was clear that the street of fashion people to be opened later would be successful if it went on like this. They're trying to keep us in check by feeding the city and the police money. Of course, because I was expecting this to happen in the first place. When I showed them the permit, they shut their mouths. It was good to spend a lot of money to lobby in advance. However, Hans continued, since then, it's been a little quieter, so it seems like they're planning something. They are not the type of persons who will stand still with just one stab. Just in case, warn others to be careful. I know, brother. Oh, and the last one. Hans took a bottle of red reagent from his pocket and handed it to Roger. Roger accepted naturally, and no one around me noticed the secret exchange. This is the medicine that brother brought during the werewolf incident. The analysis is over. It was the experimental drug obtained by sweeping all underground bases of the Shamsus school during the werewolf incident. The drug, which turns humans into monsters by diluting it and administering a small amount, was a product created by the Black Dawn Society and the Shamsus school. Bellarana had a hard time with it. Still, well, she succeeded in the end. What's the result of the analysis? There was one magic reagent with all kinds of black magic that stood out. They used narcotic hallucinogens from Peluma plants. The herb called Peluma has been used as a medicine in the past because it has an intense pain relief effect. Now, it was a material that was practically banned because it was highly addictive and had a high risk of hallucinations. As you know, Peluma has one famous trait that everyone knows, that the place they grow is very limited. Yes, and there is only one place in the Exilian Empire where you can collect Peluma, the thorn forest adjacent to Baltanun city. This plant grows only there. Baltanun was a nearby city adjacent to Leathervik. Roger nodded. If we investigate the place, we will be able to catch the tail of a secret branch of the Black Dawn Society. If we're lucky, we can find a hidden base around there. I'll go check it out once the business I'm working on becomes stable. Yes, it's not an urgent job. Above all, the urgent fire that had to be put out immediately was nearby. I heard you've identified the First Order Esmeralda. Yes, I did. I have to ask you how it was, but looking at brother's expression, I guess it was not very pleasant. Roger nodded. Hans and Roger stood side by side and stared at the children who were chatting and playing with the mini-golems. In that state, Roger told Hans the truth he had found out. Esmeralda's identity and how she ended up joining Black Dawn Society. Hans sighed when he heard the whole story. I didn't think she'd hide her identity in that way. Is it better to know even now? Knowing is better than not knowing. So, what about you? What about me? I'm asking if you're ready. Despite Hans's point, Roger was not able to answer hastily. A broken bar, brother. I'm asking you just in case, but are you seriously thinking about it? A broken bar. I fully understand your position. You wouldn't want to have to kill your fellow teacher whom you're close to. Turning his head, Hans caught the scene of a peaceful festival in sight. Hans looked up at the sky for no reason at the sight of people happily enjoying the festival under the light. The sky was so damn bright as if it didn't notice their situation. Still, otherwise, brother could die. That's right. Innocent victims are bound to come out all the time. Of course, I'm not trying to justify that. That's unfortunate. But you've been through it too. Even if we are careful with cancer, there will be victims, and that you can't save everyone even if you try to struggle. At Hans' words, a scene from the past was overlaid on Roger's retina. A boy was seen bleeding to death under the children playing. He approached slowly and raised the boy's torso with both hands. The boy's body, whose life was nearly lost, was as cold as ice. Mr. Moriarty. My brother, please. The child closed his eyes at the end of the sentence. He believed in and followed him, and his dream of becoming a great scholar one day was blown away by the wind. Only red blood, which once proved that he was alive once, was dripping from his hands. Brother? Hans' voice brought Roger to reality. Roger looked at his hands. His hands were not red and there was no blood on them. Are you okay? A broken bar. Yes. Anyway, this is what I'm trying to say. If it's something you have to do, don't hesitate. You know the unwritten rules of the people who live in our world. We, who live in a world of violence, always have this in our hearts. It's bitter, but that's the reality. If I don't kill, I'll die, so I have no choice but to kill. Hans tried to say something to Roger but ended up staying quiet. This gentleman always seemed strong on the outside, but he was actually more sensitive than anyone else. He is a man who acts like a human butcher when dealing with bad people, but cares too much about innocent people. Well, all of our members, including myself, see and follow your human side. Still, it was not comfortable for him to see Roger falling into trouble, so Hans said words of support to cheer him up. "Ha ha. What are you scared of? You'll do as well as you have done so far anyway." Hans slapped Roger on the shoulder with his palm, patting his shoulder with too much pressure. The atmosphere quickly turned cold. A broken bar. Well, I didn't mean to. I just a broken bar. I was trying to help you because you looked down. It's a broken bar. Hans blurted out the end of his words. Roger ended up smirking at the sight of Hans, who was always scared and couldn't speak properly. "I know. Ha, ha ha. As expected, right? I believed that my brother wouldn't keep it inside with this. More than that, Hans. What? There is also a small animal shelter here in Theon, and it has a collection of endangered species, so why don't you stop by there?" Hans broke out in a cold sweat at his words. The third day of the festival had dawned and it was time for Roger to go on patrol. How did I end up here? Tables and chairs with a white tablecloth spread out in the wide open air, and even people of noble status would share a glass of wine and chat here. The place he was in was an outdoor banquet hall that only authorized people could enter during the festival. Hey, drinking in the daytime is also good. Hey Rakadush, Han chuckled next to Roger. And why does this person keep sticking to me? This is why he didn't really like festivals.